One cannot discuss Majora's Mask without first mentioning its legendary predecessor. Believe me, I tried over and over again to start this video in a way that didn't include any mention of Ocarina of Time, but it's just straight up impossible. This game owes its entire existence to Ocarina in just about every way imaginable, from using the same game engine, to following up on its story, and even straight up using the same character models, assets, and game systems. Majora's Mask does not exist within a bubble, just as no true sequel does. Yet despite all of the similarities I could draw for you, or all the ways I could explain how characters, animations, and entire mechanics were ripped from Ocarina of Time in order to patch together this haphazardly crafted sequel, nothing, not a damn thing, can ever take away the sheer originality of Majora's Mask. A lot can be said about this game, and a lot will be said, by me, in case the length of this video didn't already make that clear. But even a mere glance at Majora's visuals can do a pretty decent job at communicating the shift in tone this game is going for. Most Zelda games present an evil being of some sort who needs repelling, but in practically none of them do we actually get to see this evil being or the effect he has on the world at large until it's too late to care about any of that. A few exceptions exist within the 3D titles, but none are as effective as Ocarina of Time, which integrates Ganondorf into the story from the very beginning, then directly shows the effect he has on Hyrule through the game's dominating landmarks. When it comes to Zelda games, Ocarina of Time did by far the absolute best job at visually communicating the stakes of its story. That is, assuming you're not counting Majora's Mask. The moon represents everything this game gets right. Its atmosphere, its tone, its visual storytelling and intrigue. If there's any one compliment you'll hear someone give this game, chances are it will relate to one of these three interconnected elements. But video games are more than just their stories and visuals. There's gameplay, level design, progression, and so many other things to talk about. It was Ocarina of Time's attention to all of these many separate yet thoroughly interconnected elements which made it the greatest game of all time. How then does Majora's Mask hold up in this regard? Well, it goes in a markedly different direction, one with many upsides, but also a few pitfalls. But before we can get into specifics, we'll first need to discuss where the game came from, because in the case of Majora's Mask, the circumstances of its development are key to understanding how it became the strange, wonderful little work of art it is. But first, ad time. If you're a longtime viewer of this channel, then you know that one of my biggest personal passions is game design. The science behind how good games are made, and what distinguishes them from bad games. And just like any science, game design requires years of study and practice in order to get the hang of, especially if you also want to learn how to actually implement your great ideas with proper programming. If you're looking to get some formal education in this field, then I have the perfect sponsor for you today. Southern New Hampshire University is offering a bachelor's degree in game programming and development, so that you can prepare yourself for a career in the games industry. SNHU has one of the largest accredited, non-profit online degree offerings in the country, with faculty who have real-world experience, allowing you opportunities to connect with people in the industry. And beyond the mere convenience of an online program, SNHU also offers some of the lowest tuition costs in the nation. And trust me, as a guy who attended a UC for my own bachelor's degree, don't underestimate just how important affordability can be. Go to snhu.edu/Octorok, or click the link in the description or pinned comment down below, and learn how you can get started with a game programming and development degree today. Once again, thank you to SNHU for sponsoring this segment, and thank you for not skipping the ad. Now back to the video. How does an artist follow up on his magnum opus? It's a bit of a catch-22, because in most cases, an artist will not know what his or her magnum opus is until long after their death. After all, most artists strive to continue to make better works even long into their careers. As Akira Kurosawa once famously said, "I don't feel that I understand cinema yet." He had directed 28 films when he said this. Point being, Seven Samurai was never meant to be Kurosawa's magnum opus, just as David was not meant to be Michelangelo's, or Ocarina of Time was meant to be Miyamoto's. And yet, that's exactly what it was, and the fan, critical, and commercial reaction at the time made that abundantly clear to the entire dev team at Nintendo. The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time had completely shattered expectations, while simultaneously creating a blueprint for all 3D video games to come. The weight of what the Zelda team had just created sank in pretty fast, and one man in particular was quite proud of this newfound recognition, Eiji Aonuma. But the guy on top wasn't so happy. Shigeru Miyamoto had spent too much time and money getting Ocarina of Time's engine up to snuff, and he wanted a bigger return on the team's hard work than just one incredibly successful game. So he did what any jaded corporate overlord would do and decided to repackage the same game with minor tweaks and content to returning players. No, I'm not joking, this was actually the plan. This project was called Ura Zelda, Ura roughly translating to flip slide, like when you'd flip a record to access the second part of an album. It's debatable as to whether or not this Ura Zelda ever truly saw the light of day, but regardless, that's what the team was set to work on, including the aforementioned Eiji Aonuma. As the director of Ocarina of Time's dungeon design, he was tasked with rearranging the dungeons of that game as part of the Ura Zelda project. He quickly got bored and decided to just make brand new dungeons, reasoning that the original level designs were already as good as they could possibly be. Perhaps that's a bit of an arrogant statement coming from the man who designed them, but I do tend to agree with him for the most part, so well played. At some point into this side project of his, Aonuma gathered the courage to ask his boss to change plans and have the team work on a new Zelda game altogether. Miyamoto, impressed with Aonuma's initiative, greenlit the idea and put the fledgling developer in charge of directing this new game alongside series veteran Yoshiaki Koizumi. There was, however, a catch to this proposal. The team would have to finish this new Zelda game in the same time frame as the originally planned Ura Zelda, 1 year. Considering that it took the team 3 years to make Ocarina of Time, this task was quickly deemed to be, well, rather impossible. At least, it would be if they decided to make a true Zelda game. See, Koizumi had a condition for coming to work on the new project. He wanted to bring over an experimental game mechanic he'd been tinkering with on his previous project, one where the player would relive a single week over and over again through a time travel mechanic, allowing players to explore the same game world several times over while experiencing different content or making diverging choices. Aonuma loved the idea, in part because he saw it as an easy way of padding out the game's runtime without necessarily having to add in more content. 1 year later, in April of 2000, a mere 15 months after the release of Ocarina of Time, The Legend of Zelda: Majora's Mask made its debut in Japan. But the process wasn't easy on the Zelda staff. Throughout development, crunch hours were mandated across the board, workers slept at the office, and men failed to tell their wives when they'd be coming home. It was the type of work environment that produces great art, but at the expense of so many young men's quality of life. Regardless of your thoughts on the ethics of this type of work environment, it's safe to say that without it, Majora's Mask as we know it wouldn't exist. And it's important to keep that fact in the back of your head as we explore this game's themes and mechanics. So with all that being said, let's get to analyzing the artistry behind this weird, special little game, The Legend of Zelda: Majora's Mask. Majora's Mask begins with a quick text crawl, informing the player that, after Link's journey came to an end in Ocarina of Time, he decided to embark on a quest to reunite with Navi. Right off the bat, this is something we have to talk about, because the ending of Ocarina of Time framed their parting as mutual. Navi left to return to the forest, the realm of eternal childhood, while Link attempted to reunite with Princess Zelda as he faced the crushing reality of his adulthood. The fact that Link has left Hyrule to find Navi implies that he is not fully satisfied with their parting, that rather than slip back into a comfortable civilian life with a girl he loves, he instead chooses to seek the companionship of the one person who can remember his heroic deeds, Navi. This is sad, but I understand that it could happen. I would have liked to believe that after the events of Ocarina of Time, Link would once again live his life, save the world, and find some semblance of peace in knowing that his suffering served a greater purpose, and that he could then find future joy by starting a family with someone he loves. And in all fairness, this Navi plotline doesn't exclude that possibility, but it is sad to see that Link has not moved past his trauma. And that's exactly why I think this premise works so well. After all, what better follow-up to Ocarina of Time could there be than a story focused on Link and his wartime trauma? My favorite game from the 2D series took that same concept and created one of the best Zelda stories ever told. So right off the bat, I think the premise of this game is really strong. After the text scroll, the scene fades in to show Link riding through the Lost Woods on the back of Epona, implying that he also spent time reconnecting with Malon before heading off on his journey. Two fairies watch from a distance before ambushing him, spooking Epona and causing her to throw Link to the ground unconscious. A Skull Kid wearing a colorful mask appears and steals the Ocarina of Time and screws around with it for a bit, but Link soon awakens. The Skull Kid steals our horse and races off, and it's at this point that the player is finally given control over Link. For all of about 2 seconds. The starting area is tiny and doesn't really seek to teach the player any new mechanics. If anything, they just wanted to show off the new jumping animations Link has in this game, because that's the only thing of substance you'll be doing before another cutscene interrupts the flow of gameplay. Link falls down a tree stump, a la Alice in Wonderland, the Skull Kid turns him into a Deku Scrub, and one of the fairies gets left behind by accident. This fairy, Tattle, offers to help Link in exchange for helping her catch up with her brother, Tail. We're given control over Link once again, and the game finally begins. Kind of, because we still have to engage in a quick tutorial for Deku Link, since he plays entirely different from the Link we've come to know in the past 5 Legend of Zelda games. In this form, our equipment and combat options have been severely neutered. Link can't use a sword or bow or any other type of equipment, and his only means of attack for now is a pathetic little spin move. As such, we won't be facing any enemies for the first hour or so of the game, unlike in past Legend of Zelda titles. Rather, the tutorial section of Majora's Mask seeks to teach the player about the one advantage that Deku Link has over his Hylian counterpart: vertical mobility. The very first room we enter as we chase after Skull Kid will host a little gap between the entrance and exit, with several large flowers lining the room. The player can enter these flowers by holding the A button and then jump out of them to gain some height, allowing Link to fly for a short time. This is how we clear the gap, and the very next room builds on that challenge by presenting several platforms lying over an abyss. The player will have to fly from one to another in order to cross, and it's at this point that things get real trippy. We enter a twisted hallway leading into an underground water wheel, powering something on the surface. We ascend the stairs and exit the door, but not before being greeted by a familiar face. The Happy Mask salesman greets us, explaining his plight. An imp has stolen a precious mask of his, and he wants it back. In exchange, he offers to return Link to his original body. The catch is that the salesman has some urgent business to attend to, and can only stay in town for the next 3 days. And so we have our primary goal: to find the Skull Kid, get our stuff back, and return to our old Hylian body. But we're still not done with the tutorial. However, we are done with the shitty part of the tutorial. I'm gonna put this out here right now. The opening of Majora's Mask is by far the longest and most convoluted of all the Zelda games I've reviewed thus far. Although, compared to practically every other Zelda game following this one, it's actually pretty mild, and I don't want to make it sound like I'm shitting on it completely. The opening is trying to serve a narrative purpose, after all, as well as introduce a brand new set of character physics. I sympathize with the writer's plight. It's hard to create detailed openings that establish stakes while simultaneously introducing core gameplay mechanics. That being said, Ocarina of Time had accomplished that same task just a year prior, and without any blueprints to work off of, so it definitely wasn't impossible for the dev team to cut down on this opening just a bit. Does it really make sense for us to start this game with a cutscene, give the player control over Link for less than 20 seconds, follow that up with another cutscene, and then give the player control over an entirely different character, the actual one we'll be playing as for the first hour and a half of the game's runtime? Look, this is a very minor complaint, all things considered. It doesn't take very long to get through this opening, and past that, the rest of the tutorial is absolutely phenomenal, and I'll get to explaining why that is in just a moment. I'm only mentioning it here because it's going to become a recurring theme in the Aonuma series of Zelda games going forward, and I want to point this out as being the beginning of the Zelda series' long and overly complicated opening sections because, oh boy, is that going to be a fixture of so many of these games going forward. For now, just know that for all the praise I'm about to heap on Majora's Mask, it does start a couple worrying trends that continue to haunt the Zelda series to this day, and those should be acknowledged, at least tacitly. Regardless, that's our opening. Now all that's left is to exit the basement and face the new world we find ourselves in. We find ourselves in the land of Termina, a world divided into 4 distinct environments, which its people call the 4 worlds. But at the center of these 4 worlds lies a neutral zone of sorts. Termina Field, a grassy, fertile land hosting the game world's largest settlement, Clocktown. This is where we'll be spending the entirety of our first 3-day cycle. If you'll recall, the Happy Mask salesman gave us a 3-day time limit, and if the player fails to retrieve Majora's Mask within 72 hours, it's game over. This is the defining feature of Majora's Mask: the clock. It's fitting, then, that at the center of the aptly named Clocktown is a large, dominating clock ticking down the minutes. Of course, the game isn't going to force the player to constantly look at a giant fuck-off clock to know the time. Dominating the lower part of the player's HUD is an analog timepiece, keeping track of the hours and days we have left to complete our task. In total, the player has 54 real-time minutes before the end of the final day, with each in-game hour lasting 45 seconds total. This time system is what the entire game revolves around, and this first tutorial cycle exists precisely to impress that fact on the player, as well as to familiarize us with the world of Termina and, more importantly, its people. Speaking of which, at this point, the player is allowed free rein to explore Clocktown and talk to its many inhabitants. In fact, the entirety of this game's first cycle will take place within the walls of Clocktown, since the gate guards refuse to let a child exit the town alone, and Tattle will only provide limited direction, so exploration is kinda the only choice the player has here, and that's the point. Clocktown, more so than any other settlement within the Legend of Zelda series, is central to the game world. Like, literally, it's in the exact center of the land of Termina, but it's also central to the gameplay, because Majora's Mask, more so than any other Zelda game, is defined by its side content, and Clocktown is where the vast majority of that content lies through various side quests. And at the heart of these side quests are the people of Clocktown, all of whom have their own schedules, backstories, and unique sets of character interactions with other NPCs. The NPC behavior in this game was, and I cannot stress this enough, absolutely revolutionary at the time of this game's release in the year 2000. Remember, this was before the era of big-budget Western RPGs hosting thousands of NPCs, all with their own routines and haphazardly crafted interactions. In the year 2000, creating a game with this many NPCs all living in the same town and carrying out the same routines without fail was practically unheard of, especially in 3D games. In particular, the sheer amount of detail attached to each and every one of these characters is incredible. It's something we'll be exploring more a bit later into the video when we discuss the side quests, but even now, in the first cycle, the player can explore Clocktown and witness the daily routines of all of its inhabitants. It is only through exploration and talking to the town's NPCs that the player can progress through the first cycle. For example, one of the first things the player will inevitably be drawn to is this large orange flower sitting near the clock tower. After all, the previous tutorial section just taught us how to use these things, and this one's bigger than all the others. It simply begs the player to investigate it. But when Link approaches, a Deku merchant will swoop in and inform us that this is his private property, and that we're not allowed anywhere near it. There's a couple great things about this moment. First of all, it communicates to returning players that the Deku will not be mere enemies the way they were in the previous game, and are, in fact, an intelligent race with property rights and, presumably, citizenship in this world. In other words, if we want his flower, we're going to need to convince him to give it to us through non-violent means. The second brilliant aspect of this flower placement is that it gives the player a sort of primary goal to achieve, beyond the one given to us by the Happy Mask salesman. After all, there's a rather obvious piece of heart located up on the clock tower, and it doesn't take a genius to connect the dots and realize that this flower leads to that heart piece. Any true Zelda players are going to want to gun it for this flower as soon as they can. What's particularly intelligent about this is that, as we'll soon come to see, the orange flower is actually the end goal of the first cycle, since we'll need to use it to reach the area Skull Kid inhabits. So not only are the devs actively capturing the interests of the more exploratory players, but they're also drawing attention to what will, inevitably, be the final task required of all players in order to catch up to the Skull Kid. It's some legitimately great game design, and it's indicative of the general quality of the content on offer here in Clocktown. The only direct guidance the player shall receive is a suggestion by Tattle to visit the Great Fairy Fountain by the town's north gate. But when we arrive, we see that the Great Fairy has been shattered into several smaller fairies. She tasks the player with finding her missing fairy, which can spawn in one of several randomized areas within the Clocktown, and as a reward for her help, she will give the player magic power. This moment may not seem that big at first glance, but as it turns out, this stray fairy mechanic will make up a large majority of the optional content within the dungeons of Majora's Mask, and the devs are teaching the mechanic up front in an effort to familiarize the player with the basic concept. Find the stray fairies, return them to their respective Great Fairy, and receive a powerful reward in exchange. In this case, the magic power we just obtained will be be essential to accessing most of Link's abilities in this game, in particular those of the transformation masks. For Deku Link, this grants access to an ability called the Bubble Blast, a ranged attack that can be used to hurt enemies or solve various puzzles. Speaking of which, in order for the player to progress, you'll have to connect the dots and use Link's newfound ability in some new way, and the kid playing just outside the fairy fountain couldn't be making it any more obvious. By popping his balloon, the kid will take an interest in Link and offer something no one else can, a way out of Clocktown. Apparently, the kid's gang, the Bombers, have found a secret passage that they use to enter a place called the Astral Observatory, and he offers to give Link the passcode if he can pass a little test first. This test is basically just a game of hide and seek mixed with a little tag, and it's a great way to test the player's early mastery over the Deku Link form, since the Bombers often find creative hiding spots and will run away at lightning speed. An interesting trick is to use Link's Bubble Blast to stun the Bombers before tagging them, a way of rewarding players who are able to use their newfound skill effectively. Once you find them all, the Bombers will reveal their special code, which, by the way, is randomized on every new playthrough. A nice touch, and one that adds a lot of replay value. With it, we can access the sewers leading to the Astral Observatory, which serve the purpose of teaching the player about Deku Link's aquatic mobility. Rather than swim, Deku Link will hop across the water's surface, with the speed of each hop being determined by his initial acceleration. The catch is that he can only hop 5 times before losing all momentum and drowning, starting Link back on the edge of whatever dry land he last inhabited. This mechanic will become vital during the first quarter of the game's runtime, so it was smart of the devs to put in this little sewer area as a way of acclimating the player to it. The Astral Observatory itself is one of the least significant areas of the game, but oh boy would you not know it. The visuals and music absolutely sell this area, making it feel both heavenly and trippy at the same time. It is here, with the help of the observatory's telescope, that we finally locate the Skull Kid, dancing atop the clock tower. At the same time, a gemstone shall fall from the heavens, a moon's tear, which we can trade to the Deku merchant we met earlier in exchange for his plot of land. And thus, we finally have everything we need: the location of the Skull Kid, and a way up to the clock tower. Now, all we need to do is wait until the eve of the festival, when the clock tower shall finally open. Upon confronting Skull Kid, Tattle's younger brother, Tail, will shout out that we must go to the swamp, mountain, ocean, and canyon, and bring the 4 who are waiting for us there. Skull Kid will respond by boasting of his power and hasten to bring the moon down upon us. With him floating so high above us, the only tool at the player's disposal will be the Bubble Blast, and upon hitting the Skull Kid with it, he'll drop the Ocarina of Time, causing memories of Princess Zelda to rush back into Link's head. This is meant to be a diegetic way of teaching the player his first Ocarina song, the Song of Time, as well as a neat little cap-off to the ending of Ocarina of Time. On that note, when Zelda plays the Song of Time, she says, "This song reminds me of us," and the cuteness of this moment just makes me want to explode on the inside. That's it. That's all the commentary I had to give. I love this. It's fucking Kino. Upon playing the Ocarina, Link and Tattle will travel back in time, arriving in front of the clock tower at 6 AM, on the dawn of the first day. We return to the mask salesman, he teaches us the Song of Healing, we change back into a Hylian, and the game finally, truly, begins. The opening of Majora's Mask is long, I know. If we compare it to every previous Zelda game's opening, it is by far the most dragged out, and I can prove that mathematically. Since dungeons are the effective levels of the Legend of Zelda series and make up the vast majority of each game's main content, we'll use the time it takes to reach the first dungeon of each game as our objective measure for how long it takes to beat each of their respective tutorials. Just to lay the ground rules of this experiment, I speedran all the Legend of Zelda games leading up to Majora's Mask as quickly as I could, without stopping for optional items or grinding for rupees like I normally would, and these were the results I got. In Zelda 1, it took me 1 minute and 10 seconds to reach the first dungeon. In Zelda 2, it took surprisingly less time, even with a couple random encounters on the way, 1 minute and 5 seconds to reach the first temple. A Link to the Past's first dungeon is a bit hard to define because, according to the Zelda wiki, Hyrule Castle technically counts as a dungeon. However, since I did not count it as a dungeon in my own review, and frankly, I still don't think it should, should count as one, I will be generous to Majora's Mask and count the Eastern Palace as being A Link to the Past's first dungeon, in which case it took me 9 minutes and 59 seconds to reach it, the longest time so far. Link's Awakening is comparatively short, 6 minutes and 50 seconds to get to Tail Cave. Ocarina of Time, surprisingly, is comparable in length to the 2D games, a mere 8 minutes 51 seconds, shorter than A Link to the Past. And now for Majora's Mask. How long did it take me to reach this game's first dungeon? 59 minutes and 10 seconds. Aonuma? What the fuck, man? That's longer than every prior Zelda game's tutorial section combined. And mind you, I was using the Scarecrow to speed through that first cycle. This isn't exaggerated at all, and you're free to give it a try for yourself. Making it past this opening on every new playthrough of Majora's Mask is a chore, and that's in large part due to the game's central time travel mechanic. And I want to get that criticism out of the way before I start praising the ever-living fuck out of it. For all the good things I'm about to say about this game, there is a lot of repetition that you'll be forced to engage with on a first-time playthrough, and even a bit more on subsequent ones too. This was absolutely intentional, in part because it adds to the challenge of the gameplay, but mostly, I'm gonna be real with you here, to pad out the game's limited content. This comes down to the aforementioned time constraints placed on the dev team. Remember, the time loop mechanic was primarily put in place because it allowed the devs to stretch out the game's limited content. This leads to sections like the Mountain Smithy quest line, where you'll be forced to fulfill a very specific set of tasks on very specific days, and if you don't do it right, you'll be forced to repeat it all over again. I remember on my first playthrough of this game, several years ago, I got my sword sharpened, spent half an hour trying to win the Goron race, and then finally went to trade in the gold dust for the final upgrade. But then the shop owner told me he was closed and wasn't accepting any more work on the morning of the final day. I had to restart the cycle, beat the Snowhead boss a second time, and redo that whole Goron race all over again, and then wait 2 in-game days to finally get my sword upgraded. Or for another example, on my second playthrough, I took on the Bomber's quest at 2 AM and spent the next 4 in-game hours locating all the kids, when suddenly the second day hit and I had to do it all over again. Because the Bombers don't give you a hard time limit, like 6 hours or something like that. They just tell you that you have until next morning. But next morning could literally be an hour away, and that's all you'd get. This quirk can be used to your advantage as well. You could turn in your sword at the aforementioned smithy literally a second before 6 o'clock, and you'll have it ready in literally a second, because he's programmed to work on it until the next morning at 6 AM, however far away that may be. So to recap, he can't finish my sword on the final day even with an entire workday ahead of him, but he can finish it in less than a minute at the crack of dawn on either the first or second days. This is a blatant oversight which can absolutely ruin certain quest lines for first-time players, who won't understand what the hell they did wrong. And why should they be expected to? The game doesn't communicate these things ahead of time. There's not even a throwaway line where the blacksmith's like, hey, just so you know, we won't be open on the day before the carnival, so if you need your sword sharpened, be sure to come in either today or tomorrow. This is the game's biggest flaw. Repeat content, and that mostly comes courtesy of the time loop mechanic. There is nothing more demoralizing than failing a quest, or realizing that you were supposed to play a certain minigame 3 consecutive days in a row, or finding out that you don't have the necessary item needed to reach a certain area, and then being forced to start that quest line all over again from the very start, watching the same cutscenes, reading the same dialogue, and playing the same mind-numbing minigames all over again. This problem alone brings the game down a couple pegs, particularly on a first-time playthrough, and it was for that reason that I did not enjoy my first playthrough of this game in the slightest. And yet, after an additional 5 consecutive playthroughs, where I spent dozens of hours meticulously analyzing the design of Majora's Mask, I am now forced to admit, for the first time in my series of Zelda reviews, that my first impressions of this game were far off the mark. Majora's Mask is an incredible, wonderful game, full of life and originality, and at the heart of it all is that oh-so-key mechanic I just got done ripping into, the time loop. Yes, it might surprise you to hear this, but overall, I would rate the central mechanic of this game as a resounding success, and I believe the first cycle is absolutely key to understanding why that is. That does not excuse the problems with it I just laid out, but when all's said and done, it couldn't fit this game any more perfectly. The time loop mechanic of Majora's Mask is unlike anything I've seen in any other video game I've ever played, besides maybe the Forgotten City mod for Skyrim. Essentially, the player has 72 hours before the moon falls on Termina, thereby destroying the world and everything in it. If this happens, it's game over and you'll have to start back from your last save file. But this will literally never happen unless you wanted it to, or you forgot to pause the game before eating dinner or spending too long on the toilet. That's because the player has infinite access to a reset button via the Ocarina of Time. By playing the Song of Time, Link and Tattle will be sent back to the dawn of the first day and the player will be able to save. This is the only way to save your progress in this game. At first glance, that might sound like an absolutely insane mechanic, and, well, that's because it is, but I would argue that without it, Majora's Mask would be a much lesser game. A hardcore save system like this demands that when players start up a brand new cycle, they have to commit to seeing it through to the end, which in turn incentivizes them to plan ahead and carefully execute everything they want to do within their limited allotment of time. Even better, because time moves regardless of what the player does, and each NPC has his or her own unique schedule which may very well change on the daily, you can't just do whatever you want in any order that you want. The only way to create the most efficient runs in Majora's Mask is by learning about the people of Termina and memorizing their varying schedules. This could be a tedious task to ask of the player, but there are two things in particular that make this mechanic work. First off, the Bomber's Notebook. You can get this notebook by playing tag with bombers a second time as Hylian Link, and it essentially acts as the Zelda series' first quest log, something that wouldn't make a return until Breath of the Wild. Quest logs are a dubious subject because when at their most extremes, they can absolutely ruin exploration-based games, particularly ones that rely entirely on objective markers in order to make up for poor game design. But in the case of Majora's Mask, I think the Bomber's Notebook strikes that perfect balance between being functional while also not giving the player too much information. It keeps track of key characters rather than individual quests, and displays which events the player has experienced and which ones have yet to be triggered. Once the player has done everything related to a specific character, their portrait will be checked off. It also displays the time of day that certain events are triggered, but that's it. Everything else is up for the player to discover and memorize. The second thing working in the time loop's favor is that the game's NPCs, the very same ones whose schedules we'll be memorizing and who we'll be completing side quests for, are some of the best written characters in video game history. In fact, I would even go so far as to say that, while the story of Ocarina of Time is, overall, still absolutely the best within the entire Legend of Zelda series, the character writing specifically is at its absolute zenith here in Majora's Mask. Yoshiaki Koizumi, the lead writer of Link's Awakening and co-writer of Ocarina of Time, returned to write this game's story with some input from Shigeru Miyamoto. And once again, just as he always does, he absolutely knocked it out of the park with this game. I want to save discussion on this game's writing for a bit later into the video, but as it relates to the time travel mechanic, the characters inhabiting the world of Termina do an excellent job of making the player's efforts to assist them feel worth it. And that goes a long way in making each loop feel novel and refreshing on each new cycle, because while the world may be the same as it always is, and will inevitably come to an end after every 3-day cycle, the people within it will live completely different lives based on your actions, and that is where the true heart of Majora's Mask lies. We'll save discussion on individual characters until a bit later into the video, when we get to discussing the side quests more in depth. For now, let us turn our attention to the world in which they inhabit, the land of Termina. As soon as the player has returned Link to his Hylian form, the outside world shall finally open up to him. Greeting us is Termina Field, an analog of Hyrule's own grassy plains, but much more populated this time around, due to the increased RAM power provided by the N64 expansion pack, which, if you're playing this game on old school hardware like I do, is something you'll have to own if you want to run this game. There are brand new enemies populating this land as well, such as the Ino or varying types of choo-choos, and returning ones too, such as the Wolfos or Bubbles. Perhaps most impressive of all is how varied and detailed Termina Field is compared to its predecessor. The environments of each of the 4 worlds seep into the entrances of each cardinal direction, with swampy marshes overtaking the south, ice and snow blowing in from the north, soft sands and high tides creeping in from the west, and the death of Ikana Valley marching in from the east. As much as I love Ocarina of Time and its version of Hyrule Field, I have to admit, Termina Field is a proper step up from its predecessor both visually and mechanically. However, there's a lot more to both of these games' world design than just their primary open world, and while Termina Field, in isolation, is a big improvement upon Ocarina of Time's own grassy plains, the rest of the overworld is mixed. First up, let's talk about extrinsic rewards, the things a game developer places in their overworld as a way of motivating players to actually explore all of it. In most Zelda games, these take the form of heart containers or other collectibles, like the seashells from Link's Awakening, the gold scotulas from Ocarina of Time, or the quirk seeds from Breath of the Wild. No, I won't be going on a quirk seed rant for the third video in a row, but I got you, didn't I? In the case of Majora's Mask, these primarily take the form of, once again, heart pieces, as well as a brand new type of collectible, masks. We'll start with the heart pieces, since that's what we're all familiar with here. In Majora's Mask, there are a whopping 52 heart pieces, more than any other Zelda game ever. This is in large part due to the low dungeon count, which we'll get to talking about in just a bit, but mostly because of the aforementioned rough development cycle this game suffered through. Remember, the team was tasked with creating a follow-up to Ocarina of Time, a true Zelda game. They weren't allowed to make cuts in the game's overall runtime like the Link's Awakening team was. Therefore, in order to give this game the illusion of having just as much content as Ocarina of Time, the team couldn't cut down on Link's endgame health pool. And so, in order to make up for the pitiful 4 heart containers available in the game, the team had to implement enough heart pieces to make up for the small health pool, resulting in, by far, the largest number of them in the entire series. This leads to a Zelda game that ultimately feels stacked with side content, and while that may sound like a compliment, and it kinda is, it unfortunately comes at the cost of quality. Majora's Mask will oftentimes just give you a heart piece for nothing, as if the devs ran out of ideas and just decided to throw the damn things at you every once in a while. Take the very first one I pointed out at the top of Clock Tower, for example. It is literally just sitting out in the open right before a mission critical objective point. You would have to actively tiptoe around this heart piece in order to not pick it up, which might actually be a problem for players doing a challenge run. Now, you could argue that the purpose of this piece of heart was to draw the player's attention to the Deku Merchant's flower, just as I pointed out earlier, but that does not excuse the multiple instances of this identical kind of heart placement elsewhere. Just within Clocktown itself, we have another example of this, a piece of heart located atop this tree. There is no trick to this, you just climb up this slide and hop over to it, and bam, you got the heart piece. Or this one on the way to the southern swamp. It is merely sitting atop a tree, just climb up the vines and bam, you got another heart piece. Or how about this one in Woodfall, which sits mere feet away from the entrance to the first dungeon, right out in the open with few obstacles blocking its path. These aren't mere outliers, but rather the norm for Majora's Mask. So many of the game's heart pieces are gated behind absolutely pathetic challenges, beyond mere obvious locations. There are more minigames in Majora's Mask than any other Zelda game, and some of these, frankly, barely qualify as challenges at all. Like this one with the postman, where you have to count to 10 and press the A button. That's it. Seriously, that's the fucking challenge of this minigame, and you get a goddamn heart piece for it. Or how about Honey and Darling's Shop, where you play 3 easy as fuck minigames in a row for another heart piece. You get infinite ammo for each of these games, so for the bomb one, you can just spam the B button, and for the arrow one, you can literally just stand in place and pick off each target. It's laughably easy and rewards 100 rupees in addition to the heart piece. On the note of the bow, there's also a game hosted by Koame where you shoot a floating target, and if you get a minimum of 20 points, you win. Again, this is made laughably easy by the aforementioned infinite ammo, something Ocarina of Time made sure not to provide for its bow-based minigames. Or this one at the Great Bay, where you literally just jump onto 4 platforms for 2 minutes, and if you get 20 points, you get the heart piece. Majora's Mask also has the opposite problem, too much effort for but a single heart piece. Take the game's trading sequence, for example. It begins with that initial trade I brought up earlier, of 1 Moon's Tear for a land deed. You can then trade this deed to a Deku in the southern swamp, then to one in the mountains, then to another one in the Great Bay Area, and finally one in Ikana Canyon, all for access to flowers that shoot you over to a piece of heart. That might sound great at first. 5 heart pieces for but a single quest? Octo, what are you complaining about? But remember, this game operates on a time loop, and every time you want to save your game, your progress will reset. What that means is that you won't be completing one quest for 5 heart pieces, but rather, you'll be doing the same quest 5 times over for a singular piece of heart every single time. This is what I meant when I was talking about repeat content earlier. The trading sequence in this game isn't a sequence of wildly different trades taking you all over the game world, as it was in the past 2 games, but rather a singular, unchanging chain of trading land deeds with identical looking Dekus, all for the same reward every goddamn time. Or how about the doggy racetrack, where you literally just gamble money to win a heart piece? That's it. You can try using the Mask of Truth to help with this, but nothing's guaranteed. I kept picking the best dog over over and over again, and he kept getting second or third place. It took me a whole in-game day to finally win just once. Or how about the absolute worst minigame, the beaver race? You have to do this race 4 fucking times in a row to get your heart piece. I have no idea why the devs designed it this way, but there you go. That's a real thing you have to do in this game. I know I just threw out a lot of examples there, but I did that for a deliberate reason. I'm trying to impress upon you just how many of this game's heart pieces are just blatant filler. I understand that the team had a tough deadline to make and they wanted this game to feel just as long as Ocarina of Time, but they stretched out this overworld far beyond its breaking point. In a perfect world, I think it would have been better for Majora's Mask to simply commit to being a side story entry and ditch the 20 heart container health pool entirely. Reduce it to, say, 16, and that would leave us with a healthy 36 heart pieces in total, the same as Ocarina of Time, which, by the way, had a larger map to spread them across. This problem of scale extends not only to the heart pieces, but also Majora's other signature collectible, the masks. Majora's Mask, as the name of the game implies, is defined by its masks. There are 24 in total to collect, with each one providing some sort of utility, in concept at least. 4 of these masks are special, the transformation masks, because they're what allows Link to change forms in order to access brand new abilities. The first of these is the Deku mask, which we've already gone over in detail, while the other 3 are the Goron, Zora, and Fierce Deity masks. The vast majority of these masks, 19 in total, are optional and usually chain into completing one of the game's many side quests. Because of their optional and plentiful nature, they're usually counted as one of the game's collectibles, and, well, they're unfortunately rather hit or miss. Now, before going any further, I just want to preface by saying that, yes, the transformation masks are, indeed, balls to the wall awesome as all hell, and I'll talk about why that is in each of their respective sections. The complaints I'm about to levy are not with those masks. It's with the other 20 that, in most cases, rarely do anything of note. I'll be splitting these masks into 3 categories: consistently useful, one-hit wonders, and fuck all useless. Starting with the good masks. The Great Fairies mask allows the player to track stray fairies inside dungeons, which are optional collectibles that can be turned in at the end for a reward of varying utility. Overall, it's an essential mask for dungeon diving, and I never go without it. The Blask mask allows the player to turn Link into a living bomb at the expense of a single heart of health. Expensive in the early game, but because you're prone to losing all your consumables at the start of each new cycle, it's an essential mask that I use on all of my playthroughs. The Bunny Hood makes Link move twice as fast. Nuff said. In a game where time is of the essence, this is easily the best mask by a long shot. The Mask of Truth serves the same purpose as it did in Ocarina of Time, allowing Link to talk to Gossip Stones. Unlike in that game, however, the Gossip Stones in Majora's Mask are more keen to give the player hints on completing side quests and finding optional gear than they are on giving out character information, so it's an extremely useful mask on a first-time playthrough. The Stone Mask makes Link undetectable by most enemies in the game, and allows you to straight up skip this game's second stealth mission. Yeah, buckle up. This game also has 2 mandatory stealth sections. While it is useful, I maintain that any piece of gear whose purpose it is to skip large sections of a game isn't good because it's well made, but because the game design is so bad that a literal skip button is preferable to actually just playing the game. And that's it. Those are all the good masks in Majora's Mask, and there were literally 5 of them. Now for the one-hit wonders. These are masks which provide a singular utility and do one thing and one thing only, likely to never be worn again after they've served their purpose. First up is the Bremen mask, which allows Link to start a marching band. This is used to magically age a dude's chicks into full-grown cuckoos in order to fix his depression, and in exchange he hands you a piece of heart. There's also a boss fight Easter egg you can trigger with this, but that doesn't really do anything. Camaro's mask lets you dance, and you can use this to teach the Rosa sisters some new moves. In exchange, they give you a heart piece. The Keaton mask lets you summon Keatons who will ask several questions about the game world. Answer them correctly, and you get a heart piece. Noticing a pattern here, the Postman's hat lets you access mailboxes, which sounds cool, but all it does is give you a heart piece. Don Garro's mask lets you talk to frogs, arranging an entire frog quintet, and at the end of it all, you get a heart piece. Romani's mask lets you enter the milk bar, allowing you to buy Chateau Romani, the best healing item in the game, and do a couple side quests. Garro's mask lets you talk to Garros, who are ninja ghosts. Yes, they're just as cool as they sound. They'll fight you, but when you kill them, they'll give up some valuable information. The Captain's hat lets you talk to Stalfos, Alphos, which is useful 2 times in the entire game, leading to 2 heart pieces, a bottle, and the Song of Storms. The All-Night Mask lets you listen to Andrew's grandmother's bedtime stories without falling asleep, leading to 2 heart pieces. The Gibdo Mask lets you talk to Gibdos, which is necessary for 1 mini-dungeon. The Giant's Mask turns Link into a giant for only a single boss fight, and it's kinda janky. We'll talk about this more when discussing Stone Tower Temple. Finally, the Couple's Mask allows Link to help end an argument between the townspeople, earning, you guessed it, another fucking heart piece. Lastly, we have the fuck all useless masks. These include Cafe's Mask, which starts but a single questline, doesn't even end it like most of the other one-hit wonders. Then there's the Mask of Sense, which can be used to locate a forest mushroom to turn into Kotake at her potion shop in exchange for a blue potion, something you won't need until Ikana Canyon, which already has a Deku merchant selling these things, thus making this mask fuck all useless. Finally, we have the Troop Leader's Mask, which literally does nothing. Seriously, it does nothing. Technically speaking, it does allow you to skip over a carriage defense minigame, but you literally can't get this mask without completing the questline attached to that minigame in the first place, so it's completely fucking useless. As you'll probably have noticed by now, the vast majority of these masks serve one function and one function only, to act as progression gates protecting heart pieces. That's why I decided to talk about the masks in the same section as them, because despite the masks supposedly being a separate set of collectibles altogether, in practice, they're really just here to pad out the staggering 52 heart pieces I mentioned earlier. Now, that doesn't take away from the novelty of these things. I'll admit that getting a mask which allows me to perform a new action, however quaint, in order to complete a quest is infinitely more rewarding than simply finding a piece of heart sitting in a tree. And the way these masks tie into the lore of Termina and the overarching themes of Majora's story makes the whole ordeal of collecting them feel worth it. But I won't excuse blatant padding when I see it, because that's what most of these masks are, blatant padding. And I want to acknowledge that fact especially because they end up replacing the vast majority of Link's gear, something that was always an absolute joy to build up over the course of past Zelda games. The last thing I want to talk about in regards to the design of the overworld is something I've seen absolutely no one ever talk about in relation to a Zelda game: fast travel. Majora's Mask relies way too much on its fast travel system. This might seem like a minute detail to focus on, and in isolation, yeah, it kinda is, but I find that when a game over-relies on its fast travel system, it's usually indicative of an underlying problem with that game's world design. To use a non-Zelda example, since people are always complaining that I shit on these games too much, let's take a quick look at the Elder Scrolls. These are some of my favorite games ever, in large part because of their world design, and Morrowind in particular did the absolute best job ever with the design of Vardenfell. Because there is no simple map-based fast travel system in this game, the devs were forced to actually design their world in a player-friendly way, and to create diegetic fast travel options which allow the player to quickly get to wherever he needs to go. These include the Silt Striders, effectively horse-drawn carriages in the land of Morrowind, teleportation magic, mark and recall spells, Alms of the Intervention and Divine Intervention, and so forth. These are diegetic, in-game ways of fast traveling which not only serve to create a better sense of immersion, but also force the player to familiarize themselves with the game world. Diegetic fast travel is superior to map-based fast travel not because it is more convenient, but precisely because it isn't. Oblivion is the perfect example as to why convenience can be a burden to open-world video games. You literally start the game with all the major cities available to fast travel to, completely de-incentivizing exploration. Because why the hell would you travel the roads to your destination when you could instead just click on an icon in a pause menu and be over there in a flash? And the quest designers seem to think the same thing, because rather than provide the player with actual directions or force him to, explore the game world, they instead decided to just mark everything on your map so that you know exactly which town to fast travel to before stealing a horse and riding on over to the objective marker. That's a large reason as to why Oblivion is the worst of the Todd trilogy of Elder Scrolls games, in my opinion at least. It gives the player no incentives to actually traverse its wide expanses despite the myriad of content that exists within its overworld. So back to Zelda. In Ocarina of Time, there was no map-based fast travel system. All of it was diegetic. You would unlock songs in the second half of the game that would teleport you to specific dungeons, but that was it. This forced the designers to think carefully about the world design and, as a result, the entire map of Ocarina of Time is interconnected in such a way to allow for quick, convenient travel from one part of the map to any other part of the map. The 3 most visited areas of the map, Kokiri Forest, Death Mountain, and Zora's Domain, are all interconnected, and Zora's Domain has a quick entrance leading to Lake Hylia. Lake Hylia has a fast travel option to Hyrule Castle through Kepora Gebora, and thus, as you can see, every part of the map is in some way connected to every other part, minus Gerudo's Desert, which is both politically and geographically isolated from the rest of Hyrule. That's some environmental storytelling for you there. For my money, this is the best designed map in the entire Zelda series, because it doesn't even need fast travel. It's been meticulously designed to make normal traversal feel viable and rewarding. I say all that because Majora's Mask has a map-based fast travel system, one that you unlock extremely early into the game and which acts like any other fast travel system you're bound to have experienced in the past. Just before the first dungeon, an owl will show up and teach Link the Song of Soaring, allowing him to fast travel to any of the game's many owl statues, which have been liberally placed throughout the game world in such a way that they completely eliminate the need to backtrack. There are 2 problems with this system. First off, I find that this game demands that you fast travel way too often. In any given cycle, I'll be playing the Song of Soaring at least a dozen times in order to travel from one area to another so that I can play out my days as efficiently as possible. The second problem is that the fast travel system was clearly implemented as a way of patching up the inconvenient world design of Majora's Mask. I say inconvenient because it isn't actually bad. In isolation, each area of the game is fucking amazing, and I'll be talking about each one in depth as we go through the video. But as you might notice from looking at this map, the land of Termina is shaped like a cross, with each cardinal direction leading to one of the 4 worlds. None of these areas are interconnected, and there is no diegetic fast travel between them, minus a single waterfall leading from Ikana Canyon to the southern swamp. Therefore, if you want to get from, say, Snowhead Temple to the Pirate's Fortress, you'd have to turn into a Goron, roll through the path leading to the mountain smithy, climb back down the mountain trail, travel across Termina Field, play upon a song to summon your horse, hop over the fence leading into the Great Bay, turn into Zora Link, then swim all the way over to the Pirate's Fortress. This world was clearly not designed with interconnectivity in mind, and that's a major problem. It feels like the world was designed on paper first, the modelers got to work, and at some point someone realized, oh shit, we didn't connect the areas in any way. And that's when Eiji Aonuma was like, I got you fam, and busted out the shittiest ocarina song in the game. Seriously, I don't believe for a second that Koji Kondo composed the Song of Soaring, or if he did, he must have been given less than a minute to come up with it, cause it's genuinely bad. And it's the only song from the Kondo era of Zelda OSTs that I can say that about. I know there are gonna be a couple people in the comments saying something like, but the fast travel was so convenient. What, do you want all your Zelda games to be walking simulators? And to that, I would say, yes, movement is in fact a large part of these video games, and that's what Breath of the Wild got down so perfectly. That entire video game is literally just a giant walking simulator, and 30 million people bought it. Now, yes, that game has fast travel, but it's not incentivized. You'll often go hours without using it even once. In Majora's Mask, I use it dozens of times every cycle because the game's content is spread out across 6 separate areas, and the entire game's on a timer. As for the convenience argument, all I have to say to that is, it would be more convenient if the game gave me a win button, but that wouldn't be very fun, now would it? What's most convenient for players is often the last thing you want to give them. The whole point of a game is to challenge players, not to coddle them. That's why people love these games and not these games. Alright. Now that I just got done ripping into everything terrible about the game's overworld, let's begin talking about what it does right, starting with Termina's 4 distinct regions, the 4 worlds. Each of the 4 worlds hosts a distinct environment, as well as a particular race adapted to said environment. And this is where the game's world design is at its strongest, because while the interconnectivity of this map may have been an afterthought, the individual regions themselves are anything but. Each area is unique both visually and narratively, with vivid environments unlike anything we've seen in the Zelda series before. Some are definitely more detailed than others, but even the lesser among these 4 regions have more visual and mechanical variety to them than entire overworlds from most other 3D Zelda games. Mechanically, the purpose of each of these worlds is to provide a linear set of challenges based on their surrounding environments, usually with the purpose of teaching the player how to utilize Link's new forms effectively so that, by the time he reaches each area's respective dungeon, he'll have mastered its new mechanics. It's a very different type of world design compared to past Legend of Zelda games, games, and while it absolutely had the potential to turn out awful, perhaps creating world designs that are far too linear and, for lack of a better term, video gamey in nature, in the case of Majora's Mask, I'd say the system works tremendously well. Each of these regions sees Link meet interesting new people and learn the limits of his recently obtained mask abilities. Plus, the optional content on offer in these areas is, for the most part, absolutely phenomenal, and will often demand skillful swordsmanship and clever puzzle solving on the player's part to fully explore. The first of these 4 worlds, the Southern Swamp, lies to the south of Clocktown, as the name no doubt implies, and is, indeed, a giant swamp. It is the homeland of the Deku Scrubs, who are the only race adapted well enough to survive the deadly interiors of the swamp, known as Woodfall. This serves as the heartland of the Deku Kingdom, an insular, xenophobic realm not open to outsiders, and it is here, at the Deku Palace, where their king holds court. But the entrance to the swamp does host a few friendlier faces, including a swamp tour guide and a potion shop run by Kotake and Koome. No, not the actual Kotake and Koome, they just reused the same character models and names because the development cycle of this game, as previously mentioned, was fucked beyond belief. And by the way, if you hear any other names from this point on that sound familiar, just know that these are supposed to be distinct individuals from the ones we met back in Ocarina of Time. But in order to get anywhere in this swamp, the player will have to transform into a Deku Scrub. No surprise there, given that this is their homeland. Because while the waters near the mouth of the swamp are safe to swim in, the murky depths of Woodfall are not, and slowly become poisonous the deeper into it we venture. Therefore, we will have to use Deku Link's water hopping to cross the murkier parts of the swamp, forcing the player to navigate between giant lily pads and fallen logs as he goes. The Southern Swamp is an excellent first region of the game. Rather than completely abandon the Deku Link form, this area instead demands that the player part with Link's Hylian body once more and take on the form of a creature more adapted to this type of environment. It also allows for the game to follow up on the type of level design presented in the tutorial. We were merely taught how to water hop back in the Clocktown sewers, but now, with the sheer scale of the swamp we'll be forced to navigate in, the player will soon master it. Spinning into the water, for example, will allow Deku Link to perform a spin hop, which is a fantastic way to speed up his aquatic movement. The game gives you plenty of time and space to try things out, essentially acting as a playground of sorts for players as they come to master the Deku form's physics. And it's important for them to get familiar with these physics early on, because the obstacles from this point onward shall only become rougher. But first, we'll need to find a way to get past the big Octos, who block the path leading to Woodfall in the Deku Palace. To do this, the player will have to take the boat cruise. Except, one slight problem, the tour guide, Koome, is missing. If you visit the Woods of Mystery, an obvious analog of Hyrule's Lost Woods, you'll find that she's been attacked by the Skull Kid and needs help getting up. If you visit her sister's potion shop, she'll give you a bottle with a red potion, and giving it to Koome will make her red as rain. There are 2 points to this section, as far as I can tell. First is to establish that Skull Kid is behind most of the troubles we'll encounter in the land of Termina, which will be a recurring theme throughout the game. And second, to make sure that the player has at least one empty bottle, since there will be several points in the future where a main quest will require the use of one. By taking the boat tour, we can easily get past the big Octos and finally enter the Deku Palace, capital of the Deku Kingdom. Here we find that the Deku are currently holding a public humiliation, torture, and execution of a monkey for allegedly kidnapping their princess. No joke, that is actually something that happens in this game. The monkey's brother asks for our help in saving him and points to a bean seller living somewhere in the castle gardens, who will sell us the magic beans necessary to sneak in through the roof. This leads to the game's first mandatory stealth section. Yes, just as I said back in the Ocarina of Time review, every 3D Zelda game from this point onwards will, in fact, host at least one mandatory stealth section, and as you can probably guess, they're all shit. Some games are better than others about this, but Majora's Mask is unfortunately one of those games where stealth is at its worst. In the Deku Palace specifically, you'll have to make it past several Deku guard patrols without getting spotted. Failure means having to redo this section all over again, which is particularly frustrating in this game due to the constant ticking clock dominating the southern portion of your HUD. Funnily enough, there actually was a little more depth to the section in the Japanese version of the game, with secret underground passageways and everything. I have no idea why the North American release scrubbed these tunnels from the level design, because they were a great way for players to skip over the actual stealth bits in exchange for a little bit of their time, a precious resource in Majora's Mask. But I'm not reviewing the Japanese version of the game, so as far as I'm concerned, yeah, this sucks. What's stranger is that after we ascend the palace using the magic beans, which by the way will never be relevant again except for a single heart piece location, the Deku Scrubs manning the towers will just act like normal enemies and won't reset the player's progress on discovery. So why can we fight these guys but not the ones patrolling the gardens. It makes no fucking sense, but hey, at least I can compliment the level design on display here. It makes great use of Deku Link's flying abilities that we experienced earlier, forcing the player to hop from moving platform to moving platform while taking out or avoiding the snipers on each tower. It's a genuinely great follow-up to the type of level design we saw in the tutorial, demanding a greater level of skill from the player in order to make it past this section, incremental difficulty at its best. Once we make it to the monkey, he'll tell us that he's innocent of his accused crime and claims that he and the princess were investigating the source of the poison infecting the swamp at Woodfall Temple. It was there where a monster kidnapped the princess, and the monkey was accused of the crime instead when he returned alone. He tasks us with saving her in his stead, and teaches us the song of the Deku royal family, the Sonata of Awakening, in order to open the way to the temple. Every dungeon will have a song associated with it that the player shall learn near the end of that area's main quest, and these each serve as dungeon keys of a sort, much like the ones we gathered back in Link's Awakening, though they'll sometimes have applications outside of their respective areas as well. The final obstacle to the dungeon is Woodfall itself, a vast circular swamp full of hostile Deku scrubs and hip loops, insect-like creatures who will charge Link as he tries to navigate the thin walkways of the area. This area will challenge the player on every one of Deku Link's mechanics that he's been forced to engage with over the course of the entire lead up to the dungeon. Water hopping, flying, the bubble blast, everything. Essentially, this gates off less skilled players who haven't yet mastered the Deku form, forcing them to learn and overcome their weaknesses before finally reaching the temple itself. It is here where we play the Sonata of Awakening, thus opening the way to the first dungeon of Majora's Mask, Woodfall Temple. Woodfall Temple, much like the Great Deku Tree from Ocarina of Time, is an incredibly strong start to this game's main dungeon content, both visually and in terms of level design, with moss and ginormous tree roots hanging from the walls and ceiling. At the end of this room lies the way forward, but in between the entrance and exit is a large pit full of enemies. Sound familiar? This is the logical conclusion of the very first room of the tutorial section of the game, for this time, we must navigate from platform to platform as we make our way over to the exit. A truly excellent display of incremental difficulty. On top of that, the player will also be reintroduced to stray fairies, with one at the very start, who, upon collection, informs the player that another 14 roam the dungeon, and another in a chest on one of the platforms leading to the room's exit. This teaches the player two things: how many stray fairies each dungeon has, and the variance of their locations. They won't simply fly out in the open waiting to be collected. In order to find all 15, the player will have to put in the effort to uncover all their hidden locations. The very next room serves as the crossroads of the dungeon, presenting several paths leading both to the first and second floors. While our current options are limited, seeing as how the second floor is inaccessible and only one of the paths on the first floor is unlocked, this room will, eventually, become the heart of the dungeon as we begin to open access to its many pathways. Moving on to the eastern wing of the dungeon, we enter a room full of poison swamp water, a Deku flower, and a lone chest containing a small key. By exploring a little further into this area, we can find a room containing the dungeon map, assisting the player's efforts in mapping out and exploring the temple. With the small key in hand, we can make our way back to the central room at the start and head into the western wing of the dungeon. This area hosts the first block pushing puzzle of the game, as well as an introduction, or reintroduction for those who played Ocarina of Time, to thermodynamics via two torch puzzles. The player will have to push this block to open the path forward to the stairs leading to the second floor, then light a Deku stick on fire and lead the flame up a series of torches to burn away some cobwebs. It's pretty much identical to the Great Deku Tree's method of teaching this mechanic, but in the case of Majora's Mask, thermodynamics will become a much more important part of the game's puzzle solving than it ever was back in Ocarina of Time, so it's important for the dungeon to teach this mechanic early on. Heading to the second floor, we'll have to solve another torch puzzle, this time in the dark, and then navigate another floating platform challenge as Deku Link before descending back to the first floor. At last, we've circled back around to the dungeon's crossroads, and by pressing a switch, a pair of ladders will appear, allowing quick and easy access to any part of the dungeon from this singular central room. It's at this point that the puzzle solving part of the dungeon ends, and the combat challenges begin. The player will now be forced to fight two consecutive mini-bosses in a row, starting with a Dynalphos. As you might recall, this guy was just a normal enemy back in Ocarina of Time, but he's received a few major buffs this time around that make him much more formidable. One, he has an axe instead of a sword, hitting harder and faster than his Ocarina counterpart. Two, he has a brand new Fire Breath attack, letting out a wide blast each time he's hit. You'll have to master the backflip if you want to avoid this attack, which I think is an excellent way of forcing players to learn the mechanic if they haven't already. It can be a tough fight if you haven't yet mastered the combat system, but that's the point. The Dynalphos essentially acts as the great filter for players not yet skilled enough to take on the dungeon boss. After defeating him, the player will receive the first of only 3 dungeon items available in this entire game, the Hero's Bow. And sitting right outside the mini-boss room is an eye target, creating an almost subliminal impression in the player's mind as to what he ought to do here. This leads to the second and final mini-boss of the dungeon, Gecko. He'll hop on the back of a giant turtle and use it to charge the player, who will then have to crawl inside one of the room's many Deku flowers and pop out right as he passes over. This will stun the turtle, and the player will then have to strike the Gecko with an arrow shot. Rinse and repeat. This is a much more puzzle-oriented fight than the last, which is fine, I suppose, since it's teaching the player the combat applications of the bow, a lesson that will be relevant throughout the rest of the game's runtime. It's at this point that the player will find the boss key, allowing access to the dungeon boss waiting at the end of the temple. But first, let's talk about stray fairies. I mentioned earlier that there are 15 of them in each dungeon, and that the player can bring them back to their respective Great Fairy in exchange for a reward of varying usefulness. What I didn't mention is that the fairies themselves are some of the best collectibles ever put in a Zelda game, and they truly enhance the experience of each and every one of these dungeons. Zelda, as I've said before, is primarily a game about exploration and discovery, so integrating that into the level designs through an optional set of collectibles is a great way to add more depth to each and every dungeon. In Woodfall in particular, most of the stray fairies are spread throughout the dungeon's many rooms, with maybe 1 or 2 per area. Some are pretty obvious to find, like the 2 at the start that I mentioned earlier, but others are hidden extremely well, like this one tucked inside a beehive in the eastern wing, or this other one hidden beneath the poisoned swamp water, requiring that the player return to this area after purging the temple of its toxins. It adds a lot of depth to what otherwise could have been a simple introductory dungeon. Even though the order of each room the player needs to enter is quite straightforward, backtracking still holds some level of importance because of these fairies, and that does wonders in scratching that exploratory itch most Zelda players will have when entering dungeons. The final task before taking on Uldawa is a simple torch puzzle involving a rotating platform and the bow. It's a bit like that one puzzle from the Forest Temple in Ocarina of Time, only much harder. It's a nice way to build on the torch puzzles from earlier in the dungeon, and also a way of keeping the mechanic in the player's head, since it'll become even more relevant in the next dungeon. Uldawa himself is one of the most interesting bosses in all of 3D Zelda, because he's designed in a way that's more in line with the bosses of the 2D titles. He doesn't possess your standard run-of-the-mill puzzle-like section of the fight where you need to use your newly obtained dungeon item to exploit an obvious weakness. In fact, if you open up with the bow, he'll just deflect each of Link's arrows with the shield. Instead, Uldawa is primarily damaged by the simplest of all weapons, the sword. Yes, Uldawa is vulnerable simply to sword strikes, and technically speaking, you don't need any other weapon to kill him with. But there are alternative strategies the player can employ here to gain the upper hand. Bombs hurt him for extra damage, a Deku flower in the center of the room can be used for a more kinetic form of attack as well. And of course, my favorite strategy, wait till just before Uldawa attacks, when he raises his shield, and use an arrow to stun him, allowing the player to wail on him. These techniques allow players to create different strategies and use whichever ones they find to be most effective, leading to a dynamic and challenging fight, punctuated by the many changes to his attack pattern that he'll cycle through as the fight goes on. And I'd easily rank it as one of the best first bosses in all of 3D Zelda. After defeating Uldawa, Link and Tattle will appear before a great valley of fog, and as the white veil begins to recede, a giant appears and begins wailing a song. This is the Oath to Order, a song we won't know the purpose of until the very end of the game. Tattle remarks about what we just saw, concluding that the giant must have been a guardian deity of some sorts, then apologizes to Link for stealing his horse. The swamp returns to normal, the Deku Princess is saved, and all is well once again in the Deku Kingdom. Oh. Yeah. That's right. There's still one threat we haven't dealt with. You might be wondering at this point, does our main quest progress save after we played the Song of Time? After all, we do keep our main collectibles on each new cycle, including sword upgrades, dungeon items, and masks. So do the healing effects we have on the world of Termina also stay in effect even after our return to the dawn of the first day? Sadly, no. Indeed, all the progress we made, and all the good deeds we just did, saving Koame, rescuing the Deku Princess, exonerating the monkey, and of course, healing the swamp of its curse, all of it resets. This leads to a rather existential question, both for Link and the player. Does anything that we do in this world even matter? If every person we help, every land we save, and every curse we purify is inevitably reset to the beginning of each new cycle, then do our actions have any true meaning behind them? Does the effort we put into making the world a better place have any purpose to it? Why do anything at all? Majora's Mask is a game about a lot of things. So much so that the fanbase can't even seem to agree on what, if anything, the game is actually trying to say. While I will eventually give my own 2 cents on the matter, I will say just for right now that one thing practically everyone seems to agree on is the game's relationship with existentialism, the meaninglessness of life and the world around us. This theme is pretty much a given interpretation for all players to agree on because it's very obviously communicated through the game's Ludo narrative. The moon serves as a constant, looming reminder of just how little time we have left in this world, and the player's constant stress over finishing whatever goals he set out to do on that cycle before time runs out reinforces that sense of existential dread. In most Zelda games, Link acts the part of a healer, opposing a destroyer. Ganondorf, or some other malicious entity, will pervert the land in some evil way, causing natural disasters through the creation or revival of an unnatural being, who then acts like a cancer upon Mother Nature. Link will work to purge the infection by eliminating its source, and the land will then heal itself, with permanent visual changes to the overworld to communicate the player's progress within that game's Ludo narrative. Ocarina of Time did this particularly well with its 3 main regions: the overgrowth taking over Kokiri Village, the eruptions raining down from Death Mountain, and the draining of Lake Hylia, all of which get resolved after the resolution of their respective dungeons. Visual, tangible changes happen to the world of Hyrule in order to communicate Link's progress as a hero. Arguably, this is even more satisfying than the tangible items and upgrades we receive throughout the game, and that's the point. Link is the good guy in these stories not because of his role as a destroyer of evil, but as a healer of all that is good. But Majora's Mask takes this expectation we usually have about Zelda stories and flips it on its head, much like Link's Awakening did. But rather than completely subvert the trope like that game did by portraying Link as the world's destroyer, rather than its savior, Majora's Mask instead sees players act out the normal Zelda routine as usual, visiting new places, meeting lovable characters, and spreading truth and justice across the world, only to take what little progress they made away from them by forcing the world to reset, with no one remembering Link's heroic deeds or, more tragically, the bonds they forged with him. Majora's Mask is a game about a lot of things, but if there's one through line to each and every one of its potential themes, it's this one action: saying goodbye. Majora's Mask is a game about meetings and their inevitable partings, and it is this game's time system which epitomizes that theme the most, as Link and the player both are constantly forced to part with the people and places they saved, returning to a world where nothing they did matters. Sure, we keep our little trinkets, masks of great and terrible power, heart pieces that expand our health pool, and mighty bow upgrades that bend the world to our every whim, but we're robbed of the singular, understated pleasure of seeing our impact upon the world and its people, something that's ubiquitous throughout the rest of the Zelda series. What pleasures, then, can we possibly find in saving this world? Why should the player care about the monkey, or the Deku Princess, or Kotake and Koame, or any of the people of Clocktown for that matter, if ultimately none of it matters? Well, that's for the player to decide. Do you really think it's right to allow the monkey to be tortured to death on every new loop? Do you think it's right to leave an old woman lying crippled in the woods, waiting eternally for someone to come and help her, only to die alone on the final day? Do you think it's right to leave the southern swamp poisoned, slowly killing all life within the Deku Kingdom until it is nothing more than a watery graveyard? There is no right answer. You're free to repeat all or none of these tasks if you want, and I've gotten various answers on this from other players. Personally, I'll admit there is one questline in particular that I find myself repeating in order to satisfy my own emotional needs. And no, it's not Anju and Cafe. I'm not a basic bitch, I believe in Cremia supremacy. Is there a reason to do any of these quests all over again? No. But players may very well choose to do it anyway, simply to satisfy their own emotional needs. What's great about this approach to storytelling is that it is inherently interactive. The game isn't shoving cutscenes down your throat to drive home its themes, but rather presenting a moral dilemma for the player to ponder, one which is then enhanced by future plot revelations. It's It's why, despite its vague themes when compared to Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask is still considered one of the greatest Zelda stories ever told. You don't need to study lore or read into hours of subtext in order to feel the emotional impact of being forced to watch as the world slowly forgets about you. And that's why, despite how disappointing it is for all the progress we just made to reset on the dawn of the first day, I still believe Majora's Mask has one of the strongest main quests of any Zelda game. Continuing on, our next stop is the region to the north of Clocktown, Snowhead. As the name once again implies, Snowhead is a rocky, icy land sitting atop the mountains of northern Termina. While it is usually quite cold year-round, the current blizzard terrorizing the region is far beyond what the locals are used to, and it's actually becoming a big problem. The natives of this land are the Gorons, who, like their Hylian counterparts, subsist off the delicious ore found deep beneath the mountain. But the current blizzard is blanketing their food supplies in sheets of impenetrable ice, and has even taken the life of their bravest hero, Darmani. If nothing is done about this current cold snap, it could very well mean the end of the Goron species. In Termina, at least. From a design perspective, Snowhead is probably the most straightforward amongst the four worlds of Termina, but by no means is it bad. Gating off the entrance to the trail leading up the mountain is a great gate of ice. In order to pass, the player will need to use the bow to drop a giant stalactite onto the ice. This gates off the region to anyone who has not yet acquired the bow, which will be an essential item going into the second dungeon. After clearing the mountain trail, the player will arrive at a small mountain village. At first glance, the area shall appear lifeless. Despite its title as a village, only a single building shall greet you, a lone smithy, who cannot currently offer any services due to their forge being frozen solid. While one might find it logical to head for the mountain's peak at this point, there is, unfortunately, no way to cross the treacherous road leading up there. Not as we are now, anyway. Therefore, the only path left to us is the one leading to the Goron village, where the Gorons have taken refuge inside their stone fortress as they wait out the cold. It is here where we once again meet the owl, who leads us to a small shrine holding the Lens of Truth, the second dungeon item in this game. Like its Ocarina counterpart, it will reveal previously hidden points of interest, such as a ghost sitting on the outskirts of the Goron village, who will lead Link to his grave atop a great waterfall. This is Darmani III, hero to the Goron people, or at least he was before his untimely death. When the blizzard first started, Darmani bravely went to purge the source of the curse at Snowhead Temple, but was blown off a cliff by a great gust of wind. He has since watched from beyond the grave as his people slowly freeze to death, unable to do anything to help, but also incapable of peacefully passing on. He asks for Link to return him to life, or, if he cannot accomplish that much, to at least ease his sorrows. After Darmani passes on, we receive a mask containing his power, allowing Link to transform into a Goron at will. This is our second transformation mask, and will be essential throughout the rest of the game, particularly here in Snowhead. As Goron Link, the player can roll into a ball and charge a rolling attack, which will allow him to shoot across the overworld at lightning speed while destroying most enemies and obstacles in his path. In addition, Goron Link's extra weight and muscle will allow him to activate switches and push blocks that his Hylian form could not. The area we start in teaches this immediately with Darmani's grave, which can be pulled back to reveal a hot spring. We can then scoop up some of the hot water in a bottle and use it to melt any ice we find in Snowhead, allowing us to unfreeze several frozen Gorons, including the village's patriarch, who will then teach Link a lullaby meant to calm his crying son. I'm gonna take this moment here to say that, in my opinion, the Snowhead quest feels like the least finished of all the mainline content in this game. It's the shortest quest line, taking part in the smallest in-game environment as well, but the plot points don't really lead into each other particularly well either. Take the Lens of Truth, for example. We receive it due to a lead from the Owl, who, I hate to tell you this, literally never shows up in this game again. He doesn't even appear in the end credits, where practically every other side character gets at least a small section dedicated to them. Combining this information fun with the fact that his only other purpose was to drop a haphazardly crafted fast travel system on us earlier, and I therefore posit that the owl was a late addition to this game whose purpose is to drop a couple essential items into the player's lap, which only got implemented at a later stage of the game's development. Because the Lens of Truth is very limited in its utilities. We only use it 3 times before reaching Snowhead Temple, and out in the overworld, it only reveals a couple isolated secrets. There's also no intuitive way to connect this task of finding the Patriarch to calming down his son. For example, if you find the Patriarch before talking to his son, he'll have nothing to say to you. You have to instead talk to his son first, then find the dad in order to get him to teach you the song. It works if you just so happen to follow the correct chronological order of events, but this is an open world video game. You don't have to talk to the Patriarch's son before finding the Patriarch himself, nor does the game make any effort to force the player into doing things in the correct order. This is the only questline in the game which has this problem, despite it being the shortest, and that's why I feel like it was incomplete. If they had more time, I feel like the devs would have introduced a more diegetic, region-appropriate way of giving the player the Lens of Truth, while also playtesting the father-son quest in order to check for problems like this one. For that reason, I would say that the Snowhead questline is easily the worst of the game's mainline content. Although, in all fairness, considering the high quality of all the other quests, that's really not saying that much. Regardless of its faults, once we finish the questline and receive our song, the Goron Lullaby, we can start making our way over to Snowhead Temple. The path to it is treacherous and will require the player to use Goron Link's role effectively. You'll have to build up enough speed to jump over the many gaps leading off the cliff, but also be able to exert proper steering control in order to not fall off the edge. This challenge is then built upon even further in the next section. After using the Goron Lullaby to put a giant Goron to sleep, don't ask, it's random I know, we'll have to navigate up to the temple without falling off these narrow pathways, again testing the player's control over the Goron role one final time before entering Snowhead Temple itself. Like Woodfall Temple before it, Snowhead Temple begins by demanding that the player use Link's newly acquired transformation mask in order to proceed. A giant block gates off any progress into the dungeon, one that is too large for Hylia and Link to do anything about, but by utilizing the greater strength afforded to us by the Goron form, we can easily clear the way and proceed through the dungeon. One of the first rooms we encounter will continue to build on the mechanics of this form, this time by presenting a large gap overlooking a lake of lava. To clear it, the player will have to use the Goron roll to shoot off this ramp and make it to the other side. It's difficult to pull off on your first try, and that's the point. You're kind of expected to mess this up, and, in effect, fall into the lake of lava below, revealing that Goron Link is immune to lava damage. It's smart level design, demanding that the player practice a more advanced mechanic while simultaneously introducing a brand new one. After clearing the gap, the player will enter the dungeon's heart, a large, central room leading up to the top of the mountain, with dozens of doors that branch off into several different pathways. Flat out, love this. It's an evolution of the first dungeon's central design philosophy, but with a much greater emphasis on free-form exploration. The amount of pathways to follow here is daunting. It's easy to find yourself lost in here, and that's what's so great about it. The player is already likely to have cleared a decent portion of the game's side content, and will have definitely beaten the first dungeon by this point, so to increase the complexity of the dungeon design is rather appropriate at this point. It allows for a level design that is an absolute joy to explore, as players are forced to map out their surroundings and memorize all the places they've so far explored. It's also kind of an inverse of the water temple from Ocarina of Time, which saw us descending into its depths, whereas here in Snowhead, our main goal will be to find a way to ascend to the peak of the dungeon. One of the initial paths leads to a small key, which can be used to open a locked door near the start of the dungeon. Instead of having to backtrack the way we came, the game provides a quick shortcut through this frozen over door, and if you remember the thermodynamic puzzles we encountered back in Woodfall, the solution becomes self-explanatory. On the second floor, we'll be presented with a few linear challenge rooms, including a block pushing puzzle, a stalactite maze, and a timed pressure plate puzzle utilizing the Goron form strength. Following these rooms is another Goron roll section, where you'll have to clear another gap and roll up a slope to reach the third floor of the dungeon. But the way forward is blocked by a wall of ice, and so our only alternative route shall lead us to the first mini-boss, the Wizrobe. This fight makes clever use of the bow. The enemy will teleport to one of several tiles across the boss arena, and the player will have to quickly surmise his location before dispatching him with an arrow. Half Halfway through the fight, he'll shift to a second phase, where he creates multiple copies of himself while he charges his spells. You'll have to be very quick if you want to hit him before he gets his shot off on you, which will require a decent amount of archery skill on the player's part. Fittingly, our reward for his defeat is an upgrade to the bow, the fire arrows. To address the elephant in the room, yes, all the dungeons in this game provide bow upgrades, and yes, that does in fact take away the surprise that past Zelda games had whenever finding a new dungeon item. However, while that might sound bad, I actually really like the concept they're going for here. By stripping things down and focusing on a single evolving dungeon item, one with both combat and puzzle solving applications, the devs are able to design each dungeon in a way that allows them to build on that singular item. The fire arrows, for example, not only add some extra damage to our ranged attacks, but they can also be used to solve thermodynamic based puzzles, the same kind we've encountered throughout the Woodfall and Snowhead sections of the game. Genius. We can melt ice, light torches, and burn away cobwebs from a distance, opening up much of the game world's many secrets. In Snowhead Temple in particular, the fire arrows will be used to open a path up to the 4th floor, as well as for opening several other pathways and shortcuts throughout the dungeon. One of these paths leads to a switch that spawns a great tower in the middle of the dungeon's central room, and by destroying a few layers off the structure using Goron Link's strength, we can use it as a platform to navigate the last stretch of the temple. It's a bit like Eagle's Tower from Link's Awakening in that sense, but with a much clearer goal. The puzzle here builds on the concept of the Goron form strength, which was introduced at the start of the dungeon, and requires wit and some planning ahead on the player's part in order to pull off. In its totality, Snowhead Temple is an excellent dungeon, with branching paths and maze-like design that complements the level's cleverly hidden stray fairies and mainline content. However, there is one hiccup at the dungeon's end that is, unfortunately, impossible to ignore. The second mini-boss fight, which is against the Wizrobe. No, you're not having deja vu. Yes, this game just seriously reused the Wizrobe in his own debut dungeon, and oh boy, this won't be the last we'll be seeing of him either. Seriously, he gets used like 5 fucking times in this whole game, I'm not kidding. And by the way, that's excluding potential repeat encounters on brand new cycles. And the fight is exactly the same every time. It's genuinely embarrassing. This had to have been a time constraint thing, right? There's no way this was Aonuma's vision for the game. Was he seriously thinking something like, Toki no Wakarina wa subarashi Zelda no game da. Shikashi, Wizrobe ga nai koto ni zannen deshita. Gomenosai. Although, in all fairness, that doesn't sound too far off from the kind of things he's been saying about the old games in recent interviews. Point being, this repeat fight is lame, and it's literally the only blemish this dungeon has. It's a real shame, but hey, nothing's perfect, am I right? Waiting at the end of Snow Peak Temple is the second boss of Majora's Mask. Got. Got is a giant mechanical goat who runs around in a big room while the player tries desperately to catch up with it. That's it. That's the fight. Okay, perhaps I'm being a little too harsh here. There's technically more to it than that. So what else does he do besides run? Well, he shoots some lightning after you hit him once. This isn't dangerous, just annoying. What else? He drops a couple bombs, and stalactites will sometimes fall down too, I suppose? And that's it. That's truly it. It's literally just a long, boring chase sequence. Look, I know we're trying to build on the Goron Form's moveset and all, and while I appreciate the sentiment, the execution here is just plain terrible. It feels like this fight was made to be as tedious and time-consuming as possible, which, considering this game's central mechanic, might actually have been intentional. But therein lies the problem. I'm not losing out on time because the boss is so hard that he's genuinely difficult for me to kill. I'm losing out on time because that's what the boss was designed to do, to waste your time. It's a terrible way to design a game's bosses, and sadly, Got is far from the worst offender in that regard. A real shame given the high bar set by Aldawa. The next world we'll have to visit is the Great Bay Area, a region encompassing the western shores of Termina. However, in order to get there, we'll first need to find a way to jump the fence blocking off access to the region, a feat only possible with the help of Epona. But where is Epona? Well, that's a question the players no doubt had since the game's opening, and in order to answer it, a little exploration is in order, culminating in an entire side quest. This is the first and only major set of side content that is actually required for you to at least partially complete in order to beat the game, and so I wanted take this moment to go over some of that content. Specifically, the quests and mini-dungeons available for the player to find out in the overworld, away from Clocktown. One of the more prominent side quests involves the two Skulltula houses, located in the Southern Swamp and Great Bay Area respectively. These are mini-level designs, not even large enough to call mini-dungeons, that utilize the golden Skulltulas from Ocarina of Time in order to create a sort of scavenger hunt, where the player will need to find 30 of them hidden throughout a relatively small area. There's a decent mix of exploration and puzzle solving on offer in each of these areas. The Woodfall Skulltula house, for example, utilizes a wide variety of hiding spots for each Skulltula, on walls, beneath dirt, inside large jars, behind hidden passageways, the whole 9 yards. It concentrates what otherwise could have been a game-spanning scavenger hunt into a brief, fun little romp that will test the player's problem-solving abilities. It's great stuff. The Great Bay Skulltula house is even more concentrated. Taking place in but a single 2-story house, it relies a lot more on nooks and crannies, requiring the player to search carefully in order to find all the Skulltula's hiding spots. Some thermodynamics will be necessary as well, as the cobwebs lining the house will need to be burned away by your fire arrows. There's also a whole hidden section behind an arrow puzzle, which you can either figure out for yourself via trial and error, or get the answer from the Stalfos inhabiting the dungeon by talking to them using the captain's hat. All in all, both of these mini level designs, while incredibly short, do an excellent job of providing gameplay variety while building on concepts introduced in the mainline dungeons, and provide exceptional rewards for their completion, the Mask of Truth and the Giant's Wallet respectively. In addition to the Skulltula houses, each world hosts at least one post-dungeon quest that will open up after defeating that area's boss enemy. In the case of Woodfall, this would be the Deku Shrine, in which the Deku Butler, servant to the royal Deku family, will give Link the Mask of Sense, but only if he can keep up with him as he navigates the winding labyrinth leading to it. This is a bit like the Dampy race from Ocarina of Time, which, now that I think about it, was something that I actually failed to talk about in that video, so we'll go over it here. Essentially, the player is tasked with following the butler as he floats through the labyrinth, which sounds easy at first, but then you realize just how winding, treacherous, and utterly devoid of direction this area is. You'll have to go fast enough in order to keep him in sight, or else you'll easily get lost. And if too much time passes, then giant stone doors will close behind the butler, locking you out from following him and resulting in a fail state. There's a combination of trial and error, aided by your ability to map out your surroundings, along with the mechanical skill needed to race through this area without falling for any of the bottomless pits, rivers, or fire traps that could very well end your run. All in all, it's a great side quest, providing a completely unique set of challenges unlike anything else we see in the game, but one that is still thoroughly intertwined with the game's major mechanics. Snowhead's post-dungeon quest involves the Goron race, which is the logical conclusion of the Goron roll mechanic the player had been learning since the midpoint of that area's main quest line. You'll have to race against several other Gorons in order to win first place, and strewn along the way are many hazardous drop-offs and obstacles which can completely kill your momentum. The first time I played this game, this quest took me about half an hour to finally conquer, but on my latest 3 playthroughs, I did it first try, which says something about the skill ceiling of this mechanic. It's incredibly advanced, and it's actually kind of a shame just how little it'll get used post-Snowhead. In fact, at no point will Majora's Mask ever ask you to use the Goron roll again until the very final moments of the game. It's a bit odd, but hey, at least it gets a proper send-off here with the Goron race. The Great Bay Area has nothing for its post-dungeon content. Seriously, there's nothing. I legitimately believe this was a mistake and that the devs left part of what would have been this area's post-dungeon quest unfinished, but I'll get into the specifics of that when we talk about the Great Bay Area in depth. I suppose the one thing you can do is play this jumping minigame for a heart piece, but as I mentioned before, it's easy as all hell, and even the guy who runs the game jokes about that much, which I can't tell if that was this game's way of being self-aware or not, but either way, it isn't charming. Finally, Ikana Canyon will host a boss rush following its main quest, where you'll have to fight the 4 primary mini-bosses from each dungeon in any order you want to receive a heart piece. It's decent, if a bit unoriginal. None of these fights are any different than your original encounters except for the Dynalphos one, but that's only because they put you up against 3 of these guys instead of just 1. You have to fight the Wizrobe again, which sucks because this will probably be the 3rd or so time you fight him by this point in the game, but other than that, it's pretty mild, all things considered. But this is far from the most that Ikana Canyon has to offer in terms of side quests. There's an area just outside of the canyon itself called the Ikana Graveyard, which hosts a fair amount of content all on its own. Among this content are 3 secret areas for the player to explore at night, with a different one being available to explore on each day. The first of these areas hosts a little torch puzzle which hides behind it another ocarina song, the Song of Storms. Yes, the same one from Ocarina of Time. I don't know why Link doesn't already just know this song the way he did with the Song of Time, and even stranger, it's only ever used once in the entire game. I'm genuinely convinced it's here purely to even out the number of ocarina Ocarina songs in the submenu because legit, this is the most useless song in the entire Legend of Zelda series. On the second day, a different area will open up with a heart piece hidden deep inside, protected by an iron knuckle. The third day sees the most involved quest of all, one involving the gravedigger Dompy, who you'll need to guide to several digging spots by using Tattle as a light source. It's kind of a slow quest, but at least it doesn't rely heavily on RNG the way the digging sections of past Zelda games have. This task ends in a boss fight with the giant Poe, which is pretty easy to kill all things considered, and the recovery of one of this game's coveted empty bottles, a neat reward for an overall decent quest. Finally, Ikana Graveyard hosts an entire mini-boss battle against a giant called Skullkida, captain of the Ikana royal family, whose forces continue to fight even in death. You can awaken him using the Sonata of Awakening, and then challenge him to a battle, where you'll have to chase him through a series of enemies before fighting him directly. It's a decent enough fight, but what really works about this side quest, in particular, is its story. Because for as little time as we get to know him in, Skullkida ends up being one of the most interesting minor antagonists from the Legend of Zelda series. His soldiers have spent generations fighting without end, even in death, against the Garo, an enemy tribe who are also long dead. There's no longer a purpose to any of it. The two nations these undead warriors once served are long gone, and scarcely anyone even remembers their names anymore. Kida realizes this in the middle of our fight and, as such, does the one thing that no other enemy in this game is ever capable of doing. He yields. He yields the fight and asks to speak with us instead, telling Link of his plight and the regrets he carries with him even into death. He tells us that his soldiers would honor his orders even now, and therefore asks of us to deliver to them his final command. The war is over. You're dismissed. With this, Kida will officially hand command authority over to Link and, with a final salute, asks of Link to relieve him of duty. The respect Link shows for Kida in this cutscene, from one war veteran to another, says so much about his character. I said near the beginning of the video that I thought taking the same Link from Ocarina of Time and focusing on a character-driven plotline following his struggle with his wartime trauma was an excellent concept for a sequel, and this quest in particular shows exactly why that concept works so well. It builds off of the character growth Link experienced in the last game, as well as the journey we've had throughout this current one, of meeting the tortured souls of the dead and easing their regrets. It's the best kind of side quest in that sense, one that still feels connected to the themes of the main quest, but with its own unique content and individual story to tell. And the mask we get for this quest, the Captain's Hat, will allow the player to do exactly as Kida asks, to find the lost souls of the Ikana army, who still serve their country even in death, and to deliver to them their commander's final orders. The war is over. You can finally rest. I'll talk about the theming of this game a little more in depth near the end of the video, but for now, I'll simply say that the way Link's character is handled in this game is one of the most satisfying continuations to any Zelda game story I've ever seen. Think the exact polar opposite of Tears of the Kingdom. That's how good the story of Majora's Mask is. And in particular, the way these side quests feed into Link's central character growth is one of the best things about this game's side content. Everything feels thematically connected to the main story. You're not just doing a random set of menial tasks, but instead helping to ease the regrets of the people of this land before their inevitable end. In particular, I love the respect Link shows for the dead in this game, especially towards the souls of fellow warriors like himself. You get the semblance of an actual thought process on Link's part, like his memories of war still haunt him, just as they do for Skullkida. This is also reminiscent of the way he connects with Darmani and Mikau over being a hero to their respective peoples, and the crushing expectations that come along with that. Whether it's the main content or the side content, it all contributes to the game's main themes of easing regrets and moving past trauma. Speaking of which, let's finally get to talking about one of this game's best quest lines, Romani Ranch. This quest isn't available to do until after finishing Snowhead Temple, since a basic requirement will be the powder keg, a super bomb that only Goron Link can use. This bomb only has 3 uses within the entire game, and oh boy, don't even get me started on the third one. It probably would have been smarter to just give Goron Link's role the ability to destroy certain walls that normal bombs couldn't, but I suspect that this was done as a reference to A Link to the Past, since the the original Japanese names for the two items are practically identical and they accomplish the same basic goals. It's messy, but I at least get what they were going for here. As for the quest itself, it takes place within a supplementary region of Termina Field known as Milk Road, named so because of the area's two large ranches which supply Clocktown with all its dairy products. These ranches are Romani Ranch, home to the wildly popular and extremely expensive Chateau Romani, and the Gorman Ranch, run by the Gorman brothers, who sell cheaper, lower quality milk to anyone who can't shell out the cash for Romani's signature drink. It is at Romani Ranch where we find Epona, who has been taken into the ranch's stables after, presumably, being found without a rider. This is also where we meet Romani, a little girl who was named after the ranch she was born on, and younger sister to Cremia, the current owner and proprietor of the ranch. She asks for Link's name before immediately dismissing whatever answer you give her by instead calling him Grasshopper for his green clothes and the way he prattles about. At this point, she'll tell you of the reason why she's practicing with the bow, to fend off them, a group of ghost alien thingies who come at night and steal her sister's cows. Yeah, right off the bat, this comes off as the ramblings of an over-imaginative child, but she has her horse, so why not? Let's just play along. By accepting her recruitment pitch, she'll allow us to ride Rapona and try popping 10 balloons she's placed around the ranch to simulate the upcoming battle, and you'll have to pop all 10 of them within a 1-minute time frame. This section is pretty much just here to teach the player the horse riding mechanics, which are exactly the same as they were in the previous game, but you'll have to pass it at least once for Romani to teach you her special horse calling song, which is just Epona's song from Ocarina of Time. I'm gonna be honest with you here, I think this was a missed opportunity to have another one of those flashback song teaching moments like the one we had with Princess Zelda. We could have easily had a moment here where the game says something like, "Memories of Malon rush back to your head," the way it did for Zelda, which would be triggered by the ranch itself and the fact that Romani looks identical to Malon. But I suppose the devs would then have to acknowledge that they're reusing the same character models here, and I'm pretty sure they don't want us thinking too hard about that. So I suppose there really wasn't a clean way to shove that in here. It's just strange that Link is being taught this song, again, by someone who definitely shouldn't know it, and I don't think that's intentional. Regardless, at this point, the player can now call Epona at will, even on future cycles, for some reason, allowing us to cross into the Great Bay Area and Ikana Canyon. But first, let's wrap up the Romani questline, because if you come back to the farm at 2:30 in the morning before the dawn of the second day, we'll find that Romani was actually telling the truth and her ranch is, indeed, being invaded by alien ghost things. They'll come for the barn, and the player will have to pick them off before they can reach it. Failure results in the abduction of the cows, as well as Romani herself, which in turn marks a fail state for the entire questline. You can reset to the dawn of the first day and do things all over again, or you could look upon the aftermath of your failure and see the state Romani is left in, distressed, mindless, and completely devoid of her old memories and personality. Her older sister, Cremia, will be inconsolable at the loss of her family and business, and that's that. You can't do anything to fix the situation other than to start a brand new cycle. I've mentioned a few times already that one of this game's biggest weaknesses is all the repeat content which results from fail states like this one, but what I haven't yet mentioned is the advantages this system allows for, namely the incredible story and gameplay potential provided by the possibility that the player might actually genuinely fail a quest. In most Zelda games, and hell, most video games in general, a fail state for a major quest will either end in a game over, or, effectively, the same outcome but with slightly different dialogue, perhaps even forcing the player to try again and again until he finally gets it right. This is one of those natural compromises of game design. Single-player games are designed for the player to win, after all. Even the most bullshit RPGs will skew things slightly in the player's favor, even if it doesn't feel like that most of the time. And so, that generally means making quests impossible to ever truly fail. Or, in the worst case scenario, a game designer might try to circumvent this restriction by causing a fail state to straight up lock you out of ever completing that quest, rendering an entire section of the game unplayable just because you missed one obscure line of dialogue. But Majora's Mask is not your average video game, because while yes, the time cycle system in this game does have its fair amount of flaws, the advantage to the system is in how it allows for fail states to actually have real, tangible effects on the story without completely fucking over the player's save file. We can see the consequences of our actions, or perhaps inaction, through genuinely heart-wrenching scenes like this one. The game doesn't give you a second chance. You failed. And the result of that failure is the complete and utter ruin we see this family go through. To see the once chipper, imaginative Romani become an empty husk of who she once was, and to see Cremia's despair over the effective brain death of her sister and the loss of her business, It's fucking heartbreaking. And most quests in this game have these kind of fail states to them. Moments where the game forces us to look upon the consequences of our actions and realize that nothing more can be done, that the people we set out to help have had their lives effectively ruined because of our failure, and will spend their final moments in unimaginable agony before we inevitably set back the clock and return to the dawn of the first day. I think that's a large part of what makes the side content in this game so particularly effective. Because failure is always an option, each quest ends up feeling extremely high stakes, both narratively and in terms of gameplay. Combine this possibility for failure with the in-game clock, which adds a healthy dose of urgency to the equation, and the quests in Majora's Mask end up being some of the greatest side content to ever grace a video game, punctuated perfectly by the game's amazing character writing. Speaking of which, defeating them will result in Romani gifting the player with one of the game's coveted empty bottles, as well as opening the way to Cremia's questline. You see, if you open the way to Milk Road and successfully defend the ranch, then Cremia will prepare to make a literal milk run on the evening of the second day, delivering her ranch's signature milk to the bar in Clocktown. It's not actually milk, by the way. It's an alcoholic milk-based beverage called kumis. This is never explicitly said, but it's pretty obvious based on the fact that only adults are allowed to drink it, and that it gets Gorman, the troop leader, visibly drunk. Bit of a tangent here, but one detail I love about the N64 era of Zelda games is their commitment to their medieval Germanic setting in just about every way, including architecture, character design, and of course, the concept of adulthood. There's no specific age when people in Termina are suddenly considered adults. It's more a matter of how you act and look than anything else. If you have the courage and power to carry a sword, and the wisdom to know how to use it, then chances are you're mature enough to be making your own decisions. That's how the drinking age works in Termina as well. If you can see over the bar and you order your drink like a man, then you're adult enough to be drinking. It's not at all how we think of adulthood these days, but that's the point. This is a medieval setting with a much simpler, romanticized view of the world than the complex, scientific-based one we have today. So point being, Cremia is going to deliver her product to Clocktown, and she asks if we want to tag along. If you do, a nice laid-back cutscene will play out where Cremia confides in Link about some of the struggles she's been going through lately. Her father passed away some time ago, leaving her as the only adult left on the ranch. As such, she has become positively swamped by work, unable to lead much of a social life or to pursue whatever personal goals she, as a young woman, would have wanted to before tragedy forced her into maintaining the family business. Sound familiar? Eiji Aonuma mentioned in a 2000 interview that one of the primary goals of Majora's Mask was to take some of the side characters from Ocarina of Time and flesh them out more completely. In most cases, I'd say they actually failed at this, since this game is set in an entirely different world with people who are absolutely, positively unrelated to their Ocarina of Time counterparts. In fact, I would even go so far as to say that this statement was a complete lie on Aonuma's part, because Cremia and Romani are the only two characters who actually accomplished the supposed goal of his. They both serve as perfect analogs of Malon, Romani representing the carefree, chipper youth we knew her as in the child timeline, while Cremia embodies the tragedy of her adulthood, overworked, overburdened, and ultimately unhappy. What really sells these character traits isn't the mere words expressed in the scene, but moreover, the actions we see her take over the course of the entire 3-day cycle. Every day, from 6 in the morning to 6 in the evening, Cremia can be found tending to the ranch non-stop. And on the second day, her work even ends up extending late into the night, as she delivers her ranch's milk to Clocktown. And on top of all that, she has a younger sister to take care of, a child so young that she's basically forced to act like her mother. And as if all that weren't enough, the guy she's had a crush on for the longest time is getting married to her best friend in a couple days, completely dashing her hopes of ever finding love. Cremia is an overworked single mother at 16 years old, and she's gonna die alone. Miyamoto-san? What the fuck? As tragic as all this is, I have to say, I absolutely love this more mature approach to storytelling compared to the previous games. It gives us greater insight into the kind of fate that we saved Malon from in Ocarina of Time, while simultaneously presenting a completely new set of characters who, despite looking exactly the same as Malon, really do come off as their own individuals. Punctuating the tragedy of this questline is its ending. During the carriage ride, we find that Milk Road has been blockaded, forcing Cremia to take a long detour through Gorman territory. At this point, 2 masked bandits will appear and chase after the carriage with spears, intending to destroy our produce. The player will have to fend them off using the bow, which, again, isn't particularly hard because of the aforementioned unlimited ammo provided during Majora's archery minigames. Should we succeed, Cremia will deliver her produce on time and gift us with Romani's mask, a mask which denotes membership into Clocktown's milk bar, something only adults are allowed to have. That is because Cremia is acknowledging Link as an adult. She sees him for the capable, mature young man he really truly is, even in spite of his looks. Taking into account the fact that this Link is actually an adult currently in a child's body, this dialogue really does take on a whole new meaning. Think about it, the very reason Link set out on this journey in the first place was to reunite with Navi, the only person in the world who knew of his heroic deeds and understood the kind of person he truly was. But let's be real for a second here. This is a fool's errand, and he'll never see her again. As the embodiment of his childhood, he's chasing after something which no longer exists. So long as Link remains unable to move on with his life, he'll forever be stuck in his current cycle of misery, a prisoner to his own trauma. But now, he's found something even better. A new person to witness his heroic deeds, to be saved by his courage and strength, and to acknowledge him for what he truly is deep inside. A man. This point becomes even more poignant on a repeat playthrough of this quest. I said before that the Cremia questline is my favorite, and the one I tend to replay on different cycles purely for emotional reasons. That's because there's an additional reward to this quest when playing it a second time, but not the kind you'd normally expect to see from a video game. It is no boon of great power or new tool for traversal, rather it is a simple scene where Cremia thanks Link for saving her and hugs him. It accomplishes the same goal as the original scene, the acknowledgement from a fellow adult that Link is a hero, but in a much more personal way. Funnily enough, the Zelda Wiki straight up claims that this is the most physical affection Link has ever received in the Legend of Zelda series, which is absolutely tragic, but yeah, they're kinda right. I mean, we can assume based on the single twin bed in Tears of the Kingdom that Breath of the Wild era Link and Zelda are straight fucking, but that's just conjecture. This, on the other hand, is actually the most visible affection Link ever gets in the series, and it's following a good deed that the player chose to carry out. And honestly, this is exactly what Link needs at this point in his life. Not someone to swoon over his legacy or reward him with material boons of power, but for someone, anyone, to show him some semblance of love, to hold him tight and say, it's okay, you're a hero, and you don't need to prove it anymore. This right here, this is everything. A large part of this game's narrative revolves around Link's unresolved trauma from Ocarina of Time, of him learning to finally move on with his life, and to let go of the past. In effect, to let go of Navi, who, let's be honest, he's never going to see again. Link has left Neverland, and once you leave Neverland, you can never go back. But in order to get over this loss, the loss of his childhood innocence, he first needs to realize all that he's gained, to look upon the impact of his heroic deeds and feel the love of those he's saved along the way. Then, and only then, will he be able to ease his regrets and finally move on with his life. Moving on with the game's main content. Our next stop is the Great Bay Area, a large coastal region mostly made up of Termina's Western Ocean. But how do we traverse such a vast aquatic area? Hylian Link's swim speed maxes out at a snail's pace, and Deku Link's water hopping is no help either. Who are we to turn to in a time like this? Enter Mikau. Mikau is a Zora guitarist, part of a band called Indiegogos, the biggest musical sensation in all of Termina. But disaster has recently struck his people. The band's lead singer, Lulu, had her eggs stolen by pirates, and has since lost her voice. Mikau therefore set out on a quest to retrieve the eggs, partly motivated by the fact that he is very clearly, very obviously, the father of Lulu's children. His efforts, though, were met with failure, and we first find him floating out to sea, dying. The player can bring him back to shore, but unfortunately, it is far too late for him. He will soon die, a failure, unable to save his children or heal Lulu's voice. And so, all that's left is for us to ease his regrets, carry on his mission, and allow him to peacefully pass on. Upon Mikau's death, the player will receive the Zora mask, allowing Link to take on the form of a Zora at will. This is how we traverse the vast expanses of the Great Bay Area, with the addition of a brand new mechanic, the Zora swimming. If you know anything about this game, chances are you've heard of the Zora swimming. It's one of the few moments in gaming history where movement inside of water levels actually becomes faster than what's possible on land. The original purpose of the water level, going all the way back to the first Super Mario Bros., was to provide gameplay variety and a sort of respite from the normal, fast-paced flow of land-based movement. This was certainly a pure intention, but the results have always been mixed. The Water Temple from Ocarina of Time got an unending amount of flack from fans over its slow pacing, and while I may be the Zelda series #1 Water Temple simp, even I have to admit this isn't a completely unfair criticism to have. So Majora's Mask took these complaints and did the exact opposite, turning Zora Link into the fastest, funnest version of Link to control in all the Zelda series history. It's actually amazing to me just how perfectly Link plays in this state. By pressing and holding the A button, Link will swim forward at a breakneck speed, allowing the player to execute quick, tight turns and perform dolphin jumps to reach otherwise inaccessible areas. By pressing the B button, you can sink to the bottom of the water and walk freely, the way adult Link could with the Iron Boots. And by pressing the Z button, you can create an electrical barrier around Link at the cost of magic, allowing him to easily dispatch enemies as he swims. All of these actions are executable without the need to open menus or switch items the way we did back in Ocarina of Time. For all of these reasons, the Zora swimming usually gets labeled as one of the greatest examples of underwater movement in all of gaming history, and I couldn't agree more with that assessment. But controls in and of themselves are only half the battle. Crafting level designs tailored to those controls is just as important, and in that regard, the Great Bay couldn't be a more perfect fit for the Zora swimming. From the moment Link first dons the Zora mask, the wide open oceans of the Great Bay will practically beg the player to jump right in and try out the new mechanics of the Zora form. The ocean is wide, expansive, and mostly empty, but with interesting underwater scenery to look upon at the very least. But in the case of Majora's Mask, it's actually a good thing for the ocean to be so empty, because you're not meant to explore every inch of it. You're meant to zoom right through it as you head to one of the major, easily visible landmarks that dot the Great Bay Area. And the wide open expanses of this ocean give the player plenty of time to acclimate to the new controls, which will be absolutely vital in the coming questline. As far as locales go, we have the Marine Research Lab, where we'll have to bring the Zora eggs back to, as well as Zora Cape, home to the Waterfall Rapids and Zora Hall. It is here where we can find the other members of Mikau's band, who will lament at the loss of Lulu's voice and task the player with retrieving the Zora eggs from the pirate fortress located in the north. I'm gonna take this moment just to say that I think the Zora in this game are extremely odd compared to the other races of Termina. Clocktown is a classic medieval oligarchic city-state. The Deku Kingdom is an autocratic monarchy. The Gorons operate under a patriarchate, where the eldest or most respected Gorons act as leader of the whole tribe. By contrast, what kind of society do the Zora live in? I'm genuinely stumped on this one, because if you go by this game's logic, there doesn't seem to be a system of power or reverence outside of the band. What is this, some musicarchy? It's like the entirety of Zora society revolves around this rock band and their groupies. Stranger still is the implication of some sort of history for the Zora, where they were once a warrior tribe or something, as Mikau is mentioned to have the blood of Zora heroes flowing through him. And there's an implication that Lulu's mother had some sort of relation to this ancient turtle we meet, who implies some sort of divine power lying dormant within her bloodline. It's genuinely strange, and I'm honestly convinced this part of the game's world building was straight up left unfinished, but I'll get to talking about the specifics of why that is in just a bit. Our first stop in our quest to retrieve the eggs is the Pirates Fortress, a hidden sanctuary for the Great Bay's pirate clans, who are just reused Gerudo assets from Ocarina of Time. And just like the Gerudo from Ocarina of Time, the Pirates Fortress is, wait for it, this game's second mandatory stealth section. Yep, they did it again. This is pretty much just Gerudo's Fortress 2.0. If you get caught, Link will throw up his hands like a little bitch all over again and be thrown out of the fortress, no questions asked. Only this time, there is no ludonarrative excuse for this shit. The pirates of this fortress aren't victim to anything, as far as the player can tell. They're just marauders, criminals intent on retrieving some sort of treasure from the Great Bay Temple, and they know that the Zora eggs are the key to finding a way to it. There's no tragic backstory to sympathize with here, no reason for us to show mercy to these women who, canonically, kidnapped 7 unborn Zora children for the sake of money, and yet we are forced to sneak past them regardless. I would like to remind you that back in A Link to the Past, Link straight up killed Hylian royal soldiers who had been brainwashed against their will by Aghanim. I have to mention this here because the popular counter-argument to this would be something like, Nintendo doesn't want to show Link killing people. Nope, that ain't true. He has killed people both before and since this game's release. He straight up stabbed a guy through the chest back in 2006. Here, watch. My point is this: the stealth missions in Ocarina of Time, for as tedious as they might have been, at least had an important ludonarrative purpose to them. It told us something about Link's character through the gameplay, how he was unwilling to harm the innocent or the downtrodden. The pirates, by contrast, are neither innocent nor downtrodden, and arguably neither were the Deku Scrubs guarding the Deku Palace, since their king was in the process of torturing a monkey to death. I already mentioned back in the Ocarina video how every game after Ocarina of Time would have a mandatory stealth section and how some were worse than others, and this falls under that worse than others umbrella. At least they give you the option to skip it, I suppose. By finding the stone mask in Ikana Canyon, you can wear it in order to appear invisible to most enemies, including the pirates of Pirate's Fortress. This makes the entire stealth section laughably easy. In fact, it's not even a stealth section anymore. It's one big nothing burger. I alluded to this before even talking about the masks in depth, but I'll say it more plainly this time. If you're going to put an item into the game which allows the player to simply skip over one of your game's key mechanics, then why put it in your video game at all? It's like when a game puts in a hacking or lockpicking minigame, but then just gives you a skip button instead. If the best thing I can say about a section of a game is there's an option to skip it, then that's indicative of a fundamental problem with the game's design. If anyone making a Zelda-like game is watching this video, I have a simple message for you. Please, for the love of God, do not put half-baked mechanics in your project for the sake of gameplay variety. Either fully flesh them out, or drop them. It's that simple. And as if all that weren't enough, there's an additional problem with the Pirate's Fortress that's completely separate from the stealth section: the Zora eggs themselves. There's 4 of them, hidden throughout the fortress, and for some reason, you can't just pick them up and put them in your inventory as items or something like that. Instead, they need to be carried in bottles. Now, keep in mind that on my 3rd playthrough of this game, the one where I recorded the footage you're seeing right now, I had collected 14 masks, 26 heart containers, and only 2 empty bottles by this point. Doing the math, you can see that if I wanted to carry out all the Zora eggs from Pirate's Fortress, I'd have to make 2 trips from the Marine Research Lab and back again. This was the case in several of my other playthroughs as well, where I'd generally have 2 or 3 bottles by this point in the game. That means you won't be doing this stealth section once, you'll be doing it twice, or even upwards of 4 times, assuming you only have the 1 mandatory bottle that Koame gave you. If a player wanted to avoid the return trips entirely, he'd need to collect 4 empty bottles before making his way to the Pirate's Fortress. This is an insanely difficult thing to ask of the player, because holy shit, are the empty bottles not held behind the absolute longest side quests in this game. The first one you get for free is simple, but after that, oh boy. Romani's questline gave us one, but that's honestly gated behind one of the hardest individual missions in the game, where failure is permanent and you'd have to start a new cycle just to try it again. Madame Aroma's quest ends up giving you a bottle, but you have to go through one of the longest, most difficult to figure out questlines in order to get to that point. Plus, it's one of 2 optional rewards to choose from, with the other one being the postman's hat, and you don't know what you'll get till you get it, meaning you may very well have to do this quest twice just to get that empty bottle. The Goron race has another empty bottle waiting at the end of it, but then you'd have to actually beat the Goron race, which is a doozy all by itself. And the last 2 are gated behind hookshot targets, an item we don't receive until just now in the Pirate's Fortress. That leaves only 4 possible bottles to collect before entering this dungeon, and you'll have to collect every single one in order to avoid repeat trips. In effect, this makes it impossible for first-time players to collect all 4 Zora eggs in one trip. You're basically required to come back here and stealth your way through this fortress all over again, which is just... why? Why the fuck would you put this in your video game? It's garbage, and I'm convinced the only reason it's like this is to waste more of the player's time in order to up this game's difficulty. That's fine in concept. I love hard games. I beat Elden Ring for the first time as I was making this video, and by the end of it I was like, man, I wish the endgame was harder. So believe me, I get the masochistic desire to get absolutely butt-fucked by a video game, but this is just blatant padding. It's not meant to challenge the player's abilities, but rather to waste his time. So the Pirate's Fortress kinda sucks, but hey, at least the dungeon item it grants is kick-ass, the hookshot. This thing is basically the same as it was in Ocarina of Time, except that it has the longer chain by default. A nice touch, and one that really feels like it empowers the player. Zipping around the map at top speeds never gets boring, whether it's 2D or 3D, and the game will end up making excellent use of this item both in the overworld and the dungeons going forward. The final part of the Great Bay Area's questline sees us rescuing the final 3 Zora eggs from a region called Pinnacle Rock, where large eels thrive by preying flying on cargo ships, like the one that carried these 3 eggs. You'll have to kill each eel with the Zoroform's magic barrier as you search for them, and again, if you don't have the minimum 3 bottles, you'll have to make a return trip. Other than that, it's a pretty nothing area, but it does at least build well on the Zora swimming mechanic, teaching players how to attack while underwater before being forced to apply these lessons in the dungeon itself. Speaking of which, retrieving the 7 eggs and dumping them in the aquarium at the Marine Research Lab will cause them to hatch, whereupon they will form notes and teach the player a song, New Wave Bossa Nova. And just as a side note, the name of the song bothers me because it literally reads as New Wave in Portuguese, but whatever. The lab researcher will suggest we play this song for the mother of these eggs, Lulu, whereupon she'll get her voice back. This prompts a sea turtle to rise out from the ocean, who speaks to Lulu as if she were an old friend, before offering to take Link to the Great Bay Temple so that we may purge the source of the ocean's curse. There's an implication here that the turtle is mistaking Lulu for her mother, also named Lulu, and that there's some sort of lineage of princesses and heroes going on here like there was back in Hyrule, but this is just conjecture on my part. It's all far too vague to draw any definitive conclusions from. Like I said earlier, I feel like the Great Bay area lies unfinished. Not in terms of gameplay or level design, but in its story and world building. Even the post-dungeon content sort of gives that away. You can return to Zora Hall after beating the Great Bay Temple and watch this little cutscene play out where the band plays a song together, but that's it. No reward, no follow-up to this at all, just a useless cutscene that doesn't even lead into anything. This is probably the vestigial remains of some sort of planned post-dungeon content that didn't make it into the game, if I had to guess, because the 3 other worlds of Termina all have post-dungeon content, while the Great Bay lies woefully empty in that regard. All in all, this world comes off as simultaneously the most mechanically rich area, with level designs that complement the Zora form absolutely perfectly, and the least fleshed out in terms of storytelling and world building. A real shame, considering just how much potential it had. So now let's move on to the dungeon itself. It's the best one in the entire game. Hell, maybe even the best in the entire series. Surprised to hear me say that? I know, right. This game's quality is honestly a fucking roller coaster at times, but seriously, the Great Bay Temple ties with the Water Temple as the most mechanically rich labyrinthine dungeon in all of Zelda, except that it also benefits from the addition of Zora swimming, so it might actually be better in that regard. Both are perfect dungeons in their own ways, but at the same time, the devs clearly took some important notes from the Water Temple when crafting the Great Bay Temple's intricate level design, resulting in one of the greatest dungeons to ever grace the Zelda series. The temple begins in a deceptively linear fashion, with a single room with pipes and moving water that the player will need to manipulate in order to open the way forward. There are 3 large valves lining the room which can help in that regard, the most obvious of which shuts off the water completely, thereby halting all the dungeon's moving parts. This might seem utterly useless at first, but it puts the seed of an idea in the player's mind, that the flow of water can be manipulated with these valves in order to change certain aspects about the dungeon. One of these other valves, however, will provide a more immediate solution, creating a platform which the player can hop across in order to move further into the dungeon. It's at this point that the Great Bay Temple finally reveals its true colors. A vast, labyrinthine network of tunnels fork out from the dungeon's large central room, giving the player a cornucopia of paths to choose from. This dungeon is a doozy, requiring that the player carefully map out each area he's visited and keep track of what changes he's made to the temple along the way. This is exactly everything you could possibly expect from a great Zelda dungeon. And better yet, it takes full advantage of a kick-ass new mechanic the game just got done teaching us, the Zora swimming. In order to navigate the winding, maze-like structure of this temple, the player will need to dive deep beneath the water and swim around tight corners, all while dealing with enemies and puzzles along the way. There are 5 paths in total, 1 above land that leads to the northern wing of the dungeon, and 4 more beneath the water. Only 2 of these are immediately traversable, with one leading to the eventual mini-boss, currently behind a locked door, and the other leading to a small set of challenge rooms ending in the discovery of both the dungeon map and compass, as well as a small key. Expert use of Zora swimming and underwater combat will be vital in clearing these challenges, since the area is infested with aquatic foes such as the Skullfish, Dexy-Hand, and Bio-Dekubabas. If you have the appropriate magic power and mechanical skill, it'll be quite easy to just blow past these enemies using the Zora form's electric barrier. Otherwise, clearing these foes can be quite a slog. But I say that as a compliment. Any mechanic rich enough to have that kind of skill ceiling is worth celebrating, and that's what's so great about the Zora form. It adds so much mechanical depth to navigating this dungeon, something that's usually reserved for the likes of Mario. If there's any one unique advantage Majora's Mask has over its peers, it is absolutely its movement, and the unique gameplay opportunities that such movement affords. However, and again, I know we're riding a quality roller coaster with this game, but it needs to be said, the bosses in Majora's Mask are absolutely where its dungeons fall flat for the most part, and the Great Bay Temple, sadly, is no exception in that regard. The mini-boss is a returning foe from Zelda 1, the Argus, or Wart, since he now goes by his original Japanese name instead, but it's the exact same enemy regardless. But unlike in Zelda 1, where the Argus ended up being one of the most deadly and interesting mini-bosses in the entire game, the version of him we see here in Majora's Mask is kind of the worst. Once again, this is a battle designed with time management put first and actual good game design made second fiddle. But it's way worse here in the case of Wart's boss fight, because even compared to the worst of Majora's other mini-bosses, Wart comes off as nothing more than a nuisance designed to deliberately waste as much of the player's time as possible. If anything, he kind of reminds me more of Vitreous than he does Argus, and if you're a longtime viewer of my series of Legend of Zelda reviews, then you know just how damning a statement that is. Vitreous is, as far as I can recall, the second worst boss fight in the entire series, and honestly, Wart ain't that far behind here. This foe is covered in gelatinous eyes that the player will need to knock off in order to get to his weak point, but actually killing these damn things is tough as all shit. They need to be knocked off their host, then hit again after they've finished their initial bouncing animation, but before getting anywhere near Wart again. Otherwise, they're invulnerable to your every attack. It feels more like a programming error than anything else, cause seriously, why doesn't an arrowhead just pop these things even when they're attached to Wart? Instead, the player will be forced to kill each of these eyes one by one, hoping all the while that Wart will open up his own stupid eye at the right time so you can actually get a shot off on him. The fight never gets good. It's just the same repeating nonsense until he finally takes enough damage to charge around the room a little, in a completely random fashion, so he probably won't even end up hitting you. It's honestly one of the most pathetic boss fights in the entire series, and ends up being nothing more than just a fucking time vampire. The absolute worst kind of boss a game could possibly add. Like, guys, I get that we're giving this whole time management mechanic a chance and all, but if this is the extent of how that challenge gets built upon in the main quest line, then it probably would have been better to design these dungeons without that mechanic in mind at all. And once again, the reward we get for beating the mini-boss is a new set of arrows. The ice arrows, which, okay, I'll admit, are pretty fucking badass in this game. Roller coaster of quality, am I right? They can still freeze enemies like they did in Ocarina of Time, but additionally, they also act as a main traversal item through a brand new feature, the ability to create platforms out of ice. The game teaches this right off the bat with these Octoroks, who block the way leading to a red-colored valve. The player will immediately intuit that this is something he needs to activate, but there's no way up to it, except, as Tattle suggests, with the help of the Octoroks themselves. The frozen Octorok will act as a platform with which the player can reach the water valve, thus teaching a valuable lesson. Ice arrows can create platforms across water, allowing the player to traverse brand new areas he couldn't before. The rest of this dungeon makes excellent use of this mechanic while also facilitating some backtracking. A previously explored room might give way to a new pathway, leading to the player finding the boss key or another water valve, and certain enemies like the Choo-Choo can be frozen to turn into puzzle-solving implements. It's an extremely creative dungeon item. To take a simple, almost useless arrow type from Ocarina of Time and give it such an important role is no small feat, and what's even more impressive is how it pairs with the previous dungeon item, facilitated by that oh-so-vital mechanic present in all of the dungeons leading up to this one, thermodynamics. The room leading to the boss key does an excellent job of reintroducing that concept to the player. It's gated off by a block of ice, like the ones we saw back at Snowhead Temple, demanding that the player pull out the fire arrows once again. This imparts an important lesson to the player. Fire melts ice just as easily as ice freezes water, and the two arrow types can be used together just as easily as any other pair of dungeon items. This will become important in the dungeon's second half. A water wheel will power a lift needed to reach the room's second floor, but stopping said water wheel also creates a bridge. What, then, should the player do in this scenario? Well, the answer's simple. Ascend the lift, freeze the water, then unfreeze it with the fire arrows in order to activate the lift again. And right after this, the dungeon presents the very same query, only more intricately. A set of seesaws can be used to ascend to the third floor, but you'll need to freeze and unfreeze the water weighing these things down at different intervals in order to make it through here. It's a perfect escalation for this mechanic. What was once a simple tool to burn through cobwebs and light up torches is now being used to manipulate entire parts of the level design. This is exactly the kind of puzzle-solving advantage advantage afforded to this game's brilliant, though admittingly predictable, line of arrow upgrades, which more than makes up for the loss of new and unique dungeon items, I'd say. A sense of discovery is important, but nothing's more vital to the design of a Zelda game than its puzzle solving, so I'd say the sacrifice is worth it in the case of Majora's Mask. The rest of the dungeon follows this same pattern. Use the fire and ice arrows to manipulate your surroundings as you open more valves, eventually leading to some backtracking where the player can reverse the flow of the central cistern in order to open up more of the dungeon. This is another great design choice. We are changing the very layout of the dungeon itself as we go along, making the level design feel more dynamic than any of the previous game's dungeons. It makes the levels feel like real, interactable parts of the game world, instead of mere backdrops, while also facilitating some fantastic labyrinthine dungeon design. For all of these reasons, I'd easily rate the Great Bay Temple as one of the greatest dungeons in Zelda history. It's that incredible. But, well, you know what happens next. After the rise comes the fall on this weird, wacky roller coaster Eiji Aonuma's put us on, because the boss lying in wait at the end of this dungeon is somehow even worse than the previous dungeons, or hell, worse than most other bosses in the Legend of Zelda series, period, including that of this temple's forefather. Morpha sucked, don't get me wrong, but Jorg is so much worse. Jorg is a giant fish who swims around the room and sometimes jumps at the player. If you want to kill this thing, you're going to need to stun it with an arrow from land, then dive beneath the water as a Zora in order to inflict some melee damage. That's it. That's the fight. Not only is this simple process far too dragged out, but it's also super boring. If we had the option to fight Jorg purely as Zora Link, that'd be one thing, but try that and oh boy will you regret it. Because Jorg will pull out a grab move straight out of Elden Ring that can drain up to 4 fucking hearts in one go. Yeah, you heard that right. This guy can kill you in 2 grabs, assuming you haven't done much side content by this point. But even if you're like me and you have collected the majority of heart pieces available before taking on this boss fight, he'll still kill you in only 4 or 5 grabs. The only way to reliably fell this boss is to stay safe on land and snipe him like a filthy camper, which gets boring quickly. It's a real shame that such an incredibly designed dungeon ends in such a terrible boss fight, but, well, I guess all the best dungeons in Zelda tend to share that same fate, now don't they? Our final stop on our journey to save Termina is Ikana Canyon, Land of the Dead. As the name implies, this region is quite a bit different from the other 3 worlds of Termina, where the swamps of Woodfall, the blizzards of Snowhead, and even the oceans of the Great Bay Area gave way to some semblance of civilization. As harsh as it might have been, the endless, bone-dry expanses of Ikana Canyon give way to nothing but the damned. The complete lack of any foliage is the first red flag, but the enemies too shall soon impart upon the player the horrors of this land. First bubbles, then Stalfos, and finally the Gibdos, foes who escalate not just in difficulty, but also their respective states of undeath. It was smart of the devs to save the Gibdos in particular for last. They tended to be the creepiest and most difficult to kill foes back in Ocarina of Time, and were therefore reserved for special areas like the Tomb of the Royal Family or the Bottom of the Well. Keeping the Gibdos out of sight until this final area not only serves to balance the game's difficulty by saving the toughest mobs for last, but it also unnerves the player, communicating the danger present in this final region of the game world. It's like Caelid from Elden Ring. The whole purpose of that place's aesthetics is to scare the shit out of the player, so that he can intuit from the very get-go that it's an endgame area. In that same vein, Ikana Canyon's dry, lifeless appearance, punctuated by the haunting music accompanying it, will no doubt unnerve the player and communicate an important quandary. Maybe consider doing some more of the game's side content before moving on to this area. Speaking of the music, I want to take this opportunity to point out that each world of Termina uses the exact same basic song before the end of its questline, but adds layers to it with each successive area. Woodfall had an almost drowned out sound to it, communicating the main danger of this land, the poisonous bog that shall soon drown all life within it, with off-tune horns blaring in the background, the signature instruments of the Deku, indicating their current state of imbalance and distress. Snowhead adds a haunting wind to its background, with a beginning set of vocals that almost sound like the desperate wailing of a woman, likely lost in the blizzard the track accompanies. The Great Bay adds strings, almost sounding like an untuned ukulele, communicating the feeling of the seas and, more pertinently, that something is deeply wrong with them. But Ikana's version of this theme stands out the most, beginning not with strings, horns, or chimes, as the others had, but instead with a foreboding drum beat, followed by a bassy chorus. And as if that weren't enough to unnerve the player, soon, we hear the voice of a ghost chime in. But for as unnerving or creepy as each track might be, they only last as long as it takes for the player to clear out that area's dungeon, replaced thereafter with the triumphant theme of Termina Field, affirming the impact the players had on the game world, if only for that one cycle. It's an incredible way to tell each area's story through music. It's just one of those incredible, subtle details that's missing from most other video games, including the newer Zelda titles, which do not have the grace of Koji Kondo composing for them anymore. The point I'm making is this: music is oftentimes an overlooked part of game design. I'm absolutely guilty of this, by the way. I hardly mention the music in these games whenever I review them. Yet despite its small role in the overall quality of any given game, soundtracks can be supremely important in establishing a game's legacy. Listening to the familiar tunes of Zelda's Lullaby takes me back to the gardens of Hyrule Castle. The sweet sounds of Sheik's harp reminds me of her poetry and the words of wisdom they would impart. And the theme of the Ganon fight instills genuine terror in me, making me feel like a helpless child all over again. No one will ever say the same about any track from the modern Zelda games, besides maybe Mipha's theme. It's honestly one of the weaker aspects of the Zelda series in the modern day, which is really saying something considering the absolute nosedive that was Tears of the Kingdom. It's something we need to appreciate when looking back at these older games. And hopefully, with enough assholes like me complaining about this shit online, Nintendo will one day respond to the criticism and change things once again. They already made Zelda a playable character because of a few vocal people who really wanted that for some reason, so hopefully they'll also find a worthy successor to Kondo before I die of old age. Pretty please? Thank you. To enter the canyon, the player will first need to acquire 3 things: Epona, to jump the fence leading into this area, the Garo Mask, which a ghost gatekeeping the front entrance will demand we retrieve before letting us go any further, and the Hookshot, which we will use to actually ascend the canyon after receiving passage from the ghost. The Garo Mask is one of only 3 non-transformation masks which are actually required to beat the game, but only because of this out-of-place progression gate. You can actually completely ignore it afterwards and nothing will change. But it is pretty vital for first-time players, since its utility lies in its ability to summon Garo, the ghosts of ninja warriors who once warred against the now collapsed Ikana kingdom. Defeating them will net a hint about the game world. These hints range anywhere between "go here and do this" to "here's how you solve this puzzle, dum-dum." As you can probably tell, I'm not a huge fan of these hints. They feel like a shortcut to actual diegetic game design like the kind we had in previous areas, where the world and level design itself would impart the game's mechanics unto the player. But the Garo themselves, I have to admit, are pretty badass. They're undead ninjas, which is cool unto itself, but their attitude towards duty and death is a wonderful contrast to that of the Stalfos soldiers of Ikana and their commanding officer, Skull Kida. Kida had the wisdom to see that continuing the war into undeath was futile, that by demanding that his soldiers continue to fight, he would only be damning both them and himself to eternal torment. Thus, he had the courage to lay down his arms and order his soldiers to do the same, to let go of a long dead past and allow him and his men to finally be put to rest. The Garo are the exact opposite. They'll literally kill themselves before leaving behind a corpse for the enemy to scavenge, something each Garo will actually do after giving the player a piece of information. It's simultaneously sad and commendable at the same time, but it provides an excellent contrast to Skull Kita's philosophy on the war, because, as we'll come to see soon enough, he totally had things right. This fight is futile, and a large part of our journey through Ikana Canyon will see Link putting the souls of dead veterans to rest, who shall all come to realize that they're fighting for nothing. It's an excellent commentary on wartime trauma, especially when we take into consideration Link's own experiences with PTSD. This whole journey was about him trying to reconnect with his warrior past, but perhaps he's learning, through witnessing the futility of such a struggle, that he was wrong to do such a thing. Perhaps he's finally coming to realize that, just like Skull Kita, he should finally move on with his life, and allow his war to finally end. As far as the questline itself goes, there really isn't much to it. Use the captain's hat to locate Flat, a composer of the Ikana royal family, so that you can relearn the Song of Storms. Use said song to restore the ancient riverbed of Ikana Hill, which powers a music box that destroys Gibdos, thus allowing a lone little girl to finally exit her house, then sneak into said house where you'll find a lone Gibdo. Except, this one looks different than all the others. Perhaps not even fully dead, much like the other lost souls we've encountered over the course of our journey. If you put 2 and 2 together and play the Song of Healing, the Gibdo will return to normal, revealing the father of the young girl, who rushes in and hugs him. I often see this quest in particular get cited as one of the game's more brilliant story moments, by both its fans and detractors, but I have to question exactly what the fuck these people are smoking when they say that. I didn't skip over anything, by the way. That was really the whole quest. We didn't even learn anything about this little girl or her father before healing him with our ocarina, so there really isn't any emotional impact to this reunion. It's not like the father even befell some tragic fate the way Mikau or Darmani did. He just got cursed by a random Gibdo and then his daughter locked him inside the house. Conceptually, I suppose this story's quite sad. Little girl loses her father and all, boo-hoo. But we don't know anything about these people before we save them, and the complete lack of any lasting consequences for the father's temporary, undeath really lessens the impact of this story. It's the most surface level emotional moment the game has to offer, which is why it bothers me seeing people praise it so much. There's literally an entire game's worth of other characters whose stories all have way more impact to them than this random little detour in the main quest. Regardless, saving the girl's father shall net the player the Gibdo mask, an item that allows Link to blend in amongst Gibdos and even speak to them, should he so choose. This mask will be vital for the next section, Beneath the Well, a sort of half mini dungeon that leads to Ikana Castle, where we'll no doubt find the undead king of these lands. Neither the castle nor the well itself are full, true mini-dungeons on their own, but combined, I'd say they actually qualify, so we'll treat the two of them as one level design, which is easy to do anyway since they're literally connected to one another. The well starts by presenting 2 paths, one to the east and one to the north, both of which are guarded by Gibdos. This is where the player is first meant to use the Gibdo mask. By donning it, the player will be able to speak to these 2 gatekeepers and be told of what they require for passage: a blue potion and 5 magic beans. I don't have 5 magic beans. Why the fuck would I have 5 magic beans? What the fuck is this bullshit? This is one of the few parts of Majora's Mask that is practically universally agreed upon to be, by fans and detractors both, complete and utter dog shit. In order to be given the privilege of even entering this stupid mini-dungeon, you'll first need to leave and find the requisite items, neither of which come quick or cheap to find, I should remind you. You can't even be expected to just so happen to have those items on hand either, because again, the game takes away your consumables every time you save. So what are the chances that you'll just so happen to be carrying 5 magic beans and a blue potion out of nowhere? I have never seen anything like this in any Zelda dungeon before or since. For the devs to straight up say, fuck you, go grind for rupees and buy this stupid potion, jackass, is just so antithetical to basic good game design that I honestly can't come to any other conclusion than to say that the purpose of this barrier to entry was to waste the player's time. I know I've said this a few times already, theorizing that the devs are trying to waste the player's time rather than present decent challenges, but that's because it's actually a pattern with this game. Majora's Mask had the potential to be a perfect Zelda title like Ocarina of Time, but boy did that 1-year development cycle really fuck it over. It's just complete shit to see what otherwise could have been a perfect successor to the greatest game of all time fumble over such simple choices like these. To sacrifice quality for the sake of extending its runtime. It's the exact same kind of garbage game design that made Zelda 2 so terrible. It's a real shame because this is absolutely Majora's biggest turnoff to new players, and to see such an otherwise brilliant, original game with so much love put into it be ruined by such a simple mistake is just sad. It's just sad. Well, at least the rest of the mini-dungeon's pretty amazing. Once you get past the literal barrier to entry, the rest of the Gibdos will ask for things that can actually be found inside the well, and it's up to the player to find them all. They each give riddles rather than outright tell you what you're looking for. Something small and creepy refers to bugs, something deliciously fresh refers to fish, something warm that can melt ice and refresh spirits refers to hot spring water, etc. For the most part, these are clever enough riddles that'll force the player to search the dungeon and find what best matches each description. A few of them, however, are a bit odd. H2O obviously refers to water, but this is a medieval fantasy setting. How does a fucking zombie know what the chemical makeup of water is? Milk has the same problem. High in calcium is its hint, but again, how the fuck do medieval zombies know what calcium is, and, more strangely, that milk has a high amount of it? This is the writer's hand clearly showing. They didn't think of these riddles in the context of the characters who would actually be speaking them, and so they come off as completely stilted and unsuited to the current game world. It could have easily been remedied by an alternative riddle, like, bring me the sucker of life, referring to water, or bring me the white drink of kings, referring to milk. Considering how highly valued milk and kumis is in Termina's culture, I think a riddle like that could simultaneously be tricky and say something interesting about the game world. Instead, we got H2O and high in calcium, which just completely breaks my immersion. This will inevitably be the part of the video where people in the comments will say something along the lines of, "What are you talking about, Octo? It's Zelda. Why do you care if the characters know what chemicals are?" I get that it might not bother you, but let me make myself abundantly clear on my position regarding internal consistency when it comes to world building. If I'm going to praise these games for their attention to detail and intricate world design, and in particular their dedication to a medieval Germanic setting, then I cannot, in good faith, simultaneously ignore such a blatant blemish in said setting. The scrutiny goes both ways. It is a minor problem, but it's still a problem. Regardless, the maze-like layout and intermittently clever riddles do well to facilitate exploration and discovery in this mini-dungeon, and the occasional traps and eventual fight against a big Poe adds a fair amount of mechanical challenge as well. There's even this torch puzzle at the very end which gets completely trivialized by the fire arrows. Didn't even know there was a puzzle here until my 6th playthrough, when I just so happened to run out of magic power at the very end and was forced to engage with it. It's almost like a Breath of the Wild shrine in that regard, where the devs took all this time to create an actual puzzle, but the mechanics of the game got in the way of that. Either way, completing this torch puzzle nets the 4th and final dungeon item of the game, the Mirror Shield. Just like its predecessor, the final dungeon of Majora's Mask relies on the light reflection mechanic introduced all the way back in Ocarina of Time's Spirit Temple, only this time, it's received a redemption arc. I think you could really tell that Eiji Aonuma felt like he didn't get to expand on this mechanic as much as he wanted to back in Ocarina of Time, and he saw Majora's Mask as a way of easing that particular regret of his. And oh boy, did he absolutely knock it out of the park this time around. The light reflection mechanics in Majora's Mask are so good. The devs communicate them to the player immediately with a sundial and the newly introduced sunblock. The sundial spawns a ladder, while the block will disappear the moment light hits it, immediately teaching the player their respective mechanics. Sundials activate things, while sunblocks gate off pathways. And waiting just past the exit is the second part of this dungeon, where the Mirror Shield will have its true moment in the sun, Ikana Castle. As far as mini-dungeons go, Ikana Castle is absolutely one of the most bombastic, eventful-feeling ones in the entire Zelda series. It almost comes off as a real-deal dungeon based on its theme and presentation alone, but it's in the level design where the castle really sings. It presents 3 paths from the very start, one to the east, one to the north, and one to the west. The northern and eastern ones, however, are currently impassable. A sunblock will gate off entry down both paths, with no sunlight available to open the way, so the player will be forced to head west instead. Here, we are presented with 2 consecutive challenge rooms. The first involves a giant roof that can be temporarily raised by hitting a switch, but will soon come back down to squash Link. The player will have to quickly run to the other side and use the Deku form to shoot Link up to the top of a pillar, where we'll find the switch that will open the path forward. And in the next room, a bottomless pit will force the player to use the Deku form again in order to fly to a lone switch, opening the way to the second floor. And once we get there, we'll have to use the Deku form once again. An optional heart piece lies on a pillar that Deku Link can fly to, and a switch that will open up the roof can also be reached in this form. As you can see, Ikana Castle is forcing the player to use an old transformation mask to solve brand new puzzles, which is an excellent idea. After all, we've already collected all 3 transformation masks by this point in the game, and so the player can reasonably be expected to have mastered each form over the course of the last 3 dungeons. It's only logical, then, that the final area would demand that the player use Link's entire back catalog of items for its level designs, and that's exactly what Ikana Castle does, finding creative new ways to get players to engage with old masks and items, while challenging them on everything they've learned throughout the entire game. It's all great stuff. Opening the roof will cause light to shine into the eastern wing, allowing the player to reflect some of it into a sunblock and open the way forward. This leads to a mini-boss fight against... another fucking Wizrobe. Yes, counting his 2 appearances in Snowhead and in the boss rush available to challenge here in Ikana Canyon, this is his 4th fight so far, and oh boy, it won't be his last. The battle's the same as it was before. Locate, shoot, rinse, repeat. It never gets good, never changes up, nothing. I mean, I at least think it's impressive for a mini dungeon to even have a midway boss fight in it at all. The ones we saw back in Ocarina of Time only had boss fights at the very end, or not even that much in the case of the Gerudo's training ground. But throwing in a boss fight that's already been repeated thrice over by this point is just lame as all hell. And that's not even the end of this mini dungeon's problems. Oh no, because after this mini boss fight comes the final puzzle, and it's complete horseshit. Frankly, it's kind of hard to even define it as a puzzle. We go up to the 2nd floor once again and find a cracked part of the roof. Cool, the game's taught the player by this point about bombs and cracked walls, so it's easy to intuit what you ought to do here. But try as you might, no amount of explosive power can break this roof. So what gives? What is the player supposed to do here? Ha ha ha! Well, remember that powder keg we talked about earlier? You know, the super bomb that gets used only 3 times in this entire video game? This is it. This is the 3rd time, and guess what? The game considers it to be a consumable, and thus, you'll lose it at the beginning of every new cycle. And because this stupid fucking thing is never used in its consumable form outside of one other interaction at Milk Road, there's no way the player will be buying one of these things at the start of every new cycle. You'd have to be a fucking psycho to do something like that. In other words, no reasonable player could possibly be expected to just so happen to have a powder keg on hand at this point, meaning that when you get to this part of the dungeon, you'll be forced to waddle your ass all the way back to Clocktown, buy a powder keg, then walk yourself back up here just to blow up this stupid fucking roof. This is an example of what we at Octorok Reviews like to call bullshit game design. Because seriously, why would you put this in your video game? I'll tell you why. To waste the player's time. The devs don't want you to just breeze through this dungeon, because that wouldn't drain enough time off the in-game clock. So they put in an arbitrary reason to force the player to leave and come back, just like they did at the start of the well. It's padding for the sake of padding. Instead of designing a difficult puzzle that could naturally take up a large amount of the player's time, the devs instead took the cheap route and decided to say, fuck you, go back to town and buy this very specific item in order to progress. It's complete horseshit, and it's genuinely one of the most complained about parts of this entire game, alongside the fetch quest I talked about earlier. It sucks too, because these 2 blemishes mar what is otherwise my favorite mini dungeon in the entire series up until this point. The highs go absolutely high, but the lows... well... they unfortunately can't be ignored. Even if you've played this game 6 times in a row like I just did, which, mind you, is a completely insane thing to expect of a normal player, you're bound to forget at least one of these required items and be forced to backtrack for it. On my 4th playthrough, I forgot to bring 5 magic beans to the Gibdo. I only brought the 1. And on my 5th, I forgot to bring the powder keg. And that's just for returning players. Imagine a first-time player having to backtrack for each and every one of these arbitrary fetch quests, and, well... I think you can now see why my first playthrough was the one I enjoyed the least. Regardless, destroying the roof will shine light into the dungeon's entrance, allowing the player to reflect it into the sunblock gating off the northern wing of the castle. It is here where we meet the king of this land, Ego Stu Ikana, as well as his 2 royal guards, Papyrus and Sans. Alright, I made that part up, but they don't have official names, so for reasons that should be obvious, I'm just gonna call them Papyrus and Sans. At this point, curtains shall cover each of the throne room's windows, forcing the player to fight in darkness, unless you use your fire arrows to burn away the fabric covering them. You must then reflect this light into Sans and Papyrus's bodies after besting each of them in melee combat, thus destroying them permanently. They're actually 2 of the hardest enemies in the game, because you'll need to wait for them to prepare an attack and react, rather than simply blocking until you find an opening. It's a much more reactive and dynamic fight than most other boss battles in this game, being reminiscent of the fight with Aldawa in that sense. It's great stuff. After killing the minions, only the king shall remain, and he is markedly more difficult to kill than his lackeys. He gains a couple new moves, like the ability to detach his head from his own body and attack from two fronts. His attacks are quicker too, so your reaction time will have to be better if you want to fell him the same way you did his minions. After killing all 3 skeletal warriors, the king's lackeys will get into a squabble over which one of them is at fault for their defeat, with Sans eventually challenging Papyrus to a duel. This causes the king to come to a sudden realization, one that his most trusted field commander came to as well, that there's no meaning to their war anymore. Perhaps there never was. The ceaseless violence, the endless clashing of blade against blade, the never-ending conflict between the Garo and Ikana, who continue to battle each other even in death. What has this bloodshed turned Ikana into? A land of death and despair, that's what. Perhaps it is time to end this war, for the last chapter to close on the kingdom of Ikana, and for the undead soldiers to finally return home. I love this bit, in particular because of how it ties in not only with the greater themes of Ikana Canyon itself, but also the game as a whole. Throughout Majora's Mask, Link has served the role of a healer, easing the regrets of veterans like himself, who passed on before their time. Ikana Canyon is the ultimate extreme of this, a land of dead soldiers, maintaining an eternal war machine which no longer serves any purpose. It shows the fate that Link himself might one day share if he does not learn to move on with his life, if he doesn't let go of his past and live for the future. Ikana and the Garo both had a culture centered around war, but these wars never had a righteous purpose to them, nor were they tempered by mercy. That's how the kingdom ended up the way it is now, and it's a terrible fate that Link must learn to avoid. And Egos to Ikana's final plea says it all. On my kingdom, shine the light of justice. With his final breaths, the king shall impart upon Link the song of the royal Ikana family, the Elegy of Emptiness, with which he can create up to 4 stationary copies of himself. What is the purpose of these copies? Well, they can press down switches, and that's it. It's a bit like the Cane of Samaria from A Link to the Past, which I had labeled as one of the worst dungeon items in Zelda history, if you'll recall. Except it's even worse here because of the sheer amount of time it takes to lay down just one copy, let alone several. But hey, this is fine so long as the game doesn't make excessive use of these things. Oh god. Stone Tower is the worst part of Majora's Mask. Full stop. Everyone agrees on this point, even superfans of this game. There's no nuance to this section of the game. It's a fucking slog where you have to play the ocarina at least 9 times as you make your way through one of the slowest level designs in the entire Legend of Zelda series. In order to ascend the tower, the player will have to activate 3 sets of 3 weight sensitive switches all at the same time. To do this, you'll need to play the Elegy of Emptiness, which, as I just detailed, is a long, drawn-out version of the Cane of Samaria, meaning that if you want to activate all 3 of these switches, you'll have to play a fucking ocarina song every single time. There's a total of 9 switches leading up the tower, and for each and every one of these, you'll have to bust out the ocarina and play the exact same song. Nothing about this is hard. It's just boring and drawn out and completely fucking brain dead. Even worse, if you fall off the edge at any point during this process, you'll have to start all over again from the very bottom of the tower. This could happen through user error, sure, but more likely, it'll probably be the fault of one of the many fire keys who patrol the area. These things come out of nowhere and can knock you back a million miles, easily forcing a restart, as they did on both my 3rd and 4th playthroughs. Or maybe you'll be in the Zora form, which is required, by the way, and suddenly be one-shotted the moment the fire keys touches you. I didn't even know that Zora Link was weak to fire until my 6th playthrough, when this exact scenario happened to me, and I had to start the tower all over again because of it. I do not know how this section of the game got past playtesting. It's boring, frustrating, and ultimately adds very little to its associated dungeon. The only reason I can even think of as to why this was put in the game is if the intent was to, once again, artificially inflate the game's difficulty by wasting the player's time. In that sense, I feel like Stone Tower perfectly encapsulates all of Majora's flaws. It's tedious, repetitive, and feels like it was rushed out the door without anyone checking for quality. At the very least, the temple following this absolute train wreck is, once again, one of the very best from the entire series. Stone Tower Temple is this game's final dungeon, and as a result, it utilizes a linear set of puzzles and challenges that require clever use of all the many powers and dungeon items that the players collected throughout the entire game. It may not be maze-like or labyrinthine like my favorite endgame dungeons from the series, but what it lacks in non-linearity, it more than makes up for in the quality of of its linear challenges. From the dungeon start, we are presented with an initial gauntlet of challenges utilizing the transformation masks. First, the player will need to kill 4 Armoses spread across a lake of lava, which will require the use of the Goron form. You'll also have to figure out how to shine some sunlight into this room by ascending the stairs and blowing up part of the courtyard on the ground floor, which reintroduces the light mechanics we just familiarized ourselves with in the preceding mini-dungeon. In the next room, the player will have to use the Zora form to swim through a massive underwater complex, searching for small chests and hidden switches all the while. It even utilizes the dolphin jumping mechanic with this small pool area. The player will have to build enough momentum without crashing into anything and jump into this small alcove containing a small key. As you can see, Stone Tower Temple utilizes not only Link's extensive back catalog of dungeon items to craft its puzzles, but also the many different transformation masks he's collected over the course of the entire game, something the previous mini-dungeon, Ikana Castle, also did. Considering how central these transformations have been to the previous 3 areas and their temples, it was smart of the devs to utilize them in the final dungeon like this, testing the player on all the knowledge and skill he's accumulated throughout the game's runtime. It's a great example of incremental difficulty done right, and for that alone, Stone Tower Temple deserves some praise. But this isn't the only trick the dungeon has up its sleeve. Once we exit the water, the player will be presented with a suspicious looking mirror lying just down a hallway, with a beam of light nearby. If the player makes the logical connection and reflects the light at the mirror, he'll find that it does not merely redirect the light, but also absorbs it, allowing it to glow for several seconds afterwards. This gives the player time to run over and reflect that second light source into something else, in this case, a sunblock, behind which lies the dungeon map as well as a shortcut back to the dungeon's entrance. The next room then builds on this mechanic by presenting an entire room full of mirrors. The player will have to pass a beam of sunlight into each successive mirror to open up the way further into the dungeon. It is here where the Deku form is once again called upon. A series of fans blowing gusts of wind will allow Deku Link to fly indefinitely, but he'll have to carefully navigate around corners and past enemies in order to do so. This section isn't super complicated, but it introduces brand new wind physics to the player before we enter the dungeon's second half, where the Deku form's flying mechanics will see extensive use. Lying in wait at the end of this gauntlet is the dungeon's first mini-boss, the Garo Master, who is significantly tougher than his underlings. He has mostly the same attack pattern as the other Garo, but with blazing blades that never break and the ability to teleport above the player and strike from the sky. Blocking with your shield will provide protection, but it won't give you a proper opening either. Instead, good evasion tactics will be needed to both avoid damage and give yourself an opportunity to strike the Garo. He's an excellent mini-boss, following up on the advanced enemy design we saw at the end of Ikana Castle, while also presenting a new challenge altogether. Killing him will net the final bow upgrade, the light arrows, which we can use to solve light-based puzzles without having to rely on a source of sunlight, as well as deal massive damage to certain enemy types. And just like his underlings, the defeated Garo Master shall also impart upon Link one final piece of advice before dying. Exit the dungeon, and use your newly acquired power to upend the world. That's right, Stone Tower Temple's gimmick is that its second half takes place in the exact same rooms as its first half, only this time, everything's upside down. And that completely changes things. But before continuing on with discussion of the temple's level design, I first have to say, holy shit, this dungeon's beautiful. Looking upon the night sky below us as the music shifts to a more ethereal, haunting version of itself is just absolutely stunning. Visually, this has got to be the most impressive dungeon in the entire series up until this point, and it amazes me just how awe-inspiring Stone Tower Temple is, even in spite of the game's aged graphics. And this makes the act of exploring the dungeon feel so much more exciting. A dungeon's atmosphere, after all, is incredibly important, because it takes the ones and zeros the game's actually made up of and translates it into something truly magical, a brand new world the player can find himself truly immersed in. And this is something the N64 era of Zelda games, in particular, were uniquely good at, taking a dungeon and making it feel like a living part of the game world, with a history and purpose to it that fits in with its surrounding environment. Stone Tower Temple truly feels like a gateway to the land of the gods, which couldn't be a more fitting setting for this game's final dungeon. But of course, level design is just as, if not more important, than atmosphere, and in that regard, the second half of Stone Tower Temple is even better than its first. It begins with the Zora room we navigated through earlier, except in its upside down form. As a result, it's been completely drained, and several strong drafts of wind now run through the holes in the ground. The player can use these drafts to ascend the room with Deku Link, completely changing how we explore it. You'll then have to find a small key to move on to the next room, which presents another switch with which we can turn the dungeon upside down. You can use this to cross a lava room with the Goron form, then flip the dungeon again to head forward, where we'll find a second challenge room. This involves a block pushing puzzle which will require flipping the room around in order to solve, again building on the dungeon's central mechanic. Unfortunately, as great as this dungeon's been so far, there's a tiny hiccup at this point, because after this block puzzle comes the dungeon's second mini-boss, the Wizrobe. Yep, you heard that right. The Wizrobe strikes again, making not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, but 5 fucking appearances throughout this game's runtime. I have no earthly idea as to why the devs thought this fight was good enough to repeat that many times. Funnily enough, the 5th version of this fight doesn't even come with boss music, almost as if the game itself is like, yeah, we know this fight isn't interesting anymore, could you please just get it over with already? It's really unfortunate, because legit, this is the only flaw this dungeon has. It's a real shame, but again, I guess no Zelda dungeon is ever going to be perfect, huh? Killing the Wizrobe opens up the final stretch of the dungeon, where the Deku form will see even more extensive use through 2 separate flyover rooms. This second one in particular is quite unique, since you'll have to plan ahead by using arrows to take out a few naval mines, the very same ones we had to avoid while swimming back when this room was filled with water. It's some great attention to detail, while also finding a way to recontextualize these older elements into a brand new challenge. Again, absolutely brilliant level design, and more than worth the dungeon's linearity. After clearing these 2 rooms, the dungeon's third and final mini-boss shall present itself. Gomez, a large, Grim Reaper-like being with a horde of bad bats flying around him. He's not the most complex mini-boss. Just shoot him with a light arrow to dispel his bats, then strike him with your sword. It's simple, but I'll take it over a 6th Wizrobe fight, God forbid. Killing him nets the boss key, with which the player can make his way up to the tower and to the boss room itself. But first, Stone Tower Temple shall grant us one final boon, the Giant's Mask, which can be used only during the fight with the game's final dungeon boss, Twin Mold. Twin Mold, as the name implies, is not one boss, but 2. Though, since they're identical to one another, it's more like fighting one particularly beefy boss rather than 2 individuals. The twins are giant antlion-like creatures who burrow into the sand before popping out and flying high above, with their hard exoskeletons being impervious to all damage. Their only 2 weak points are the end of their tails and their face, requiring accurate marksmanship on the player's part in order to properly get a shot off on them. Or, of course, you could whip out the Giant's Mask and fight them on even terms. Does this trivialize the fight? A little, but also not entirely. You still have to manage your magic meter, because if you run out of mana before killing both bosses, you'll revert back into your Hylian form. You will then either have to wait for the twins to destroy some of the surrounding ruins, thus spawning a magic jar pickup, or go back to sniping with your bow. It isn't an overpowered transformation, but it is still quite potent, providing a neat reward for the player's effort and persistence over what has so far been a long, arduous, and sometimes tedious journey. Still, I couldn't think of a more fitting end to Majora's wonderful slew of dungeon content. They were few, but what they lacked in quantity, each temple more than made up for in its quality, easily carving a reputation for themselves as some of the greatest level designs in video game history. This was our final stop on our journey to save Termina. With all 4 giants saved, the only thing left to do is to challenge Skull Kid once again and play the Oath to Order. But, well, that's not entirely true, because there's one other area in this game that I've so far neglected to talk about. An area just as rich as all 4 worlds of Termina combined. Clocktown. Strictly speaking, none of the content available to do in Clocktown is mandatory, beyond the tasks we had to accomplish in the first cycle, that is. But it is where the vast majority of the game's side content is located. All of the side quests I've so far talked about, including the post-dungeon stuff, the Skulltula houses, and the Romani and Cremia quest lines, are but a pittance compared to the amount of content on offer here in Clocktown. But before diving deep into said content, we first need to discuss the setting they all take place in. The town itself. When you think of Zelda, you think of adventure. And what does adventure require? Leaving your comfort zone and venturing beyond the boundaries set by normal men. In the case of a medieval fantasy world, that usually takes the form of leaving a small village, where most peasants would typically spend their entire lives, or for a more upper-class protagonist, beyond some castle walls. It could even be as simple as getting out of bed and leaving the house when your uncle told you not to. Really, the barriers that keep us securely behind the adventure threshold are often quite petty, which is a commentary on the nature of safe spaces versus looming chaos in and of itself. The point I'm making is this: when you think of adventure, and therefore Zelda, you don't tend to think spending half the game in the exact same town you first started the game in. Indeed, starter towns in RPGs are often meant to be outgrown extremely early into the game, which makes a return journey feel all the more meaningful. If we spent half of any given Zelda game in its respective starter town, be that Kokiri Forest, Outset Island, or Ordon Village, then the return journey home as a hero wouldn't be so meaningful. So in that sense, Clock Town might at first appear to be quite antithetical to the essence of Zelda, to adventure and growth. And yet, that couldn't be any farther from the truth. Because this isn't our starting town. Kokiri Forest is our starting town. This game is a sequel, after all, so it's easy for returning players to know that much. But frankly, even without having played Ocarina of Time, the game does an excellent job at communicating how out of place Link feels in this town. The first cycle was a grand exploration of a large urban setting, one completely unfamiliar to our protagonist and the player both. We were treated differently for the way we looked, forced to navigate our way through an unfamiliar setting, and ultimately had to carve our own place in this town through our good deeds, which gets reset at the end of every cycle. Our progress, our social status, our relationships, everything gets reset. This place will never be home to us. No matter how hard we try, no matter how many people we help, no matter how long we spend in this town, we will always be an outsider, a stranger, an other. This right here, this is everything. This is how the urban setting of Majora's Mask manages to feel like an adventure, despite all taking place behind safe city walls. The moon helps too in that regard. It reminds you that you're not actually safe, that no matter how hard you try to ingratiate yourself into this town, you will never live long enough to enjoy it. Chaos is always looming around the corner, and not even the tallest walls or the strongest fortifications can keep it out. Because our progress is never saved, the town will always operate on the same 3-day cycle, and with the vast array of characters, events, and environmental elements that change on a minute-to-minute basis, the player will have to spend the entire game's runtime learning about the town and applying that knowledge to the game's many side quests, each of which require intimate familiarity with Clock Town in order to complete. The result is a proper urban fantasy, an adventure game mostly taking place in a single walled city that somehow never ceases to reveal new, interesting details every time you explore it. Structurally, Clock Town feels like a proper settlement. At its heart lies a giant plaza, with the many abandoned stalls and the last remaining business scrub suggesting that the area is, under normal circumstances, usually host to traveling merchants from across the 4 worlds of Termina, who peddle their wares to locals and travelers alike. The titular clock tower is also located in this plaza, powered by the rapids present in the town's underwater grotto, also explaining where the city gets its supply of fresh water from. The western quarter hosts many of the town's permanent businesses run by its citizens, including the bomb shop, the general store, the town bank, and a shady curiosity shop, which acts as a front for the local black market, where the city's thieves can fence off their ill-gotten goods. It also hosts a lottery, a school of swordsmanship, and the town post office, while simultaneously serving as a residential district for all of these many business owners. The northern quarter consists of a small city park and a garden sitting just outside the fountain dedicated to Clocktown's patron Great Fairy. It is likely that the underdeveloped state of this quarter is an intentional consequence of the Great Fairy's patronage. Spirits do tend to favor nature, after all, so it makes sense that there aren't any residences or businesses here. Unfortunately, this lack of human presence has made it a favorite spot for thieves, who prey on anyone foolish enough to travel the city streets at night without protection. Finally, the eastern quarter serves as the town's entertainment district / tourist trap. Many entertainment businesses, hosting minigames for the player to lose himself in, operate out of this district, including a shooting gallery, Honey and Darling shop, and the treasure chest shop. The district also hosts the Stockpot Inn, providing boarding accommodations for travelers, and the town milk bar, Latte, where several of the adult characters go to drink at night. Finally, the Mayor's Manor is located at the highest point of this district, and it tends to be a meeting spot for all the disgruntled citizens and travelers who wish to ask something of the mayor or his wife. It's a pretty simple city structure. 4 districts, each with their own dedicated purposes, encircled by a large stone wall. But that's what works so well about it. Real medieval cities, though well-designed ones, that is, lots of others were chaotic, tended to also have simple, district or quarter-based structures to them, and Clocktown simulates that type of design quite well. But it it isn't merely the layout of the towns that makes it so interesting. It's the detail put into showing how the city came about, and how it continues to function even into the present day. The underwater grotto I mentioned earlier isn't something you see every day on the surface. We saw it on our way into Termina at the game's beginning. It's a detail you'll probably only notice on a repeat playthrough. The city's founders took advantage of this flowing water by building an underground water wheel, which powers the clock tower above. And fresh groundwater bubbles to the surface at the outdoor laundry pool, kept flowing through grates that likely lead into a sewer system, which we know the city has, judging by the indoor plumbing we see inside the stockpot inn. It's actually quite the advanced engineering by medieval standards, but not impossible for the time either. Roman cities had sewer systems, and many of these were maintained well into the medieval era. But fictional cities need more than just fresh water and decent engineering in order to be believable. They need a purpose and a history to them as well. Without history, no city could possibly have ever been founded. Without a purpose, no settlement could have ever been able to attract enough people in order to become a true city. Luckily, Clocktown has both. The settlement is located at the exact center of Termina, at the crossroads between all four worlds. If any denizens of one world wish to travel to another, they would need to pass through Clocktown first. And what would they do in such a town? Pay for board, buy supplies, and perhaps even stay a bit. Maybe even settle down under the right circumstances. As you can see, Clocktown's geography couldn't make it any more perfectly placed to become the trading capital of Termina, and that's exactly what it is. Traveling merchants and tourists far and wide come to Clocktown to sell their wares and experience entertainment, bringing more wealth and prosperity to this single city-state than we see throughout all four worlds combined. As for history, while it is not explicitly stated, I think I pieced together how this town was founded. This is just conjecture on my part, but I will be backing up my points with evidence from the text, so bear with me for a second here. Here's what we know for sure. According to Termini's legend, the many different races of Termina, the Deku, the Gorons, the Zora, and the unnamed elven race the people of Clocktown belong to, all live together in harmony at the center of Termina, where Termina Field and Clocktown currently stand. But one day, the four giants, for unknown reasons, decided to expand Termina by creating the four worlds, gifting one world to each race, who could still interact with one another by traveling through Termina Field. This caused a bunch of drama llama with a certain imp and a potential parallel set of dark gods, but that's a story for another time. The point is, each race got their own world, with the Deku receiving the Southern Swamp, the Goron settling at Snow Peak, and the Zora spreading throughout the Great Bay Area. But what about the fourth world? Which race did that go to? Well, as I just detailed in the last chapter, Ikana Canyon is now the land of the dead. But it wasn't always that way, according to several of the characters we meet throughout that area's questline. It used to be the heartland of the Ikana Kingdom, and of the Garo tribe, both of whom, judging by their states of undeath, were human in nature, perhaps even a little elf-like. I therefore posit to you, dear viewer, that Ikana was originally gifted to the elves/humans of this world, who split themselves into the Ikanan and Garo tribes respectively. But because they're humans, they did what humans do and waged war against each other until both sides were dead, and combined with the curse of undeath that Skull Kid and Twin Mold put upon the stone tower, this turned Ikana into the land of the dead it currently is. But just as sure as humans are to commit self-destruction, so too are they certain to survive, and rebuild. Perhaps they were refugees, or political dissidents fed up with the despotic government of Ikana, or just plain survivors of the Cataclysm. Regardless of their origins, a group of Ikanans left their god-given homeland behind and settled in the vast, nurturing, and currently unclaimed territory of Termina Field. Learning from the mistakes of their past, they ditched their warrior culture and fostered a new one, based on trade, coexistence, and an early medieval form of oligarchic republican government. Eventually, due to their favorable geography and more open culture, they became the trade hub of Termina, eventually developing into a prosperous, highly advanced city-state with a complex set of religious traditions, including the Carnival of Time, which is meant to honor the four gods who created this world. Could I be wrong? Absolutely. No matter how plausible this tale might seem, it isn't backed up by a definitive source. No one explicitly states how the town was founded, nor do we get to see any Ikanans with their flesh still attached, which would allow us to know for certain whether these people were also highly in-looking elves/humans. But the fact that I was able to construct such a detailed narrative using evidence from the text, the creation myth, the similarities between the undead of Ikana and Hyrule, and the lack of an alternative fourth race to ascribe Ikana to, it all connects. And knowing how much Miyamoto loved taking real European cities and modeling Zelda game settings off of them, then this scenario becomes even more plausible, because there is at least one key example of a real medieval city-state founded by refugees looking to escape both barbarous invaders and a crumbling despotic monarchy: Venice. The city of Venice was founded by Romans who fled the Lombards as they conquered northern Italy. Being isolated from their brethren in the east, they were forced to fend for themselves, and eventually, through trial and error, built an advanced city with brilliant engineering engineering, and a robust medieval oligarchic republican form of government. Its position in the Adriatic made the city a natural trade hub, as it became the principal port for all Eastern Mediterranean goods flowing into Western Europe. Again, knowing how much Miyamoto loved visiting real locations in Europe and modeling Zelda towns off of them, and also taking into account his co-writer role on this project, it becomes so much more plausible that this was an intentional parallel. Even looking into German history specifically, the imperial free cities of the Holy Roman Empire could be another inspiration, as they tended to have advanced city engineering and freedom from despotic lords, alongside medieval oligarchic republican governments. If this was the intent, then I could easily see my theory being a plausible explanation for both the town's founding and the fate of the Ikanans after the fall of their kingdom. And when taking all these many details into account, Clocktown becomes one of the richest, most fleshed out settings in the entire Zelda series. For all the clues of the city's history to just be sitting out in the open like this, waiting for players to piece it all together, it's exactly the kind of subtle, interactive storytelling from Ocarina of Time that made its narrative so beloved. For real, 10 out of 10 city design right here. I can't express enough just how incredible Clocktown is, especially given that it was crafted in less than a freaking year. Oh, and that's just the city itself we were talking about. Once you add in the characters, their routines, and the stories associated with them, ho boy, is this not one of the greatest urban settings in video game history or what? Every resident of Clocktown has a role, purpose, and backstory. This isn't a big budget Western RPG with dozens of disposable NPCs. Everyone has a reason for being in this city, even in its current half-evacuated state. And this is where the heart of Majora's Mask truly lies, in its characters and the side quests associated with them. A lot of these quests can be quite simple, reflecting the simplistic nature of their characters. Guru Guru is a member of the Gorman Troupe, a traveling band of carnies, and his quest merely involves finding him by the laundry pool on the night of the first or second days and listening to his backstory, where he confesses to a theft he committed many years ago. It's a small interaction, but the tale itself is quite humorous, and the mask he gives has a function that ties in with that very tale, the ability to lead tiny animals and help them mature. The Rosa sisters, also members of the Gorman Troupe, are twin dancers who can't seem to come up with the proper choreography for their upcoming performance. During the day, they can be found pacing around the Stockpot Inn, lost deep in thought, while at night they practice aimlessly in the city's West District. To assist them, the player must first find Kamaro, the ghost of a dancer who died before he could teach his skills to anyone, and therefore remains tied to the earth as a wandering spirit. It shouldn't be too hard to piece together the solution. Play for him the Song of Healing, so that we may ease his regrets and seal them inside a mask. This mask shall grant Link the dancing skills of the man it's modeled after, and by performing in front of the sisters, their plight shall finally come to an end. There are a few other minor characters who also have their own side quests. The old lady from the bomb shop can be saved from a robbery on the night of the first day, thus rewarding the blast mask and allowing the bomb shop to be stocked with a large bomb bag from the second day onwards. Somewhat related, there's the man from the curiosity shop, who, if you didn't save the old woman from being robbed, will buy said large bomb bag from its thief on the night of the second day and sell it on the third. However, if you did stop the robbery, his inventory will change, and he'll instead sell the all-night mask on the night of the final day. Finally, there's Andrew's grandmother, an old, questionably senile woman who will read Link children's books detailing the background lore of Termina. However, she talks so slow and the stories are so boring that Link will fall asleep before she can even finish, unless you wear the all-night mask. This allows Link to stay awake for the entire story, and if you correctly answer the woman's questions at the end of each one, you get a heart piece. Now, are you noticing a pattern here? Despite each of these side quests being associated with minor characters, and having completely unrelated goals and stories associated with them, each of them somehow found a way to connect to the next one. Without stopping the thief on the night of the first day, the old lady would have lost her goods, and they would then be sold by the curiosity shop on the night of the third day. And if that happens, then we can't buy the all-night mask. And without the all-night mask, you can't listen to the grandmother's stories. Despite all being separate characters with seemingly little connections between one another, each quest feeds into the other. In other words, the citizens of Clocktown don't exist in a bubble. They're connected in ways that even they can't see, but we, as time travelers, are able to experience this world over and over again, putting together the pieces and eventually figuring out how they all connect to one another. These connections become even more complex once we start diving into a few of the more involved quests and characters. First up is the leader of the Gorman Troupe, Gorman himself. He's an exceedingly rude man, dismissive of Link should the player ever try to talk to him, and all round seeming like a bad guy, especially given his likeness to Ingo from Ocarina of Time. But there's more to Gorman than first meets the eye. If you follow the man on the first day, you'll find that he will seek an audience with Madame Aroma, the mayor's wife, at 10 AM, literally the moment the mayor's office opens. And his demeanor completely changes. He becomes bashful, humble, and exceedingly nice, even to the receptionist. But this false persona crumbles the moment he actually gets his audience. Madame Aroma informs Gorman that the Indiegogos won't be coming to Clocktown because their lead singer lost her voice, tying in nicely with the main quest. Again, brilliant attention to detail. As a result, the Carnival of Time won't have enough performers to fill out their itinerary, and combined with the state of panic the city is currently in because of the moon, the show has simply been cancelled. Gorman is predictably angered by this turn of events, and will be in an even more sour mood following this terrible revelation. After this, Gorman can be found entering the Milk Bar, Latte, every night at 9 p.m. If you've acquired the Romani mask from Kremia's questline, you can enter the bar and find Gorman drunk, drowning his sorrows in alcohol as he realizes that everything he's worked for, all the years spent building this troupe and trying to find his big break, have all been wasted. His dreams dashed by circumstances completely out of his control. And worst of all, the world's about to fucking end, and there's nothing he can do about it. All things considered, his current course of action seems pretty reasonable. To drown his sorrows, and wait until the end finally comes for him and this miserable world. Unless the player does something about it. You see, Toto, the manager for the Indiegogos, also hangs out in the bar at nights, but rather than drown his sorrows, he simply looks upon the stage and tries to imagine what his band would have looked like playing in this establishment. You can offer to help him with a sound test, playing all 4 instruments, the ocarina, the horns, the drums, and the guitar, to simulate what the performance might have been like. Gorman remains stoic throughout the process, shooting an insult at Link after he plays each instrument. But once the whole thing comes together, Gorman is moved, for he recognizes this song, Ballad of the Windfish, the old standby of the Indiegogos. Gorman first heard this song as a young boy, visiting Clocktown for the Carnival of Time. It's what made him want to go into show business in the first place, to leave his family's ranch behind and become a performer. And when Toto tells him that the daughter of the woman he heard singing that day is the current front woman of the Indiegogos, he says that he wishes to hear her sing. Gorman actually looks forward to something again, and realizes that he still has a future, as short as it might be. These aren't mere words being expressed for the player's benefit. As I've said before, the strength of Majora's character writing lies in its ability to show its story, not merely tell it. If you complete this quest on the night of the first day, then on the second night, Gorman won't visit the bar like he normally would. Instead, he stays in his hotel room with 2 of his employees, playing a game of cards and socializing with them, with his old high and mighty attitude nowhere to be found. If you speak to him, he will reveal that he plans to evacuate the city with his troop, and offers Link a place to stay at his brother's ranch, saying that his elder brother's a nice guy, and would help us if we asked for it. In the span of a single quest, Gorman went from being a mere analog of Ingo, a fairly one-note minor antagonist from Ocarina of Time, to one of the deepest, most interesting side characters to ever grace a Zelda game. What the fuck? This was one quest, and it tied into like 5 others. It relied on our knowledge of other characters and events in this game, making Gorman and his story feel intrinsically interwoven into the surrounding game world. And at the very end, we even changed his schedule. We had such a profound impact on the man that he gave up drinking and decided to spend his final moments socializing with his employees, even prioritizing their safety by evacuating on the 3rd day. How many video games have side quests like that, where a character will have a complex backstory, one that ties in with other people and places throughout the game world, a well-written piece of character development, and at the end of it all, will entirely change his or her actions based on when you completed that side quest. This quest alone, in isolation, is a monumental achievement. But you want to know the most amazing thing of all? Every major quest does this. I already talked about Romani and Kremia's respective quests, where failure or success can change entire aspects of their schedules and personalities, but there are several other examples to find here in Clocktown as well. Take the Postman, for instance. A seemingly silly character at first, given his goofy-looking shorts and over-the-top dedication to his rather menial job, he ends up being one of the most interesting characters in all of Clocktown. At first, he appears to be but a means to an end, a convenient plot device, delivering letters to key characters during the game's most involved side quest. If the player tries to speak to him while he's out delivering letters, he'll be dismissive, saying that he cannot deviate from his schedule and therefore cannot chat. However, if the player visits the post office between 3 p.m. and 9 p.m., when the postman is off duty, we can find him in his natural element. And he's still still thinking about work. He trains himself to become a more punctual civil servant by counting exactly to 10 in his head and comparing that time to a stopwatch. And it's possible that this attitude is not entirely self-imposed. Clocktown does, after all, have an obsession with time. And despite the giant fuck-off clock placed in the center of the city, the mayor still found it necessary to place several clocks within the post office, just to make sure the postman knows the exact time at all moments of his day. Work consumes the postman's life, to the point where his job title is his name. Despite having plenty of opportunities to do so, he never introduces himself by a first or last name. He's just the postman. And sadly, there are several clues strewn throughout the 3-day cycle that point to the fact that he doesn't have any social life outside of work. If you visit the post office on the night of the second day, you'll find a letter on the postman's bed which praises him for all his hard work, sent by himself. He wrote himself a letter, put it in a postbox, picked it up from said postbox, and then brought it back to his post office to read. Oh my god, this guy's life is pathetic. By the night of the third day, most of the town's citizens will have evacuated. Only the old and stubborn seem to remain. Most cower in fear of what's to come. Others accept their fate and wait for the end. And one man in particular will foolishly deny the very end he sees happening in front of him. The postman, however, has other worries on his mind. He fears that by evacuating the town, he would not be able to deliver the scheduled mail the next day, and so he cowers on the floor, unable to move yet incapable of making a firm decision to stay, unless the player intervenes. By handing the postman a piece of priority mail, he will become filled with determination once again, and set out to deliver this letter immediately. When he finds its recipient, Madame Aroma, the postmistress herself, he dutifully delivers the letter before being chastised. Madame Aroma demands to know why the postman is still working, even when the end is so near, and the postman simply says, tomorrow's mail is still scheduled for delivery. Madame Aroma commends the postman's work and thanks him for the letter, but demands that he flee. She dismisses him of all of his duties, and the postman, no longer held back by feelings of guilt, runs gleefully out of the city gates, remarking that he is now free to make his own schedules. The postman, I feel like, was a way for the developers to channel their own negative feelings towards their work into this game. Mitsuhiro Takano, the game's scriptwriter, has spoken about this in interviews since the game's release, even going so far as to say that the dev team put their feelings in the mouths of Termina's residents. He cites specific lines, even the famous "you've met with a terrible fate," as cases where he put his feelings towards the team's work into the characters' mouths. But the postman feels like one big metaphor meant to represent the entire dev team's hidden desire to just quit. To just fucking quit, strip off their postman's hat, and run off into the fucking sunset. I feel like anyone who's ever worked a shitty job knows that feeling. The innate desire to just say, fuck this, I'm out of here, and completely stop caring about all the stupid things your job forces you to care about. But for the postman to have stuck to his post, providing the city with essential communication services in these trying times, only to dismiss himself once he's finally gotten the okay from the postmistress, it's actually commendable. How many people would continue to carry out their duties, even essential duties, when they know the world's about to end? I wouldn't, and that's what makes the postman such an interesting character. He's a guy who revolved his entire life around his work not because he didn't have a choice, but because he felt an obligation to his fellow citizens. It's a really pure intention, and it makes the moment where he finally sheds off his uniform and runs off into the sunset all the more satisfying to see, even if it's only until the world ends. There's a final pair of characters I want to talk about in depth. Two characters I have purposefully neglected to mention up until this point because they, more than any other characters in this game, are central to the story of Clocktown and its people. That's right. It's finally time to talk about Anju.
Is there anything I can do to help you?
Anju is the daughter of the Stockpot Inn's owner, and can usually be found working the front desk of the establishment. At first, she appears to be nothing more than a clumsy, slightly overworked innkeeper. If you ask for a room, she'll inform you that the inn's all booked out for the coming carnival, and expresses relief over this fact. She apparently sucks at tracking names or remembering faces, which is probably the worst trait an innkeeper could possibly have. However, over the course of the 3-day cycle, clues point to the possibility that more is going on with Anju than first meets the eye. If the player visits the inn at 2 p.m., we find the postman delivering a letter to Anju, who appears visibly spooked and demands to know where he picked up that letter from. Of course, the postman, being the dedicated civil servant that he is, refuses to release the personal information of a fellow citizen, and so he leaves Anju looking confused and unsatisfied. If you poke around town long enough, you can piece together the gist of what's happening. A wedding was set for the day of the carnival, a common occurrence given the day's religious significance, with the groom being the mayor's son, a man called Kafei, and the bride being Anju. However, Kafei has suddenly gone missing. No one in the town has seen him for the past month, which has caused most people to assume the obvious, that Kafei got cold feet and decided to skip town before the wedding. Some have even gone so far as to suggest that he ran off with another woman. Cruelly, one of the biggest spreaders of this rumor is Anju's own mother. While this might at first seem odd, clues hidden throughout the game suggest that Anju's father ran off with another woman when she was young, leaving his family to fend for themselves. It seems this experience changed her mother's outlook on men, seeing them all as lustful pigs without any sense of loyalty. As such, she has deliberately fed into, or perhaps even started, a rumor that Kafei ran off to be with Cremia. Yep, that's right. I told you all the characters in this game were interconnected. Remember how I mentioned that Cremia had a man she was in love with who was getting married to her best friend? This is it. Kafei's the man and Anju is her best friend. What I love especially about this bit is that the layout of Clocktown fits in so well with this backstory. Cremia comes to Clocktown to sell her milk, and where would she be staying during that time? Why, at the inn located literally right next to the town's milk bar, the very same one that Anju's family owns. It's no stretch of the imagination to see how these two women met and became friends, and it's also no stretch to see how Cremia could have met Kafei and eventually fallen in love with him. But fortunately, none of these rumors are true. As we already know, Kafei is nowhere to be found on Romani Ranch, and even Cremia herself will scoff at the notion, suspecting that Anju's mother is behind these rumors and confirming that she has not seen any sign of Kafei since his disappearance. So who are we to turn to first? Well, we start where any missing persons investigation would. The next of kin. Madame Maroma, the mayor's wife, is Kafei's mother, and when we speak to her, she'll task the player with investigating her son's disappearance, gifting a mask in Kafei's likeness that we can use to ask questions about him. If the player confronts Anju while wearing this mask, after she receives the letter from the postman, she will ask Link to meet her in the inn's kitchen at midnight. She tells us that the letter she received was from Kafei, and that she has written him a letter back, but that she's terrified of confronting him. She asks that we deliver this letter in her stead, and then find a way to meet with him one-on-one. That's all the direction we're given. If you want to find Kafei, you'll either have to carefully observe the town over the course of several 3-day cycles, maybe even noticing that Kafei delivers his letter to Anju on the dawn of the first day, neat little detail, or follow the postman on his route to see where he delivers Anju's letter to. Either way, we find Kafei hiding out in back of the curiosity shop and... oh god. Anju's a YouTuber! Turns out Kafei was cursed by Skull Kid, causing him to look like a child. He went to see the Great Fairy so that she could lift his curse, but surprise, he got robbed because the north side of town, as has been previously established, is god-awful. Unfortunately, what he got robbed of was his most precious possession, the Sun Mask, a handcrafted mask he made for his wedding day. As should be obvious by this point, masks are extremely important in Termini's culture, due in large part because of their 4 mask creator gods. Losing one's wedding mask, therefore, would be the real-world equivalent of losing the goddamn wedding ring. Kafei felt so ashamed by the loss of his mask that he disappeared, spending the last month tracking down the thief who stole it from him, so that he might keep his promise to Anju and present her with the promised mask on the day of their wedding. And this is where his search has led to, the curiosity shop, where all stolen goods eventually get fenced. And so, Kafei waits, but in the meantime, he asks that we deliver a pendant of his to Anju, to let her know that he intends to keep his promise, and meet her on the morning of the Carnival of Time. Assuming the player has completed all these tasks, we can then follow Kafei to the bandit's hideout on the evening of the 3rd day. Turns out, the thief is the same guy who stole the bomb bags from the old lady. In fact, if you saved her on the night of the 1st day, then the quest won't be able to progress from here, since the thief won't be able to pawn off his stolen goods on the 2nd day. Again, every quest in this game has a purpose, and is in some way connected to every other quest. It's absolutely incredible attention to detail. We can follow him into his hideout, but then... disaster! Kafei screws things up and we have to chase after the mask, leading to an isometric action section where we switch off between playing as Link and Kafei. Yes, you heard that right. This is the first time in the Legend of Zelda series that you play as someone other than Link, and it just sort of happens. It's honestly super weird and random, but hey, the actual gameplay is quite good. Kafei has to solve problems while Link kills enemies, creating a sort of role-based single-player co-op that wouldn't be experimented with again until Spirit Tracks. It's very intense, because again, failure has tangible consequences. If the player can't get through the thief's security system before the mask is destroyed, then Kafei will spend his last miserable moments alone, as the world ends, knowing he couldn't fulfill his promise to Anju. It's a genuinely heartbreaking scene, made all the more tragic considering how close the player was to the finish line. Success, on the other hand, leads to one of the most intense finales ever put in a side quest. The final day arrives, and the world comes to an end as the moon crashes to Earth. We wait for Kafei alongside Anju, hoping that he'll show up with the mask, but hour after hour will pass with no sign of the man. Anju, however, keeps faith in Kafei the entire time, and in the final 2 hours before the end of the world, ugh, yeah, you said it, Tattle. Look, gross anime tropes aside, this quest is extremely satisfying to complete, in large part because of how intricate it is. It spans the entire 3-day cycle, with so many different steps along the way, and if you mess up even just a single one, the whole thing can fall apart. The rewards are numerous as well. The postman's hat, the Keaton mask, an empty bottle, and at the very end, the couple's mask, which leads to another heart piece. Mechanically, this is one of the best side quests ever put in a Zelda game. The story also helps, though admittingly, it isn't perfect. For example, Kafei claims at one point that he's hiding because he lost his wedding mask, not because of his curse, which makes no sense. If his mask was stolen, shouldn't he report that to the guards rather than disappear for a month trying to track it down himself? His father's the mayor. Surely the guards would take an important theft like that seriously, especially when it happened to such an affluent citizen, no? If they just changed this one line and made Kafei's choice to hide to be about his current curse, and maybe even have Tattle and Link convince him over the course of the quest to forget about that and go see Anju anyway, then this plot point could have worked a lot better. It also makes the whole adult looking like a child trope have absolutely no meaning, which is really bad because seriously, if you're going to use this disgusting ass trope, you better have a damn good reason to do so. You, Kamiya. It's this rather major hiccup right here that keeps this from being my favorite quest. Again, I believe in Cremia supremacy, but that doesn't mean it isn't still incredible. I can see why it's so many people's favorite, even if it isn't mine personally. All the same, it couldn't be a more fitting ending to Majora's incredible side content. A multi-day spanning quest, tying into practically every other major side quest and character in the game, and at the end of it all, the world ends, with only Link left alive to remember our heroic deeds. The characters of this world, I cannot stress enough, are the heart of Majora's Mask. I've spent most of this video talking about level design, character control, and combat because, well, it's a video game, that's what most of the experience boils down to. And don't get me wrong, those things are important. This game's dungeons are amongst the very best to ever grace the Zelda series, and the transformation masks add such wonderful variety to character control and puzzle solving that it would be a disservice for me to not talk about those aspects of the game in depth. Yet, those are hardly the topics anyone brings up when they discuss Majora's Mask. As I said near the beginning of this video, if there's any one compliment you'll hear someone give this game, chances are it will relate to one of 3 interconnected elements: atmosphere, tone, and visual storytelling. And at the center of these elements are the characters. People who radiate personality, intrigue, and genuine emotion, who have intricate backstories coupled with desires and needs, fears and hopes. I mean it when I say this. No other video game has managed to craft a cast of characters anywhere near as consistent as this game has. All of these people have relationships with one another, schedules based around their work, hobbies, families, and histories that make them feel like they've always been here, like this world existed long before you showed up and will persist long after you're gone. Assuming the moon doesn't fall, that is. The moon represents everything this game gets right. Those are words I uttered almost 3 hours ago, and they're words that I absolutely still stand by. But as you might expect, this giant looming omen is not merely here for the player's benefit. It also affects the attitudes of the entire town and its people. Everyone in Clocktown has an opinion about the moon, and for most people, that opinion shifts over the course of the 3-day cycle. On the first day, most of the townsfolk seem to ignore it. The Stockpot Inn still checks in reserved guests, the shopkeepers continue to sell their wares, and the city's craftsmen still work on setting up the carnival festivities. But not everyone is so nonchalant. One builder, working at the top of the carnival tower, seems to notice that something's off about the moon. The business scrub will look to sell his land for cheap and to get out of Dodge, and the captain of the guard, worried for the town's safety, will argue fiercely with the city's guildmaster in favor of evacuation. But by this point, practically no one else is worried. They either have not noticed the moon getting any closer than usual, or are too wrapped up in their daily lives to even care about it. It is on the second day that attitudes begin to shift. By this point, the moon's trajectory cannot be ignored. It's getting closer, and people are beginning to react accordingly. The craftsman who first noticed the changes in the moon's size has fled. He even buys the Oceanside Skulltula house off you to use as shelter, if you purge it of its curse. And several characters will remark on rumors of the moon's fall. The Swordmaster claims that it does not concern him, while the Guildmaster's apprentice calls those who have fled cowards. The Gorman troupe makes plans to leave the city early, and shopkeepers question whether or not the carnival will even happen. Despite these concerns, the townsfolk mostly go through their daily lives just as they always have, acting under the assumption that everything will turn out just fine. But on the third day, no one can ignore the inevitable any longer. The entire town is in a panic. Half its denizens have evacuated without a trace, implying that they fled even beyond the bounds of Termina. Shopkeepers and city officials will suggest that you flee, as most have completely given up on there even being a carnival this year. Only the stubborn or stupid remain unfazed. The Guildmaster continues to deny the moon's very existence, while the Swordmaster boasts that he shall cut the moon in two. Cremia expresses her belief that not even the ranch will be safe, but shrugs it all off, saying that some things can't change no matter how hard you try. Cremia is so depressed that not even the inevitability of death phases her. This is my favorite character in the game. Unfortunately, she's far from the only person we see go full mask off because of the moon, for soon enough, midnight hits. In these final moments, we see the citizens of Termina for who they truly are. The Swordmaster cowers in fear, crying and shouting that he does not want to die. The Guildmaster taunts the moon, demanding that if it fall, it better fall now. Madame Aroma will spend her final hours drinking alone in the town bar, away from her husband, implying a rift between the two that not even the end of the world can mend. The bar owner himself stays behind to serve her, knowing the end is nigh but wanting to stay with his business till the very end, so that he might be there for any of his favorite customers who wish to spend their final moments at his establishment. And most heartbreaking of all, Cremia prepares one final batch of Chateau Romani, which she plans to give to her little sister. Romani thinks this is because her sister finally sees her as an adult, as she rejoices gleefully, telling Link that she'll see him tomorrow with a big smile on her face. Cremia, however, knows this is the end. She's trying to get her sister drunk, to inebriate her so bad that she won't know the world's ending, because that's all she can possibly do. Some things can't change no matter how hard you try, but the least she can do is shelter her sister from the pain of being an adult, of knowing the end is nigh, and giving her everything she wants before the end comes for them both. It's in a person's final moments that they show you who they truly are. Cowards, fools, loyal friends, or weaselly little snakes. Some are relieved to see the end come, others terrified. This, I feel like, is exactly how real people would react if our own world suddenly came to a foreseeable end. How many people do you think would drown their sorrows in drugs or alcohol? How many would put others before themselves, continuing their essential duties to the very end? How many would completely deny the events happening before them, to the point where only delusion could explain their confidence? It all depends on what kind of person you are. No one's going to react the exact same way to such a life-altering event. And that's the beauty of Majora's character writing. All of these characters are so fleshed out, so detailed, so positively lifelike, that they each act in the exact way I would expect them to given their personalities, character histories, and philosophies on life. This right here, this is what makes this game so special. No other video game gets character consistency down anywhere near as perfectly as Majora's Mask does. I challenge you to find me one. Sure as the moon will fall, no other Zelda game has character writing this rich. If there is any one thing I want you to take away from this video, it's this statement right here. No matter how many times this game fumbles with its its collectibles, or its pacing, or entire parts of its main quest, nothing, not a damn thing, will ever take away from the sheer perfection of its wonderful cast of characters. Once the player has conquered all 4 dungeons and completed however many side quests he so desires, all that's left for us to do is to confront Skull Kid on the night of the final day, just as we did near the game's beginning. Things will play out exactly the same. Tail gives us his warning, Skull Kid hastens the moon's fall, and the world comes to a dramatic end. Unless, of course, you play the Oath to Order, and call upon the 4 giants to save the very world that they created. The giants stop the moon's fall, and Tattle finally reunites with her brother before mouthing off on Skull Kid for, almost destroying the world. Yet Tail defends the imp, saying that Majora's Mask was at fault, that its power was too great for the Skull Kid to handle, and that it took advantage of him. A convenient story, to be sure, but one that the mask itself backs up. The mask splits off from its host and fuses with the moon above, who then speaks, claiming that it shall consume the whole world. Tattle begs Link to turn back time, but we know that's not Link's style. After all, the shaft of light Majora used to enter the moon is still there, and we can use it to chase after him. After a little convincing, Tattle will begrudgingly agree to accompany us on one final quest, to chase down the mask, and finally put an end to this nightmare. The inside of the moon is not your traditional final Zelda dungeon. In fact, it's not even a dungeon. Instead, it merely takes place in an expansive, heavenly meadow, with 4 children running around playing tag as a lone 5th child sits beneath a large, shady tree. Each of these frolicking children bears a mask of one of the bosses we killed over the course of the game's 4 dungeons, with the lonely child wearing Majora's Mask. You can choose to confront this child first and begin the final boss fight as you are now, or speak to the other children, who will demand from Link an increasing number of masks that he collected throughout his journey. This is entirely optional, but it leads to 4 separate challenge rooms revolving around the transformation masks, with each of these rooms holding a piece of heart. The first one is for the Deku mask, and it's not challenging in the slightest. Seriously, it's like 2 spinning platforms for you to navigate past, and bam, you're done. If this was meant to be an endgame level design for the Deku form's flying mechanic, then it failed hard at that, because seriously, it's less challenging than some of the flyover rooms we experienced back in Stone Tower Temple. This takes all the wonderful, incremental difficulty we saw applied to the Deku form throughout the game and just throws it away, all for a room that can be fully explored in less than a minute. The second challenge room, on the other hand, is for the Goron rolling, and holy fuck is it the hardest thing ever put in a Zelda game. It's difficulty whiplash. The Deku room we just beat was way too easy, yet this is insanely difficult. Like, it feels as if it were designed as the final level to an entire video game dedicated to Goron rolling. Where is the escalation in difficulty? Where is the incremental challenge? This game hasn't used the Goron roll in a single level design since Snow Peak at the Goron racetrack, and that was significantly less difficult than this bullshit. You have to align Link perfectly with the track before even getting into your Goron roll, then purposefully refrain from touching the analog stick, a trick the game has never taught us, by the way, then quickly shift back to using the stick again in order to navigate past some of the hardest turns ever designed for a video game. This shit took me 20 fucking minutes to beat on my recorded playthrough, I'm not kidding. It's weird just how cavernous the difference is between the Deku room's difficulty and this one, and for a mechanic that was used far less throughout the game's runtime. And then the third challenge room, again, reverts back to being uncharacteristically easy given how late in the game it appears. It's just a bunch of tubes filled with water that you'll have to use the Zora swimming to navigate through. All it requires is trial and error. There isn't any trick to this, nor does it test the player's mechanical skill in any way whatsoever. It's just aimlessly swimming down tubes until you eventually find the right one. Finally, for the fourth challenge room, we face a boss rush. A Dynalphos, a Garo Master, and an Iron Knuckle, all in that order. It isn't hard, or interesting, or even new, since these are all recycled enemies, but it's at least decent, I guess. Unfortunately, this isn't where it ends, because after defeating the Iron Knuckle, we get a bomb chew puzzle. Wait, seriously? This late into the game? We've never even used these before. And wait a second, what happens if you run out of bomb chews? What the fuck? Yep, this game seriously threw in a mechanic we've never been introduced to right at the very end, and yes, if you fuck up at these bomb chew puzzles enough times, which is quite easy to do, I must be real with you, then you'll have to start all over again, from the very beginning of a brand new cycle, watching all the same cutscenes, doing all these same challenge rooms, and finally attempting this puzzle from the very start. Luckily, when this happened to me on my second playthrough, I was able to use a strange glitch involving the Song of Storms to get past this, but that honestly shouldn't be necessary in the first place. If I need to start breaking the game in order to fix some lousy puzzle design, then that says something about the level of care the devs put into designing said puzzle, which is to say they didn't seem to care at all. I gotta be real with you here. The inside of the moon is one of the worst endgame levels ever put in a Zelda title. I call it a level because it definitely can't be defined as a dungeon. Hell, none of it is even mandatory. You can literally just walk up to Majora and start the fight without ever stepping foot in these challenge rooms. But compared to the harrowing labyrinth that is Death Mountain, the colossal Omen that is the Tower of Ganon, or the haunting dungeon crawl of Ganondorf's castle, the inside of the moon is terribly pathetic. I love the look of this place, and there's some great visual storytelling going on here that I'll be talking about in a few minutes, but as far as actual level design goes, it's fucking atrocious. Stone Tower Temple was the true final dungeon of Majora's Mask, and believe me, it's better for this game's reputation that it is classified as such. After completing all 4 challenge rooms and giving away all our masks, Majora will point out how helpless Link would be if they fought, and offers to play a game with him instead. Good guys versus bad guys. He hands Link the Fierce Deity mask, one said to be as powerful as Majora himself, and tells him that he is the bad guy, and when you're bad, you run. Real quick, before we analyze this boss fight, I have to talk about the final transformation mask that Majora just gave us, the Fierce Deity mask. It's absolutely badass, transforming Link into the image of a dark god, meant to protect the people of Termina in their time of need. Mechanically, Fierce Deity Link controls more like his adult form from Ocarina of Time, wielding a twisting claymore that shoots beams of light with each strike, much like the sword beam from the 2D games. As far as endgame rewards go, this is amongst the best from the entire Zelda series, because it truly feels like our efforts to save the people of Termina have paid off, in a game which constantly makes you question whether or not your actions have any meaning behind them. It's great to finally receive a tangible, powerful piece of proof that yes, we do matter. Our efforts to save the people of Termina did not go unnoticed, and we have been blessed with divine fury in return. A divine fury we shall rain down upon Majora's Mask. Let's fucking go. Oh. Okay, that was a bit too easy, but maybe the second phase will be tougher? The third phase? Majora's Mask has an infamously terrible final boss fight, and that is solely the fault of the Fierce Deity mask. You can no damage body Majora on the first try, and I'm not exaggerating when I say that. Even the Game Grumps did it. If a boss is so pathetic that even Aaron Hansen, the guy who wore the fucking hover boots for the last half of Ocarina of Time, had to purposefully redo this fight in order to satisfy himself, then something is seriously wrong here. Not even Skyward Sword's disappointing finale made him do something like that. And this is a man who hates Skyward Sword more than I do. Your sword beams never run out and don't have a cooldown, and worse still, they absolutely just melt Majora's defenses while simultaneously stun-locking him. There's nothing he can do to counter this. It almost feels like a dev tool that got left in the game by accident. In that sense, this fight perfectly encapsulates Majora's Mask. Perfect presentation, perfect build-up, and perfect gameplay, all ruined by a mechanic no one spent any time playtesting before the final product was rushed out the door. No. Fuck this. We're not letting it end like this. This is a game full of originality, life, and artistic expression, of incredible mechanics never again seen in any Zelda game. It deserves a proper fucking ending. So let's beat this game the way it ought to be beaten. Let's use every bit of wisdom we've gathered, every terrible power we've acquired, and every lick of courage we can muster to beat this boss fair and square. Majora has 3 phases, the first being Majora's Mask. In this form, the mask will grow disgusting tendrils and fly around, occasionally swooping down and spinning across the room. His front is completely invulnerable. You'll have to swoop around his backside and get an arrow shot in to fell him. Alternatively, the Zora form's projectiles have a boomerang arc and can therefore hit the mask's backside a lot easier. Once he's down, you can wail on him with your weapon of choice in order to deal damage. Halfway through the fight, the 4 boss masks will reanimate to assist Majora, shooting off magic blasts as they float about the room. You can either ignore them or take them out with a projectile, but Majora too shall gain a new trick, a beam of fire that can deal devastating damage. However, this can be used to your advantage. The mirror shield can deflect this magic right back at Majora, both stunning and hurting him at the same time. With enough damage, the mask will enter its second phase, Majora's Incarnation, a disgusting, humanoid version of the mask with legs and arms. The Incarnation will run about the room like a madman, doing the Pizzaki and randomly attacking with barrages of magic blasts. This is definitely the easiest form to deal with. Just stun him from a distance and wail on him and he'll soon go down. In his third phase, the mask transforms into Majora's Wrath, turning into a monstrous creature and growing 2 insanely long tentacles that he can use as whips. Your best strategy is to keep your distance and use arrows to stun him, preferably the light arrows, since their magic will keep him pinned for significantly longer. You can then close the gap and wail on him with your sword, but not if you shot him from too far away, for he will get back up rather quickly. This fight is a tightrope walk between keeping enough distance to avoid Majora's whips, while simultaneously staying close enough to strike him before he breaks out of his stun. As the fight goes on, he'll start spawning spinning tops that will home in on Link, and these can easily cause the player lots of trouble, since you'll have to focus not only on blocking Majora's whips, but also avoid running into these traps. If you run out of arrows at any point during the fight, then it gets really intense, as the battle shifts into a sort of rhythmic dance between Majora and the player, each keeping their distance, yet both wanting to get close enough to attack the other. Combining these 3 phases together results in what is, legitimately, one of the toughest final bosses in Zelda history. And it got trivialized by a stupidly overpowered mask. It's honestly really sad to think how much work went in designing this incredible final fight, only for some misguided developer to completely ruin it by giving the player a literal win button. It's not a small problem. Endings are paramount because they affect how we remember the game we just played. A bad ending can leave a bad memory, while a great ending to an otherwise mixed title can trick you into thinking the game you just played was better than it really was. And that's what's really sad about this boss fight. It's an incredible ending to this game that's sadly hidden behind a terrible one. Majora's death will result in the destruction of the moon. The people of Clocktown rejoice from outside the city walls, as they see that both Link and their gods have saved their world from certain doom. And as the scene fades out, we see the dawn of the fourth day finally greet us. Link wakes up to find Tattletale greeting him, and Skull Kid, clearly ashamed of himself, looks to the four giants who saved this world. He speaks to them with familiarity, realizing that they still thought of him as a friend, that in his time of need, they came for him. The giants sing their oath to order one final time, and depart once again to their four worlds. The scene shifts, and Skull Kid turns his attention towards Link. He thanks the young hero for saving him, and notices that Link smells an awful lot like a certain other fairy kid, the one who taught him a song in the woods. He asks if Link wishes to be his friend, but the moment is cut short by the happy mask salesman, who retrieves Majora's mask, remarking that it has lost all its evil power. He tells Link that he, too, should return to Hyrule, and that, though our parting with the friends we've made is inevitable, the length of any such parting is up to him, and him alone. With that, the mask salesman disappears into the unknown. Tattle reaffirms the salesman's advice, telling Link that he better get back to his journey, and leave the people of Termina to enjoy their carnival. Link gives his friends one final nod and rides off, with Tattle shouting a final thank you as he does so. The camera zooms out, and that's our ending. As is tradition in the Legend of Zelda series, the final credits show all the people and places we've encountered over the course of our journey. But unlike in past games, the individual character endings we see in Majora's Mask will be based entirely on how much side content the player actually did. Remember what I said, Majora's Mask is a game that is defined by its side content, and without collecting all the masks, you won't get the most satisfying ending. First, we see the Indigogos performing in Clocktown, with Lulu once again singing unabated. The camera pans over the many different locales we visited throughout the game. The Pirate's Fortress, Ikana Castle, and the Deku Palace, where we see the monkey and the Deku Princess together once again. From this point on comes the optional stuff. First, we see the postman, without his hat, marathoning throughout Termina Field, indicating that he decided to keep his freedom after the moon dropped, and now continues to run only on his own schedule. The Rosa sisters perform Kamaro's dance, the great fairies are all whole again, and Romani shows off her archery skills to Cremia, who claps in awe. The bomb shop owner attends the carnival with his mother, and Grog watches over his now matured cuckoos. Gorman watches Lulu sing at the milk bar, looking genuinely moved at having finally achieved his lifelong dream. Guru plays a song for the entire bar, and Pamela shares a tender moment with her father. And finally, we see the conclusion to this game's most important questline, the wedding between Anju and Kafei. At the end of it all, we leave Termina to see Link riding out into the Lost Woods on the back of Epona once again, mirroring his actions at the start of the game. The fog he was lost in now finally clears. Link then gives one final look up into the sky, and rides off into the unknown. The camera then zooms in on a lone tree stump, showing a carving of Link, the Skull Kid, our two fairy companions, and the four giants, all living in harmony, and waving at the viewer. The end. On the surface, Majora's Mask seems to have an exceedingly simple plot. An imp gets corrupted with power, causes trouble, almost destroys the world, then Link spends the whole story saving four gods to assist in preventing said end of the world. The source of the evil power is killed, the imp gets redemption, and Link rides off into the sunset. Majora's plot synopsis is deceptively simple. In fact, you'll likely have noticed by now that compared to the Ocarina video, I stopped to talk about this game's plot almost not at all. But that is because the story of Majora's Mask, like its predecessor, is defined by its subtext. So much of Majora's plot and themes are hidden beneath layers of details that most players won't care to notice, because seriously, it took me 4 consecutive playthroughs in order to fully piece together everything this game was trying to say. Majora's Mask is complex. So complex that no one seems to agree on what this game is truly about. The answers I'm going to provide you with are, therefore, not definitive, but they're about as close to definitive as I think we can ever truly get with this game. So to start, let's talk about Termina. One of the most confusing things about Majora's Mask is its setting, because seriously, what the fuck is Termina? We start the game by falling down a tree log, then go through trippy, twisting hallways until suddenly we arrive beneath the clock tower at Termina Center. So what's going on here? Is this another world? A pocket dimension? A dream all taking place in Link's head during his final moments because really he's dying all alone and no one will ever know of his heroic deeds? There isn't a 100% definitive answer to that question, but the first theory I need to debunk before going any further is Nintendo's own, that the world of Termina is a fabricated illusion created by Majora's Mask and Skull Kid. I call it Nintendo's theory, but really it's just an interpretation written by some unknown, likely contracted author from outside the company who wrote the 30th anniversary Legend of Zelda encyclopedia. But I have to debunk it anyway because inevitably, some smartass in the comments is going to cite this book as if it's gospel truth, and frankly, I don't want to have to deal with that. So, why is this theory wrong? Well, for starters, Majora having the power to create his own pocket dimension kind of breaks both the lore of Zelda and the logic of this game's story. It took all 3 of the most powerful beings in the Zelda universe to create the world as we know it. So for Majora to be able to mend his own individual pocket dimension full of real people, places, and an entire history to it, that would put him on par with the goddesses in terms of power scaling. And we know that can't be true because, well, we beat his ass without taking any damage, so that kind of breaks the lore a bit, doesn't it? Majora isn't a creator god. He is a god of a sort, and we'll talk more about that a bit later, but he doesn't have the power to fabricate entire worlds all by himself. Another piece of evidence that easily debunks this theory comes from one of the earliest details we see in the game. During the initial chase sequences Hylian Link, you can explore the surrounding area and find that right outside the tree stump's entrance is a patch of rustling grass. These are living plant-animal hybrids exclusive to the land of Termina, and their presence here at the portal's entrance suggests that the plant life from Termina is seeping into Hyrule, perhaps even explaining the strangeness of the Lost Woods itself. Maybe the living plants and dark magic present in these woods is the result of Termina's creatures seeping into Hyrule. At least that's one valid interpretation. What it does mean, for certain, is this. There's no way the land of Termina isn't real, because how then would both objects, like Link's newly acquired gear, and living things travel between the 2 places? If Tattle and Tail are the products of either Skull Kid, Majora, or even Link's imaginations, then how do they tangibly exist in Hyrule? In fact, how could Termina have been created by the joint efforts of Skull Kid and Majora if Tattle and Tail, 2 Termina's fairies, helped Skull Kid steal the mask in the first place? They couldn't have. There's simply no way these 2 could have met Skull Kid and become his partners in crime if the mask and Skull Kid together are what created the land of Termina and its inhabitants in the first place. It's a textbook paradox. This theory is 100% verifiably wrong, and I think that says something about how little Nintendo cares about the accuracy of their official guides. If you guys ever wonder why I pay no heed to the official timeline and other out-of-game sources, it's for this reason right here. Nintendo greenlit a guide, made for the Zelda series' 30th anniversary, that tried to pass off an undercooked fan theory as canon. Is it any wonder why this series' official timeline is so fucked? So if Termina isn't a figment of Majora's imagination, and is indeed a definitively real place with real people and a real history, then how do we explain the similar looking people? Well, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but as a wise, homicidal AI robot once said,
"The best solution to a problem is usually the easiest one."
Yes, the solution to the "why does everyone in Termina appear to be an analog of another character from Hyrule" question is, indeed, the simplest one. The developers ran out of time. Quite ironic, all things considered. The 3D modelers had to work round the clock to build a whole new map from scratch, with intricate medieval city design, environmental elements that match up with real-life phenomena, and 4 brand new dungeons to model on top of that, alongside swaths of side areas, mini-dungeons, caves, challenge rooms. Is it really such a stretch to say that maybe, just maybe, this team of 9 people all in charge of drawing and modeling everything in this game thought that the best way to get this shit done in less than a year was to cut some corners where they could, reuse reuse a few environmental models, recycle an enemy or two, and, oh, I don't know, take character designs from one-note NPCs present in Ocarina of Time and reuse them for the more fleshed out characters in this game? Do you really think that Cuckoo Lady, a character so unimportant that that is her actual fucking name, was really some super deep character living a parallel life here in Termina the entire time? The reuse of Ocarina of Time's character models is a common red herring when trying to make sense of Majora's story, and I'm gonna put a stop to it right here. I'm fucking skewering that damn fish with a harpoon gun. Kafei doesn't have a Hylian counterpart. Meridotor doesn't have a Hylian counterpart. Madame Aroma doesn't have a Hylian counterpart. Anju's mother doesn't have a Hylian counterpart. The old lady from the bomb shop doesn't have a Hylian counterpart. None of the Deku Scrubs have Hylian counterparts. Tingle, blessed be his name, doesn't have a Hylian counterpart. The vast majority of NPCs don't have direct counterparts from Hyrule. The fact of the matter is, these are all new individuals with no ties whatsoever to Hyrule or any of the people we met there. There is no mystery to unravel here, and that's because the reuse of character models, contrary to popular belief, wasn't a purposeful artistic choice. Aonuma might have tried to spin it as such in interviews from before this game's release, but remember, Miyamoto also said that he and his team had already finished 30 courses for Super Mario 64, when in reality, they had only finished 8 when he said that, and the game ended up only shipping with 15. Game directors will oversell their video games by spinning obvious negatives into questionable positives. It's literally their job. So if none of these popular explanations for Termina are correct, then what exactly is this place? Again, the answer's simple. Termina is merely a faraway land, maybe on the same planet, maybe in a parallel dimension as Miyamoto claimed, that we travel to through a long, possibly magic tunnel leading us there. Is this a super realistic or even satisfying writing choice? Not at all. It's obvious that Miyamoto and Koizumi had trouble justifying Link's presence in this new land, but clearly just said fuck it and decided to make it work regardless. Just copy Alice in Wonderland and hope people make the logical connection in their heads. Is this the most interesting answer? No, but remember, the simplest solution is usually the correct one, and the simplest solution to the Termina question is that the team didn't really have a definitive answer themselves. That's why not even Nintendo can come up with a satisfying explanation as to what Termina is, because revealing the actual answer would mean admitting that they didn't think it through in the first place. Because if they did think it through, and there was a definitive answer that everyone who worked on the game was aware of, then why is Nintendo resorting to theory crafting so lazy that even I, a random guy on the internet, could debunk it using simple textual evidence from the very game in question? On the topic of creation stories, this is where, inevitably, the moon and the 4 giants get brought up, because they do seem to imply something interesting about this world. After all, if Termina isn't a figment of Majora's imagination, and is, in fact, a place within the world of Hyrule, then how could Termina have 4 creator gods separate from the goddesses? Once again, the answer's simple. It doesn't. The giants aren't actually the creators of Termina. We know this because according to Termini's legend, there was a world before the giants did any of their creating. Termina Field already existed, and it was here where all the people of this land, along with the giants and an impish friend of theirs, lived in harmony. The giants didn't create Termina, but they did split it into the 4 worlds, which are really just 4 distinct geographic regions. They're not actually separate worlds. It's also likely that the giants didn't literally create these regions either, but rather carved up new environments from pre-existing landscapes, using their superior size, strength, and magic to drain swamps, build mountains, carve out beaches, and dig great canyons. It'd be the equivalent of you, a human, creating a terrarium. That doesn't make you a god, but it does make you a benefactor of sorts. In that same vein, the 4 giants did not literally create the land of Termina, but they did mend it into what it is today, and that's more than enough for them to be perceived as gods by the people of this land. But where there are good gods, there are bound to be wicked ones as well. The 4 masked monsters we fight over the course of this game trapped each of the giants in their 4 respective temples, and are otherwise poisoning the 4 worlds of Termina through wicked curses, most of which merely take the natural elements of each world and simply pervert them. Just as the giants are the 4 masked good gods of Termina, the monsters who imprison them are the 4 masked evil gods, playing the role of demon to the giant's guardian. I mean, Gott's name literally means god in German. It couldn't be any more explicit. So in this world, there are 4 guardian deities, and to balance them, there are 4 wicked gods as well, who, with the Skull Kid's help, managed to imprison the 4 giants and pervert the very lands they created. But now comes the final mystery to unravel. What exactly is Majora? Depending on who you ask, Majora's Mask has either 1 or 2 antagonists. Majora's Mask, definitively, and Skull Kid, arguably. I'm going to argue that there's actually 3. Majora's Mask, the Skull Kid, and the game's true antagonist, the moon. But in order to understand this true villain, we must first look at the game's two minor antagonists, the mask and its puppet, Skull Kid. Skull Kid has often been labeled as a victim in this story, even by the developers themselves, but the imp's actions throughout both the background lore of Termina and the main plot itself seem to challenge this notion. You see, the reason Skull Kid spoke to the giants with such familiarity is because the 5 of them were once close friends. This is implied at a couple points in the game. When Tattle talks about the day that she and Tail first met Skull Kid, it was apparently after he had a big fight with his friends. And in the creation story told by Andrew's grandmother, we learn that the 4 giants left behind an old friend of theirs when they decided to create the 4 worlds, a mischievous little imp who, in retaliation, spread misery throughout the land of Termina. The giants, as protectors of the people, were forced to turn their divine fury on their old friend, and banished him to the heavens from whence he came. The Skull Kid existed long before the 4 worlds were even created, and fraternized with its so-called gods. And when he was wronged, he spread his fury across the land, casting curses and creating mischief. And when the other gods got fed up with him, they banished him to the world from whence he came, to Hyrule, a land considered by the Terminese to be the heavens. And now, taking all this into account, I finally have figured out what the Skull Kid is. Truly, Skull Kid is a god. Okay, I know it sounds like I'm trolling, but I'm totally being serious. Bear with me for a second here. The fact of the matter is, none of the entities in this story are true deities the way the creator goddesses are. They're just incredibly powerful beings playing the role of gods. The giants are specifically said to have been worshipped as gods, implying that they are not true gods, which makes sense, because remember, they didn't create this world, they merely cultivated it. In that same vein, Skull Kid, while not truly being a god, does at least play the role of one. As an undead creature, he's effectively immortal, and can therefore exist for time immemorial like the giants, which would make him appear rather like a deity to the people of Termina. So if the 4 giants play the role of guardians, and the 4 masked monsters the role of demons, then what is the imp's role? The answer's simple. He's the trickster god. Every good work of mythology needs a trickster god, be it a Prometheus stealing fire for the good of humanity, or a Loki causing the death of a beloved prince. Skull Kid is the latter, a vengeful, spiteful little imp who takes his aggression out on others. But remember what I said earlier, where there is a god of one nature, so too is there a twin god of the opposite persuasion. And Skull Kid's twin, the 10th and final secret god of this story, is, much like Skull Kid, a lonely child, hurt and abandoned by his friends, seeking to spread his own misery to others, Majora himself. The first thing we need to establish about Majora is that the mask and Majora himself are 2 separate entities, just as the masks of the 4 evil gods are separate from their original bodies. Majora is the 5th monster of this story, the 5th evil god, but like his impish counterpart, he too was mistreated by his friends. Except there's one key difference. The 4 giants were not malicious in their mistreatment of Skull Kid. They merely sacrificed their friendship with him in order to create a better world for the people of Termina. That's what makes them the good gods of this story. Even their questionable actions have a sympathetic justification to them. The 4 monsters, however, are just plain evil, and we can witness the tale of their mistreatment of Majora within the moon itself. Each of the evil gods' masks are worn by a moonchild, faceless entities who bear resemblance to the happy mask salesman, and each of these children can be seen frolicking and playing with one another out in the meadows, except for the child who wears Majora's mask. A lot can be gleaned about Majora's character based on this imagery alone, but upon speaking to each child and conquering their respective challenges, we begin to see a more malicious side to them. Each child demands a mask from Link before letting him play with them, with each successive one demanding more and more and more until finally, there's nothing left to give. And the children don't give Link anything in return. The Ludo narrative here is powerful. The player is no doubt hesitant to give away all the precious masks he spent the entire game collecting, and when he does, finding that nothing is given in return must be a real letdown. But you keep giving them anyway, until there's nothing left of you. Why? Well, it's a sunk cost fallacy. Maybe if you keep giving, eventually, the children will give you something in return. Maybe, if you give enough of yourself to them, they'll finally see you as a friend. But they never do, because they're not really your friends. They're toxic, vindictive children who already have their own little club, one that Majora will never be a part of. With this simple Ludo narrative, we have pieced together Majora's backstory. He is, like his impish counterpart, the runt of the litter, the outsider, forever feeling like he isn't actually anyone's friend. Except where the 4 giants really were the imp's friends, and did in fact truly care for him, the monsters did not have any intention of playing with Majora. He was truly a lonely child. Like Skull Kid, this abandonment eventually filled Majora with rage, and like the Skull Kid, he decided to spread this rage across the land of Termina, eventually leading to him being sealed by the Ancients. But now, Majora's Mask has returned. With the help of Skull Kid, whose weak will made him a perfect puppet, he could finally return to Termina and attempt to bring about an end to the world, to get vengeance upon the four gods who abandoned him, who mistreated him, who never cared for him, and to make the world finally understand his pain, even just a little bit. But where is Majora? That might sound like a strange question. Weren't we just talking about him? Well, no. See, the mask is what possessed the Skull Kid, and the mask is what we fight at the end of the game. In fact, we never directly fight Majora himself. We fight his mask, then his incarnation, then finally his wrath. So, where is he? Where has Majora been hiding this whole game? Well, dear viewer, once again, the simplest answer is usually the correct one. The moon isn't actually a moon. Everyone knows this already. Whether it's the size of this celestial body being more akin to an asteroid than an actual visible moon, or the incredibly slow descent being completely incompatible with the idea that gravity alone is bringing this thing down, or even just the plain fact that it, has a face, Termina's moon clearly has something more going on to it than first meets the eye. We know it has existed in the world of Termina for quite some time, as the astronomer of the Astral Observatory talks about being fascinated with the moon since he was a little boy. But one thing it certainly is a deity. As a great celestial being with the power to destroy the world, it easily fits the role of the 10th god of Termina, and with such malicious intent, it's clear that it lies on the evil side of that pantheon. But how do we know the moon is Majora? Couldn't it be some independent entity forced to destroy the world against its will? After all, the moon does shed tears as it makes its final descent. Does that not imply that it is sad to be doing this? Not a bad theory at first glance, but closer scrutiny reveals several holes in the idea that the moon isn't a willing participant. First, if the moon is actually an ancient, powerful god who isn't willing to hurt the people of Termina, then how is Majora able to pull it down all by himself? And why does it take 4 additional gods plus the moon itself to stop its own descent? There's an issue of power scaling with this idea. It's the same problem we had with the theory that Majora created Termina in the first place. If Majora is powerful enough to create entire worlds and pull unwilling gods down from the heavens, then why is he no more difficult to kill than Ganondorf? Second, if the moon is a victim in all this, then why does the story end with its destruction? Remember, Link is a healer, not a destroyer. He would never hurt an unwilling victim in order to accomplish his own goals. He'll go out of his way to heal the sorrows of the dead or find non-violent solutions if it means not hurting an innocent person with thoughts and feelings. If the moon isn't a villain, then why do we kill it? The logic simply doesn't follow. Finally, there's the connections between the moon and the mask itself. When Majora possesses another entity, it takes time for him to fully gain control over said entity, based entirely on their strength of will. As Tattle says regarding Skull Kid's own manipulation, he had a weak will and no strength of heart. Even so, it took at least 3 days, presumably longer, given the time Skull Kid spent wearing the mask before the start of the game, to fully possess him. So why does the moon fall under Majora's influence the moment the two join together? Why do they have the exact same eyes, even before fusing? Why does the shaft of light connecting the two come from the moon itself, and not the mask if this fusion was being forced upon it? Why does killing the mask also kill the moon? And why are these the moon's first and only words? I shall consume everything. It is because the moon isn't a victim. He isn't the unwilling participant in Majora's plans. He is Majora. Majora and his mask, 2 halves of a greater whole, just like the other masked monsters of this story. Punctuating this point is the inside of the moon itself. It holds the memories of Majora, an evil god who was never allowed to play with his wicked siblings, an outsider, an other, his very place in the heavens, away from the other gods, forever cursing him to eternal solitude. These are the moon's memories, Majora's memories. The mask is at its most powerful state here in the moon because this is where it belongs. It has finally been reunited with its master, with Majora. The moon sheds tears not for Termina, but for itself, for the trauma it faced in its childhood. and the pain it now wishes the people of Termina to share in. The complexity of this lore is beyond anything else in the Zelda series, or most fantasy stories in general. In fact, I didn't even cover everything. I still haven't even tried to unravel the true nature of the Happy Mask Salesman, for example, or so many other miscellaneous lore bits. And that's the beauty of this game's writing. People still talk about this game 25 years later precisely because there is so much depth to it. In fact, as far as I can tell, I'm the first person to upload a theory about the moon being Majora, which genuinely surprised me to see, and I still can't tell if that's because I've now spent more time researching and analyzing this game than most people alive, or if it's because I dug too deep and now my brain's suddenly broken by the lore dump. But whether it's my theory, or Zeltix, or MatPats you subscribe to, the important thing to remember is this. None of us are pulling the shit out of our asses. There's textual evidence in the game pointing to all these different theories, and without definitive answers from Koizumi himself, who I'm sure is never going to give them, we'll never know for sure. On its own, this is already peak world building, but combine that with the phenomenal character writing and intricate side quests, and Majora's Mask easily carves for itself one of the best written stories in the entire Legend of Zelda series. Majora's Mask isn't a perfect game. Between the blatant filler, repeat content, and seemingly unfinished quest lines, that much should be pretty clear by now. Yet despite its many flaws, as well as it being the hardest Zelda game for most people to get into due to its extreme difficulty, Majora's Mask still tends to rank as one of the greatest Zelda games of all time, and this reputation has only become more illustrious as time has gone on. Some have even gone so far as to say that it is the best Zelda game, superior even to Ocarina of Time. Some people would be wrong. In all seriousness though, while it is objectively incorrect to say that Majora's Mask is the better game due to its myriad of drawbacks and flaws, I do have to say, if Majora's Mask is your personal favorite Zelda game, I get it. It is absolutely the most different Zelda game, and I mean that entirely as a compliment. The sheer originality on display here goes well beyond almost any other video game sequel I can possibly think of. Frankly, there are times where even I question whether or not it's my favorite Zelda game. It's in the top 3 for sure. But it isn't just different for the sake of being different either. The time loop is pushed to its absolute limit, utilizing advanced NPC schedules and intricate quest design in order to fully take advantage of this system. The transformation masks add variety to character control and puzzle solving in meaningful, game-changing ways. And the dark tone the game goes for fits perfectly with its themes of grief, trauma, and existentialism, while the world building adds layers of intrigue and detail to this incredible fantasy world. Though it may not be a perfect Zelda game, Majora's Mask is, without a doubt in my mind, a one-of-a-kind, special little work of art that absolutely deserves every bit of its legendary reputation. I give The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask a 9 out of 10. This is a special game, worth being played by every real-deal Zelda fan. I know it can be difficult. Hell, I have real-life friends who have told me they couldn't get into Majora's Mask for at least a couple of the reasons I've listed out in this video. And I get that. On my first playthrough of this game, I too didn't have a particularly good time, but there's something to be said about a game's replay value. Most Zelda games, after all, are notoriously terrible with replay value, since they become easier and less mysterious on every new playthrough. Just judging from my own experience running this channel, I actually started to sort of hate Link's Awakening and Ocarina of Time by the end of my reviews for both of those games, despite giving them both positive scores, precisely because their replay value is not the greatest. But Majora's Mask was different. On every new playthrough, I would discover strategies to save time and create the most optimal routes needed to beat the game in as few cycles as possible. I only needed 8 cycles on my latest playthrough in order to 100% the game, and from what I understand, that number can be pushed down to as little as 5. Entire sections of the game that I had first decried as broken or clunky were significantly easier on subsequent playthroughs, and the sheer detail put into this game world that I uncovered while working on this review made me appreciate the artistry of this title all the more. It may not be a perfect Zelda title, but it still is one of the greatest games ever made, and I wholeheartedly recommend it to anyone who has not yet given it a chance. If you can push through the learning curves and frustration of the early game, then you'll be in for one of the most memorable journeys of your life. So, that's Majora's Mask. Thank you one and all so much for watching. Sorry this one took a little bit, although compared to my usual release schedule, I guess it actually came out pretty fast. I just want to quickly say that I am deeply appreciative of the monumental response that the Ocarina Ocarina of Time video got, and for all the new subscribers and patrons who joined as a result. Your support means the world to me, and I wouldn't be able to continue doing what I do without it, so thank you. Speaking of which, if you like this video and want to be informed as to when the next one comes out, feel free to subscribe. And if you want to support the channel monetarily, I would greatly appreciate it if you visited my Patreon page. Link is in the description. Till next time, I've been Octorok Reviews, and have yourselves a very nice day.